Okay,
Yeah,
and
we're live.
we're going.
Oh, hi.
That was abrupt.
Oh, hello, everyone. Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
Hey, howdy,
good
hey.
way to start. Hello, hello. Okay,
Hi.
so here we are with the Juicecast. I believe this is episode 6.
Episode 11, actually.
Oh, okay, very cool. I didn't know that.
Could have made a 6 joke and you do this, huh?
Yep. So
It's too much of a dangling fruit.
today we have some new people. Actually, I think it's just one. We have Jay's reviews on today, so we're gonna be starting off, kind of introducing ourselves. I'll go last, and KingK, I might be sleeping. I'm not entirely sure, and unfortunately, Jeb is ill, so we don't think he's gonna be able to make it today. But we'll see if they happen to pop in later. That's okay. It's going to be a long podcast today, so you know. But yeah, so let me introduce you to the podcast if you're new. The Juicecast is a game analysis podcast in which we take each aspect of the game and give our own subjective experience with it, and then we also bring guests on from the community of said game and have really fun discussions. Today is going to be a long one. It's going to be a doozy since we are going over Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. Everyone knows the game, I would hope, at this point, but we're going to get really into the nitty-gritty of this one. So let me start by introducing. We'll start with Chaomix.
Hi guys, my name is Chaomix. I do Sonic videos on YouTube, and I like drawing. That's basically it. I'm horrible at elevator pitches. I don't know how to how do I promote myself?
Don't
I
worry,
don't know, I make
we'll
Sonic
chill
videos
each
on
other
YouTube.
later, I'm
Your
sure.
videos, I think you can probably give yourself a good description.
Yeah.
After that, oh, I was gonna say after that we got Craftis.
Hello, everybody. My name is Craftis. I play Smash Brothers competitively as Sonic, and I'm a huge Sonic fan. I don't even know how far back that goes. I'm also the one who had to handhold Juice through Sonic 06 by making sure he knew where the map was.
Fuck
and
the
what he was
map of
doing.
this game. I hate the map. We'll get into the map later.
But yeah.
Okay, how about you, ST?
Hey, I'm ST, or Saving Termina. Massive Zelda freak, as you probably can tell and already know. My contribution to helping Juice during his 06 run was just telling him to do the Shadow Door skip. That's it. So that was fun. I plan to make some content myself once I'm through college and all that, which will be in the middle of this year, finally. And yeah, that's all I have to say for now.
Awesome. And Jays?
I run the channel Jay's Reviews, and I've talked about Sonic. I'm known for a lot of stuff, but Sonic in particular is one of the bigger ones. I definitely came up with the Termina era, and I won't hear any other thing about that. I did a big Sonic 06 video in 2020, so here I am today.
Awesome. And last but not least, we got Lem.
Hey, I'm just Lemurs. I'm primarily a Sonic speedrunner, but I've been like a Sonic, I guess Sonic Encyclopedia for the past 20 years now. You get a GameCube with Super Monkey Ball and Sonic Heroes, and suddenly the entire series is just down your drain, down your entire throat. So,
Yep.
so if you need a dictionary of SA1 or Heroes, I'm probably going to be able to answer those questions.
Awesome. And I guess we have me now. I'm Juice. I do character and gameplay analysis on YouTube, currently working on a lot of different characters before I can start releasing them in summer because I want to do it consistently. I'm the one who runs the podcast. If you haven't seen the previous episodes on Sonic Adventure, Sonic Adventure 2, Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, and DDLC Plus, then I would definitely go check those out on YouTube. And if you are on YouTube right now, then please hit the subscribe button. That would be appreciated. Thank you. And with that being said, I think we're ready to move on to section 2 of this. We have a lot of sections to go through. And,
Just a little bit.
yeah. And that's just with our own personal history with Sonic 06. You know, when did we play it originally? What were our thoughts? Have we played it since? So yeah, who wants to start?
I'll go. I mean, I started playing 06 a good amount of years after it came out. At least like when I finally got an Xbox myself. But I think my very first experience with it was at a friend's house, where he got it just about. I think he got it the same week it came out, and we kind of played through it together. And at the time, I didn't really think much of the actual game, as far as like its problems. I just was like, oh, it's a new Sonic game.
Yeah.
Let's go. But in retrospective, when I went to go play it my actual first time on my own owned 360, like years later, it actually wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. I didn't actually run into too many bugs. Obviously, like the pacing issues are still present, and just the overall gameplay felt very slow compared to stuff like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure. But I didn't have a ton of problems like glitches. At least not my first playthrough. Afterwards, when I went back a couple years later, that's when I started to kind of pick up on, oh, okay, this is a little awkward. Oh, this doesn't work the same way that I remember it working. So it's definitely a game that's perspective has changed as I've continued to play the original. But after playing PO6, I don't think I can go back, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, much later in the podcast. So,
Yep. How about you, Jace?
Me? For me, I've played Sonic 06 for almost as long as it's been out. I think I got a 360 in like 2007 or so. And when I was a kid, this was like when I was 6 or 7 years old, Sonic 06 was like the coolest game I had ever played in my life. Up to that point, like I'd played like the classic games, the Mega Collection, and like Heroes and Shadow on PS2. So I never played the adventure games. So like 06 was my first time playing a Sonic game of like what was supposed to be that like caliber of hype. So I never really saw all the problems it had because being in like kindergarten and second grade and all that stuff. So later, I mean, when I watched YouTube is when I had like discovered the 06 was like this super problematic game that a lot of people hated, and that just kind of became my opinion on it for years until like 2019. I tried to like play it again, and like I was kind of doing it ironically, and I was like, yeah, this is so bad, right? It's like kind of got a charming quality to it, but then like I was like, genuinely, when I was a kid, I really did like this game, and like when I play 06 now, it's not a good game. It's a pretty bad game, actually, but I can have fun with it, which was the core thesis of my video that I made on it.
Lem, did you want to go next?
Yeah. I think I remember this. I had never gotten to get a PS3 or 360 until like 2011, I want to say it was 2012, because when I was a kid, I was more of a Nintendo person, but I always saw like PS3 and 360 as what they refer to as next gen. And for years, when I saw on the internet that people were calling 06 really buggy and glitchy, my naive kid thought, wait, but it's next gen, it's modern, how can it be glitchy? Modern games don't have glitches, I don't get it. And then I remember when the first time I actually had to play it, I was in the hospital in 2011 because I had my lungs collapsed, and I was just there, and they had consoles for kids to play, and they had the PS3, and I saw they had Sonic 06, I was like, oh, I've got to play this yet, let me play it. And I finally got to play it, and I mean, I got to Wave Ocean. I got to Mach Speed section. I'm like, oh, this is yeah. I played SA1 religiously prior to that, so I mean, I can get the feeling of SA1 in there. But I got to the Mach Speed section. I'm like, this is, well, oh wait, game over. Oh, we're back to the start. Oh dear, this is on PS3. Oh dear, bad loads. Yeesh. And then finally, by the time I actually got to, because this was like right during the era where Game Grumps was still playing 06, and it was still being made, and it was like the most iconic thing at that time when the game was still being thrashed. So it was such a weird era. And then 2013, I think it was, I had gotten a PS3 specifically because I wanted to play The Last of Us, and I ended up getting 06 as well, and I ended up actually finishing it, and looking back, I don't have that many bad memories of it. I mean, obviously the Mach Speed sections could, be funny, because you can't move in
Funny's
the
a
air.
word,
But
yeah.
eventually, I'm very good at learning how games are going to act when I first experience it. So like, if I can't move in the air, I know what to do. So I'll just not do that. But eventually, when I finished the game, it was like, I thought it was actually kind of decent. I mean, obviously, because it's on PS3, if I can find that decent, then apparently I have a great like mentality where I apparently cannot find Sonic bad.
Also, high
But-
tolerance.
Yeah, but I think I ended up beating it completely in like 5 days. I want to say it was.
Yeah.
But I just remember the final boss took me like 2 of those days because I could not figure out how to attack it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go next, and I believe I played this game originally in 2009 or something like that. Maybe it was 2008, but I think I was in high school. So we played. I had the Xbox 360, and I went to my local Game Crazy, which was still around at the time, I believe, and I picked the game up there because it was a new Sonic game, and I had actually seen. This was the first one where I think I saw a lot of advertisements for it outside of Shadow the Hedgehog, which I saw some commercials for on the TV. And it actually, like, it really excited me. So, yeah, I picked it up, and I put it in the Xbox 360. And, in my original playthrough, outside of, like, the growing pains, I didn't have too much of a problem with it. Like, obviously, the Mach Speed section was really horrible. I immediately was, like... just dumbfounded by the crazy loading. Like, okay, let's talk to this guy. Let's load a screen. I mean, we know why it does this now. We know why it takes so long to load, which I'm sure we'll go over. But yeah, I mean, I got through the game, and even back then, I knew that there were things that were wrong with it, but it was still. I still kind of liked it because of the ambition behind it. It just still felt like more of the same, even though the gameplay quality was worse. And then, recently I played through it on my Twitch stream, and I played through it entirely, and that was hell. I'm not gonna lie. I did not have a great... I mean, I did, but only because I was streaming it, and we were having a good time with chat and stuff like that. But oh my god, dude. Just things do not work in this game. There's so many things that don't work. It was really funny, and we made so many funny like clip compilations and stuff as well that I can't wait to put some of them out. But yeah, no, I mean but that's the thing. Like, I still had a good time with it because of how like broken it is. But like, if I were to sit there and play it by myself, I don't think I would have done that again. You know what I mean? Yeah,
This
so
game
whoever wants to
punishes
go
you for
now.
playing it like Sonic Adventure 2.
Yep.
How
Yeah,
about
I
you,
guess
Laura?
I'll go next.
Yeah.
I had a few cousins who were super into Sonic, and one day they told me like, "Yo, did you see like the new Sonic trailer? Like the next gen Sonic trailer, the game that's coming out?" I'm like, "No, what are you talking about?" So I looked it up, and this was like kind of before the era of YouTube. I think YouTube might have been a thing. But I remember like looking on like Yahoo Video or something, and I found the trailer, and like I thought it was like a Final Fantasy game at first. It was so weird.
Yeah.
And then I saw Sonic come on screen. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's like Final Fantasy Sonic. I like both those things. That's pretty cool. So I was
Kingdom
pretty
Hearts
hyped for it.
out.
Yeah. So I was pretty hyped for it. But I did not have an Xbox or PS3 at the time. I had a friend who had a PS3, and the first time I had ever played Sonic 06 was at his birthday party, and there were probably like 5 of us, and we were all huddled around the TV playing Sonic 06, and it was specifically the part where you play as Silver and you have to do the ball puzzle.
Oh no!
Because he was stuck on that. He couldn't get past it. So when he booted up his PS3, that's the part that it was on. And we would all just take turns trying to solve this stupid puzzle that just doesn't work. And it took forever, but one of our friends got it, and like we went belligerent with excitement once he did it. But then I would later get an Xbox, probably like a year or two after it came out. I think in like 2008 or so. So luckily, like my own experience with the game, at least at first, was the 360 version, not the PS3 version. which is still not great, but like compared to the PS3 version, it's much better in terms of like loading and lag and stuff. I remember the game always being bad, but I still thought it was cool because Sonic had good graphics and he sounded and acted cool, and the story was kind of cool if you didn't think about it. So like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the reasons that I like this game are very like caveman mind. Like, ooh, Sonic look cool. He go fast. I like this game.
That's a bad mindset to have with the game.
Yeah,
Go, go,
but like
whoosh.
overall, I enjoy Sonic 06 most part because like there are a lot of cool aspects to it, and then the other part is just because like it is a bad game, and I knew it at the time, and I thought it was really fun to just mess around. Like my friends and I, we would glitch hunt all the time in like a lot of different games, not just Sonic 06, but Sonic 06 was probably one of our favorites. We'd also do a lot of like action replay, just digging around with action replay in various games like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. Those were probably our two favorite ones that we would just
fun.
dig around in. And Sonic 06, you don't even need action replay to do that. You can just do it. So like that game was awesome. We loved to just mess around with that game. So I do have a lot of fond memories of Sonic 06 because of that.
Awesome.
Hey, me.
You.
So, I forget how I learned about Sonic 06. I think I saw it online. My earliest memory of the game comes from this old Sonic site. It had like these really old like E3 trailer screenshots of it. I don't remember what the site was.
Was it Sonic Central?
Maybe it was Sonic Central.
Because that used to be the old Sega Sonic website that they
Okay.
had.
Oh, was it official?
Yeah.
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 I think
Then-
Sonic Central. Yeah.
Then it probably was Sonic Central.
Yeah.
And
Is that where they had those like flash games that you could play?
Shadow the
I think
Hedgehog
so.
Flash game, baby.
Yes, I played that.
yeah,
Sonic
we-
Flash
yeah,
game.
same.
But yeah, so I saw it on Sonic Central, and I eventually saw the trailer, whether it was on YouTube or maybe it was on Yahoo. I don't remember if YouTube was really a thing then. I think it was a thing, but it was in its infancy.
Right.
Yeah,
But
it
yeah,
was.
the first version I played was the 360 version. Got it on release, and much like the rest of you, when I first played it, I didn't think much of it being bad, or I didn't really notice the glitches or anything like that because I was a kid. When I played it again later, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is pretty bad. But there was something about it that I had fun with. I don't know what it was. Maybe I liked how the levels looked. That was probably a big part of it. And eventually, I would one summer go on to, all right, I'm going to 100% this game for no reason other than just doing it. I did it. I would tell you, I want to strangle this game. Never do the town missions in this game. They are
Oh,
terrible.
Dude.
Like the Sonic box, whatever that one mission was. No. The Shadow one was easy. That was just math. I'm like, all right, yeah, I went to school.
Yeah.
But
And that one was really hard for me. I was in kindergarten. I can't count.
yeah, I like silver apples and all that. No, I did like a glitch to beat that one in like 2 seconds. I forget what it
no.
was. There was
I know
some
what it
glitch
is.
to beat it in like 2 seconds to get S rank because he had to get S rank for the 100%.
That's the most insane part, like getting the S rank on all of those, plus all the bosses.
And you have to play
everything.
through the action stages twice, normal and hard mode,
Oh no.
because those count. So just
When I
And
when
the
I did
DLC.
Silver,
and
I
I have played the DLC, and it's
I decided to just S rank Silver's DLC stages. Be like, see, that means I'm capable of S ranking all the other versions, so I'm not gonna bother.
but yeah.
Fair enough.
I went through a lot of like glitch hunting as well, and learning how to do things like the shadow door skip was really fun to learn. And I had a lot more fun with it when I learned which glitches killed me and which glitches helped me. You know, so I would use the glitches that helped me to make it more fun.
I think
Man,
being a speedrunner is
locked
wild.
himself.
I think
I was
being-
just saying.
Oh, what? Go on.
You can go.
I was gonna say, being a speedrunner, I think is why I don't hate '06 as much as I do, because I'm already actively glitch hunting half the games I play.
Yeah.
Finding and doing those glitches is what makes the games more fun for me. I know that's not what the developers are wanting you to do, but I'm still enjoying it at the end, so I can't really complain about why I'm enjoying something.
Yeah.
Well, that's basically my point. Is just like, not exactly about glitch hunting, but it's just for me. I've been playing '06 for basically almost my entire life, so it's like, how can I hate the game when I already know how to get past all the stuff that sucks?
Yeah. I do agree with that, but like Craftis said earlier, once I played Project 06, which we will talk about later, I just never want to go back.
Yeah, I mean, my second playthrough on Twitch, I used glitches to get through a lot of Sonic's stuff because I could not get... like, the hub worlds alone are enough to piss me off enough that I just infinite jump to get to where I want to go so that I can actually see everything.
I think my favorite glitch is when you get outside of Silver's battle arena, you jump up and he sends you to the friggin' moon.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny. He just sends you into outer space.
I love doing it with, like, when you have no rings left, like, Silver will say, "This'll end it!" And
This'll end it.
You're not lying.
Yeah. Okay, well, that being said, I guess we can move on to development history. And this is when I wish Jeb was here for, because he just did a long-ass video on, and it did so much research into this, but I'm sure we all know that this is a struggled game in development.
Yes.
So for
if I may, I'll start off on that.
You can go ahead.
So, I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be mistaken, but the biggest thing, like the real nail in the coffin, light bulb up, was like, oh, that's why this game turned out. One of the big reasons why it turned the way it was because the development team was split between Sonic 06 and Secret Rings.
And honestly,
because they tried to port it to the Wii, but they were okay. Well, this can't work, so let's make a different Sonic game.
It even gets worse when you think about how many games Sonic Team has to make. I mean, Sonic Team was doing other games for Sega at the time, and also had to develop Shadow the Hedgehog and like co-develop like Advance 3 and Sonic Battle and Sonic Rush and Sonic Rivals and Sonic Riders and Sonic Genesis. It's like just non-stop spam of workflow.
Yep, I think
Jeb's
Jeb's new video really put it into perspective how split up they were and how many games they were just simultaneously doing back to back. As a kid, I had no idea. Like, I didn't even think twice about that stuff. So, like, when a bad game like that would come out, I'd be like, well, what the heck happened? Like, why is it like this? I wouldn't know. So, but, like, now that we kind of are old enough to understand, at least kind of understand how the industry works and how Sonic Team was struggling back then, it's easier to, like, kind of sympathize with it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
The amount of producers they went through, it was crazy for that game, too.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I just thought every company was like Disney or something, where just everything's just a big company and they have all these professionals. And then you're an adult, like, wow, these are just people.
Yeah.
Very sad people. They weren't happy.
Was it true that because this I never like fact checked? I remember hearing years and years ago, that Microsoft was rushing them. Was that true?
No, they had a deal with Microsoft, but Sega
I didn't think it was
themselves.
true.
Sega
it was more of a holiday rush, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It being a holiday rush makes more sense.
Like them being they made a deal with Microsoft to have the game out at this specific time. So, like, if that deal didn't exist, which Sega themselves had put into place, then maybe things might have been different. But it wasn't Microsoft that was pushing for the game's release. It was Sega, from making that deal, having to like push the game out the way that they did.
This is
What
what
I'm
I've
always
come to
wondering-
realize. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, what I always want to know is, the game was originally going to have a PC release. I am genuinely curious
I wish
how that would have went out.
I think the game would have ended up so much better.
It
just
would
because
have
of
been
mods.
Yeah, exactly. Say that.
Would have been
we have
fixed a lot
PO6.
sooner.
Oh,
But PO6 would have happened a lot sooner.
I don't know if it was gonna be a PC ROM game, or if it was going to be on Steam. But if that was a Steam game, it would have had so much of a different like image as it does nowadays. Like, for one thing, loads would not be long. Think about that for a second. Imagine this game's like history without having long loads. You just get a few glitches and like the ending scene with Elise and Sonic, and like with a few mods, you could fix all of that.
Yeah.
This game
Especially the sluggish gameplay.
it would have just been basically the 360 PS3 version of PS2 Sonic Heroes. Like, it's just, yeah, they're bad ports, but this version's so much better. It would have just ended like that. This game would not have caused Sonic's image to be what it is if that game had a PC release.
What I was surprised about is we didn't get many patches either. I don't even think we got any.
yeah.
Okay.
No.
So the thing
Yeah.
that pisses me
DLC.
off, and if I may, the fact that we got like 3 DLC packs, but not
Yeah.
patches to fix
Not a
the game,
patch.
when
Yeah.
this is like a beta of a beta release, is the thing that drives me up a wall because it's just Sega. Like
The
Sega
E3 build is
a
further
villain.
ahead.
God damn it,
What's
Sega.
actually
I was about to
funny-
say that. I was about
Wasn't
to
the
say.
Xbox demo like more of a?
It had different code in it, which is why things act differently the way they are, and some like physics are altered. But
Okay.
what I find really funny in terms of patches is the game never had patches. But if you had gotten Sonic Unleashed DLC, it actually did include patches for some stages, because there is a few glitches that you can do on the unpatched version. But if you install the DLC, it fixes those stages that aren't even part of the DLC. Like, there's one glitch in Shamar, Act 1, where you can, like, go over a rock and you won't go into the 2D section. In the patched version, there's a wall there. And in Rooftop Run, the 2D stage in Act 2, there's, like, a thing where you can repeat the laps by just going one section. If the DLC is installed, you can't do that. They actually patched that. But for 06, they never bothered doing that with any kind of release. Like, even they could have done what they did with 06 with Unleashed. They could have just added like regular stages patched with the DLC, but they never even bothered with that. I think it had like one patch ever, and it was a very minor fix, and I can't even remember what it was. I think it was actually revolving text or something, not even the actual physics itself.
Yeah, I feel like during that era of games, like developers for some reason assumed that like 90% of people didn't connect their consoles to internet or something, and they didn't rely on patches.
Yeah.
Like that early era of PS3 and Xbox.
Yeah, it was also like really at the beginning of that age where patching games was becoming a thing.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it
Yeah,
wasn't
I'd
standard
rather- I'd-
practice.
I would trade the DLC for some patches. I think
Yeah.
that
I just
Oh,
want
yeah.
to get
fixes
this out
most
there.
of the issues.
I've
ahead,
come to
Jace.
realize this over the last year or so, is that whenever there's something wrong with Sonic, Sega is the villain. Like,
Yeah.
it just we didn't get patches
Absolutely.
for 06, Sega's the villain. Like the Wii U deal, Sega's the villain. Sega is always the villain. Look at how people were literally dying trying to make Sonic Extreme, or like Azuka loses 15 pounds trying to make Sonic Heroes
Yeah.
just to get it out in time. It's like, just what is going on over there? And that if we never fix that, then we're just gonna keep getting like.
I feel like
Yeah, it's
development-
mainly Sega's business like practices,
It's
but
like when
they're
you have
trying to change it.
When you have a CEO or like, you know, the top of the business who care a lot more about, you know, stonks than the creative energy that's going into their product, you get stuff like this, and you see it with even stuff like modern Nintendo, who now, instead of having a developer who's more on the creative side with the CEO, we now have someone who's back to their like pure business models, and you see how people are upset with a lot of Nintendo's decision making. It's not something as extreme as, you know, Sega, who have always been like this, literally since the start, I would like to say, but yeah, like the Sonic Heroes it to now, I think it like really shows the problems with that business model. And
The one thing that they're
got
good
no-
with is fan games. That's about the only thing they're good with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when we can play based games like PO6.
Yeah, I was about to say like PO6, baby.
People always make like Sega hire this man jokes for Project 06, but like genuinely,
He
you
doesn't even
wouldn't-
want it.
I know, but like, imagine if I know he doesn't want it, but imagine hypothetically if they actually did contact him for something like that. Like that would, even that alone, even though it would be a decline, that they would at least show that they are acknowledging and caring and considering to have something like that to exist for the games, which I can
Yeah.
at least appreciate.
Yeah.
It would
Yeah, that'd be
pretty
awesome.
cool.
I could never see them actually doing that. They're even to this day. I feel like they try to stay as far away as possible from anything 06 related.
Outside of memes.
Yeah, outside
don't
of the
remind
social
me.
media.
Do not remind me of the Sonic Twitter. I don't.
I
wanna
do
hear
think
about it.
I do think that is a shame because, and again, we'll get to PO6, but it's such a not only like is it a, it just feels like a great Sonic game.
PO6
We'll get
podcast when
Today,
later today.
Yeah,
if they were
later
still
today.
in the era, I said this when I was younger. If they were still in this era, I wouldn't have minded like a Silver spin-off game to like at least like refix his image that he had, because he debuted in 06
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it just never really felt right. And Blaze is technically in that game, but I've seen a lot of theories recently where Blaze kind of feels like Silver's conscious because she's never interacting with anybody, and he only ever she only ever talks to him. So it's like you could make something out of something like that,
That's interesting.
because I've been seeing a lot
pieced
of
that together. Yeah. Huh.
yeah, like she never really does anything with anyone else except for Silver. Like Mephiles never even looks at her. I'm pretty sure in the entire
yeah.
game.
It's
He's a
only,
ghost.
even when Sonic is right in front of Blaze, and Blaze had that blue hedgehog like earlier in the story, talking to like looking into the Chaos Emeralds and seeing Silver or whatever. But when they're right next to each other, they never interact. Why? Why wouldn't Blaze say something then? But anyway,
You shy?
yeah,
Shy. The princess is shy.
yeah. Great, wonderful, awesome plot point. I guess we'll get into
She's practicing social distancing.
yeah.
Yo, base Blaze.
The only thing I have left in this section before we get into the gameplay is reception and reviews, and I think we know how it
Yikes.
was received.
Yeah.
It got
which was-
glowing scores.
I-
9 out of
no, I-
10.
yeah, yeah, 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10.
I mean, it's literally a platinum hits.
Too much water.
you're not wrong.
It's a platinum hits.
I don't
They,
think
would,
sa-
they wouldn't lie to us.
I don't think sales for the game were honestly
That's illegal.
terrible. It's
No,
just
they weren't.
reviews were bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
all
no,
it
sales
is.
were pretty good if I remember correctly.
It's the Sonic Forces effect.
The thing
yeah.
is, the game also had platinum hits. Sonic Freeriders,
yeah.
That is the worst Sonic game to ever exist.
the game that actually gave me physical pain for 2 weeks. I can give it that.
I'm very much looking forward to playing it. I feel as though playing it would be for a very funny video.
Play
Please
with a
Great.
friend. It's
exercise
hilarious.
before playing it, because if you don't do any kind of exercising like me, and you go into that game and you try playing 2 stories, your legs are going to be cramping for the next 2 weeks.
Excellent.
Sounds like it'll build character.
It's a good thing I do squats. I'm just saying.
Yes. You gotta start
Sonic
squatting.
Freeriders will become my workout routine.
If you can get it to work.
Good luck.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Woke Freeriders.
Reception reviews. I mean, yeah, I think we all kind of know it's been trashed to hell and back.
How would you say it's received now by the general public and fan base compared to how it was in maybe 2010? Because I think
Right,
that
it's
has changed.
better.
It's definitely one
I-
of those games that has
think it's
changed
better.
its perception.
Feels like-
Not all Sonic games do. I think people feel like it's inevitable that a Sonic game that's bad is going to be received positively in the future, but like that's not the case.
I feel like
'cause,
it
like-
kind of. Go on.
Like I see a lot of people saying that like, oh man, like all these kids playing Sonic Forces are gonna grow up and say how good it is, but I don't think it's really gonna be the case, because like I don't know, there's just nothing going on for that game. While like with 06, you can clearly see that like there was something happening with the game, but they were undermined when they were making
Yeah.
it. So like that's the reason that people kind of like say, wait, hold on a minute, like yeah, 06 is bad, but like why?
You know,
Why is
I
it
also
bad?
feel like people use that talking point as like a bad faith way to like shut down the conversation before it even starts. Like, well,
Yeah.
the Forces kids
Yeah.
will say this too, but it's like, you know,
Right.
it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna keep saying what I think, so
Mhm.
I don't care. You know, it's
I-
just there's that, and it's also like there are people who have an adamant pushback against the mere notion that 06 it could have been anything good.
Right.
I guess I don't know if they're like afraid that saying anything good about it is going to convince Sega we want glitchy games with like human princesses in it, but it's like no, it's just simply put, some people just see that this really was trying to be something grand and it just fell so hard, and we just want them to
Exactly.
execute that properly.
If
Yeah.
people
I think there's
legitimately
definitely-
think that, then I've lost a little bit of faith in people critical
Mhm.
thinking skills.
Well, I
because
mean,
there's
I get that from Twitter, so I mean, you know.
people actually
I-
say that they're afraid that if you say you like certain aspects of Sonic 06 and what it could have been, that we're gonna get glitchy games with human princesses.
Like,
Like
no,
people
I
say
think
that.
people would want adventure style games.
Well, no, that's
you
what
know?
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
kind of
think
just
it's
like
for
a big
people-
straw man
Yeah,
argument.
like the straw man right, is that like you want the quality of '06 back, and I guess they're afraid of sending that message to Sega. This definitely happened when people were turning towards being more positive on Black Knight. Like, oh, so you want like games that are really
Motion
short,
controls
and
and-
waggle
yeah.
and all that. It's like, no, you just want like an exciting game.
Like, we want the good aspects that were present in these games to be like exemplified in future titles, not take all the glitches and the bad stuff that obviously people don't like.
Yeah.
I think people look at it more, they look at it in like not necessarily like the big picture, they just look at the smaller details. And when people bring up these points, I also think, again, Project 06 changed the way people perceive the original 06, because now we have an example of, oh, this is what the game could have been like, and we actually have like something tangible to like gauge, okay, this is what it plays like, and this is what maybe the vision of the game could have been had they had the development time. So it gives people something to actually reflect against the original. Whereas before, people were just like, oh yeah, this game's bad. There really wasn't anything good about the game. Whereas now that discussion is kind of being had again, and we actually have something tangible to say, okay, maybe not. Maybe the game actually does have some good points. And it's just Sega maybe either tossed everything out, and now we kind of want them to bring back some of the good things. And I think that's why the dialogue that's happening now is kind of, it's interesting to like see, but also kind of frustrating, because obviously you just like we've said, you have like the hive mind people who kind of just focus in on all of the bad things, and that's the only thing that's going to come out of Sega actually referencing these games. But
it's just unfortunate because, like Chaomix was saying, until we get out of this struggle with Sega where they're like forcing, we have these really big development struggles, and Sega's like forcing Sonic team, who doesn't really have much new talent. I mean, I believe the Sonic Forces team was comprised of mostly people who worked on other games, right? I mean, I could be wrong.
I think
It sounds like it. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'm pretty sure that's on point. I never fact checked that, but I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Yeah, so until if we want to put ambition and all these ideas into a game like we like about Sonic 06, then that's not possible until Sega allows it to happen, allows it to have more time in the oven. And it's these companies like the Pokemon Company and Sega where you really have to push against what they're used to doing to get that product that you want.
I mean, Frontiers seems to be going against the mold for as far as what we've come to expect from them. So
Right.
I'm
excited
hoping.
about that.
The only reason I can't
It's a
give a
good sign.
proper opinion of Frontiers yet is because we purely have not seen
Yeah,
Yeah,
we haven't seen any
anything.
gameplay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
not making
the
a
other thing.
single assumption until I at least see a ring or something, or one enemy.
So if
Seeing
I may,
glass tells me nothing. I'm basically just looking at an Unreal Engine 4 stock room, and that's it.
yeah,
Go ahead,
if I
ST.
may, Juice used a good word here, and that was ambition. I think like a big difference between 06 and Forces for me was that 06 felt like it had more ambition.
Yeah.
Whereas Forces was just like, all right, Sonic game, people will buy it, but with 06, despite the sheer development hell it went through, there were parts that even now, if I were to replay it, I would feel like, yeah, there was a genuine effort here to make this into, a truly bombastic Sonic game. It's just unfortunate circumstances will be very unfortunate.
I feel like with Forces, it was also just them trying too hard to cater to the current like way that people consume games.
Yeah, current generation.
Where like people consume games in such short bursts that like the actual stages in Forces are so short compared to like Sonic 06, where stages take you like 8 minutes on average. And I think that just goes a long way to show like sometimes they have their ears too much to the ground as far as like what's happening. To the point where they kind of like tunnel vision, say, okay, this is how the game has to be made because this is what's currently going on in the marketplace, and this is how people currently are playing games, and we want to try to reach that audience, where in the process they kind of lose what their original install base enjoys about the games. And I think that's where like 06 is kind of finding its like second wind, as people are realizing, oh, this is what I liked about old Sonic games that now they're not doing anymore. and
Yeah.
so it's like opening the doorway for Sega to kind of be able to see this is what we want. So hoping that Frontiers actually might deliver on actually being a game that feels ambitious in a way that kind of makes it feel like a reminiscent of like old Sonic games, but without the obvious glitches.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Here's
that's a good
hoping.
point. And one last thing, because someone in chat mentioned it. I believe it was Asimo here saying another point nobody addresses is the lack of games. Period. Sonic's output used to be on par with Mario's, and they were mostly good. Yeah, 06, yada yada yada. Please do not undo all the good side games in between. I mostly agree with that point. I just don't think the quality was always there, and
Yeah.
it was at the developers' expense, unfortunately. And yeah, it's true that we haven't really had any Sonic games come out in the last. I mean, obviously we have the pandemic going on, but it shows
Right.
that hopefully everyone's on board working on Sonic Frontiers here. Maybe they are turning over a new leaf. There's hope there, and when we do see gameplay of that, that will be nice.
Yeah.
Right. I think also just in general, games are just harder to make nowadays.
Absolutely.
Everything
And
has
they
to be
take more
bigger.
time
Yeah,
and money. So,
Absolutely.
like,
Yeah, I
I
watched,
understand why. I understand why we don't get as many Sonic games.
We're not in the
I do wish
regular
we-
anymore, pretty much.
Yeah, I do wish we did get more, but like I understand why. And I'd rather get like a single good Sonic game every 3 years than like
Yeah.
a bunch of subpar ones every year. You know.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like,
wonder-
how it reminds me how like we how Mario and Sonic were kind of like neck and neck with each other's games. And the funny thing is, the last like Mario game that we had that wasn't a spin-off title was Odyssey, which was what 5 years ago now.
yeah.
So it's
2017,
interesting.
yeah.
How they're all. I like to assume that they're also cooking something up there,
Absolutely.
and we actually get to see at least a peek of what has been cooking up since Forces, because
Yeah.
that was also 2017.
yeah.
Right.
So it's interesting. So it's
Yeah.
I'm wondering for the Mario one what we'll be getting for that as well, considering they both came around in that same era and they both have not really had a main title since then.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I do
both- they
think
both
that
just had
they're pretty-
ports.
They're both pretty comparable when you talk about like the mainline titles, but then you look at Mario's spin-off games, and he gets like a bunch of crazy spin-off games, while Sonic.
The thing with that is the ones we've had since then are kind of like a lot of the samey thing. So we've had a
Yeah.
tennis game, we've had 2 party games, we've had a mobile Mario Kart game, which I mean, it's something, but it's
Super
still,
Mario, stuff
still
that they've done
gotcha.
before. Yeah, but even if they did that with Sonic, I feel like I'd be pretty happy. Like, what if they made like a Sonic Battle 2 or a Sonic R2? Like, just, make a sequel to something you already did. But like, we don't see that. We don't even see that with Sonic. So
Take the Team Sonic
Is it-
racing mechanic and just make that with Sonic Riders instead.
Or just give Team Sonic Racing DLC. Smile.
That game had so much potential and they just let it die.
Yep.
Nitro Kart was
Potential.
just right there.
Potential. I feel like I will say that word probably 7,000 times, like I have
Yep.
in the other Sonic podcast
Story
Yep.
of Sonic's life.
today.
I think, like to close off on this part, at least for me, in terms of its reception, in my experience, I believe, like I've seen a good amount of people sort of sing some of the praises that it has. Of course, the soundtrack, right? Oh, it's a great soundtrack.
Which we'll get into.
The levels themselves, like the level design in 06 is not, it's actually not too shabby. Like for the most
First Kingdom Valley is my favorite level design of the entire series. So
like
the Mox
like
section
yeah.
is my favorite set piece in Sonic.
right?
yeah, and while Silver has some, I mean, he has levels, all right, but which good luck, Chaos X. A lot of the levels in the game, are pretty damn enjoyable, I think. And I've seen that opinion be reflected in a lot of other places too. So
I've been
do
hearing
think,
a lot of that lately.
yeah, I do think even outside of just PO6, the game itself, on its own merits, has been getting a little bit more praise. So reception, while still not great, it's getting better.
Yeah.
Like people acknowledge, like, yeah, it's a bad game, but it's also kind of fun.
Yeah. And with that, I believe we are ready to start talking about the game itself. So how I have it set up here is we're going, as far as gameplay goes, is we'll go through each of the stories, then the hub worlds, and maybe some glitches and bad programming at the end of the gameplay section. So let's see. We
Yeah.
got Sonic first.
General
So-
overview of
boy.
gameplay.
Yeah, we got general
Oh,
overview of Sonic's gameplay first, and then we'll get into level design discussion, maybe some gameplay flow. Does it teach
The
you
kits
the
of the
mechanics
characters.
in like a good way or at all? And then boss design, and then we'll get into our favorite stages from Sonic's story. So let's see how this starts off, shall we?
Oh,
so
boy.
we start getting into it. No level. So this is the thing that I praise about, like, Sonic Adventure 2 is you start off playing in this bombastic way, and you get launched down, the city in California, and we just have an awesome time playing, and it's such good level design. It teaches you so many mechanics intuitively. Sonic 06 starts you off not that way.
No, it doesn't.
No. Instead, you get thrown into the hub world. Elise gets taken from you, I believe, and then you have to do a side mission, buy shoes or get shoes.
You gotta jump through hoops, literally.
Yeah, you have to do.
Yep.
You have to play Superman
Just to get to the
64.
first level.
Yep, Superman 64. Get an upgrade. Go around. Finally, I guess it really had to teach you the basic controls by you going through hoops instead of just the level design itself. So that
Get the light speed
process
dash, die in the
takes
water.
forever. Then we finally get to the first stage. You game over in the Mach speed section, and you do it for a second time. So that's how it starts. Any comments?
Oh, that's not
feel
how it
like,
happened for me.
Man,
There is a thing with that though that a lot of people overlook though. If you do the mission, get the shoes, you can save.
Yeah.
But it doesn't auto-save, so you don't think to do that.
Yeah, it does
Yep.
not auto save.
I've lost progress from that so many
See,
times.
Back then, I didn't play much games that had an autosave, so I saw, there's a save feature. Every time I did anything, I saved. So I never had that issue.
Yeah.
I wonder if that intro section was because of kind of the era that game came out in, like the Wii
Probably.
super casual era where like everything had to hold your hand. They would never just drop you into gameplay. They always had to like throw 20 different text box explaining in meticulous detail how to like move the character as if like
It's
you've never played a video game before.
Ironic they would do that, but then the first stage ends with this complete shift in gameplay,
Right?
with like the completely different physics, and you probably are going to get a game over and do it all over again.
Right.
I mean, imagine Heroes where every time you enter any character's story for the first time, you have to do Seagate for all 4 teams.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, right?
Yep.
The thing that really gets me about like the game trying to teach you mechanics in this game is that I don't really think it does it very well. Even in the first like couple like levels and sections, you go from doing Sonic's normal gameplay to Mach speed to I believe it's
Dusty Desert.
Dusty Desert.
Dusty
Not
Desert.
Sandopolis.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, so
You're thinking of a
Dusty
better
Desert.
game. I understand.
Yeah. So then we go into Dusty Desert where we're playing with as Elise, and then we go to a boss, and then we go back to the regular Sonic gameplay, which we've had like one experience.
Well, no, you do the boss and then Dusty
okay,
Desert.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. What? But so we're going to like 4
That's right.
different gameplay types within like the
a
first.
boss
like,
that is already like abysmally designed, because like Silver will just throw you into walls, and then you will get a game over and probably have to do it.
Yeah.
Good luck homing attacking on the back of it.
I do. While this isn't, I'm gonna steer off briefly from just Sonic. You saying how the game doesn't really teach you about the mechanics or one of the specifics that a lot of moves and attributes that they hold. An example that I have is actually for Shadow. His Chaos Spear actually lowers defense, like the actual health defense of bigger enemies, so they'll die in fewer hits. It's a thing it has. The game doesn't tell you about it though.
You know, I feel like games with over tutorialization that don't explain the minutia of mechanics like that. A weird thing is I just thought about this a few weeks ago. I was like, the perfect solution is to just do like the Insane Trilogy for Crash Bandicoot. If anyone's played that, where just you drop into a new section, controls appear in the top corner of the screen. Like
Yeah.
for like, I think that could just be the perfect solution for so many games. Like you buy Shadow's like extra Chaos Spear, and it actually explains that.
It'll give you
or
a
shows a
prompt.
video or something like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
For years, I didn't even know Shadow's Chaos Spear actually did anything in 06. It just kind of existed. I'm like,
A lot
oh
of
wait,
people-
okay, wait, what do I do with this thing?
A lot of people don't even
Yeah.
know Chaos Blast is in Sonic 06.
Yeah.
Like you think that
Excuse
PO6
me?
adds that. Yeah, like, Shadow's level 3, and you just like press
Oh,
like
yeah.
a button. You can do a really, really dinky, terrible Chaos Blast.
Yeah.
I did
feel
not
like,
know that.
A lot of the times, this game tries to teach you things with like the hints and stuff like that, but a lot of the time, like it over relies on you to even see those and go out of your way to use them in the levels instead of the level design itself teaching you. And Sonic Adventure 2, which I'm going to reference it a lot because it does so much, so well, is that like Cityscape teaches you everything you have to know in a safe manner, but they also have Omochao just in case, like to teach you other things.
Right.
This game does not have that. It just has like the hint boxes. You know what I mean. So that's good.
Another
And
thing
also-
too with SA2 as well is even if you don't see Omochao, there's quite literally a tutorial section of SA2 to show you what all the mechanics are.
yeah.
06 is nothing like that.
Like a separate menu, yeah, where Omochao will
That's-
literally lecture you how to play the game if you really need it.
Yeah.
It also sucks that like the game was demoed with Kingdom Valley, but that's not the first stage you play. So Kingdom Valley feels to me like the game or like the stage that's supposed to help you learn all these mechanics. Like it has you auto grind railing like on grind rails like early on, so you get to see how that works. You get to
Yeah.
interact with boxes and enemies like fairly early, like right at the beginning of the level, so you can learn how to spin dash and homing attack. Not that the spin dash actually matters, but like Kingdom Valley teaches you the game's mechanics better than the actual first level of Wave Ocean, where you can die in the first 3 seconds. So
I think that the game, this is like a general 06 problem, is that I was thinking about if Kingdom Valley was the first stage, it would also be pretty challenging in a sense, because like Sonic 06 is pretty difficult. And
yeah,
the game's inherent like issues, like the controls and momentum and stuff, is a big part of it, because PO6 is nowhere near as difficult, or
No.
stage is nowhere near as long as the original game. But like there aren't really a lot of good tutorial stages in 06 because a lot of them have some kind of thing that's going to destroy you. Like take Kingdom Valley for example, as Shadow, that's his second stage, and the camera is so bad in these like crumbling tower sections that you will die.
I remember
Probably the
those.
game
You know what's funny?
Stairs just fall
I
into
died
you
so
without any
many
warning.
times. I died.
I think
so
Shadow's
many
White
times.
Acropolis is a better like first tutorial level than Sonic's.
I would agree with that.
It is.
Well, you can't die in the first 3 seconds, so
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
already better.
And there's a grind rail and there's enemies.
Yeah.
The first act and Rouge's part in the second act is a good start, but then you get to Shadow's second part of White Acropolis where you have to destroy
like,
all those towers.
That is
What
the
am I
worst
doing?
thing ever.
You don't think about the fact you have to shoot them down with a car at first. So if you just go and homing attack everything, you're like, what happened? I did it.
That's literally
I've done
what
that
I
like
did
the
in my
past
recent
3
playthrough.
playthroughs. I forget
Yeah.
about it every single time. I'm like, why can I finish the level? What's going on
Yeah,
here?
it's just
man.
like use
Like,
the
I
truck
have
to shoot
oh,
down
sorry,
the
you have to
towers.
shoot it with the car. Sorry.
Yeah.
My crowning achievement is that when I was playing the game on Xenia with the emulator, all the graphics were all buggy, but I'm not even kidding, I spent maybe an hour, I still managed to somehow figure out where everything was, and I still managed to beat the level blind. That's still my crowning achievement in all of gaming.
The only
Right.
thing that like Sonic's gameplay kit I would say is better is like the other characters, Tails and Knuckles, relative to like Shadow and Silver's like extra characters,
Oh
because
my
their
God.
movesets feel a little bit more fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, Tails can't even use the tail swipe, but at least he can fly over things, and flying is broken.
Yep.
And then Knuckles at least
Is-
has punches and kicks. Well, some type of punches that he can do. Granted,
Yeah.
They're terrible.
climbing is buggy, but it's way worse with Rouge.
Mhm.
They could have
Can we talk
done
about how? Can we talk about how shitty the spin dash is in this game?
Yeah, we can get,
The
we can
what?
get into
Like,
like the
yeah.
general. We
I
can
mean,
get into
it.
the moveset of
It-
Sonic. So the reason why
It is part, yeah.
spin dash is horrible. Like you,
So bad.
yeah,
Like
it
it's
really
bad
is.
in Shadow the Hedgehog. They had you had to come to a dead stop to use
Yeah.
the spin
Right.
dash. But like at least, and then
You can
I
spin dash jump in that game, right? In
Yeah.
Shadow?
Yeah.
You
Yeah, but
actually
then you
can
get-
in 06, and I'll tell you
You
how.
have to
Really?
use the anti-grab and then immediately press A.
Oh.
But not even. I think you can you can cancel the spin dash with his kick, and then you can jump out of the kick.
Yeah.
I think that's how it works.
Yeah, but if you use anti-grab, you don't have to deal with the kicks animation. You can just immediately slide and jump right after. That's
The
the easiest
fact
way to
that
go about
we're
it.
even
At that
on
point,
this
it feels like you're just
discussion topic-
exploiting the game's mechanics.
Yeah, the
to
fact
that
just
we're
do
even-
spin dash jump.
The fact that we're even here to spin dash jump should tell you a lot about Sonic
Yeah.
06's spin dash, which has
Yeah,
been a
it's
key
terrible.
mechanic of Sonic since Sonic 2. You've always been able to jump out of the
Right.
spin dash and get to other
You
places.
can't even kill enemies by jumping on them in 06 in the first
Right.
one.
Yeah,
You can jump
that's
into
also
them.
the really bad
Be-
thing.
Get hit.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So yeah, the base like moveset for Sonic, I would say it's like not that great. Like the kick, like the
He has the
spin
bounce
kick.
attack.
The bounce attack is
Gems
good,
are
but
nice.
the fact that
It's
you can't
worse
do
than
anything out
than-
of it.
The
Yeah.
bounce attack is so slow.
It's like ball.
It is.
Okay, now I can do something.
If you could at least move on while bouncing, I wouldn't even be as upset.
Yeah.
like
but-
you feel SA2's bounce attack, and then you play 06's,
06,
and,
you're
then-
like.
and it's like, what is happening? Am I even gaining like height?
It's like one of those giant metal ball things that they give to prisoners. It feels like Sonic has that on.
Yeah.
You wanna know what's one of Sonic's best attacks, and it's only because of one, the meter's broken, and you have to use it in the air. If you use the green gem in the air, you could just spam it, and it kills everything.
Lovely. Yeah, I would say like the regular kick itself is pretty bad. I think the slide isn't bad, but the fact that you're locked into it for like 17 years when you use it is pretty crazy. Like the effect is no longer there, and you're just, here I go.
Funny thing is, whenever I want it to be more longer than it is, it ends up not being. I just take damage because I'm in the middle of trying to destroy an enemy, just spinning at a circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as far as that goes, yeah, it's not that great. I mean, the bounce attack, it's really good for, in Protector Meme said it in chat, is really good for like the larger robots, like
Enemies,
those large
yeah.
targets.
More of
but,
an
like,
attack than.
That's
a
because of
tool
how
for
slow the
platforming.
move is. The move's so
It's like-
slow, the hitbox just gets to be active the whole time.
Right. It serves the opposite function as it does in SA2. In SA2, it's more of a platforming tool. You can use like super bounces, or you can just use it to get up to higher places. You can use it to like propel yourself off slopes and kind of get a bit of speed. So like it's a platforming tool in SA2. But in 06, it is like purely for combat. There's like a few
Mm-hmm.
sections where they require you to use it, pretty much like right after you buy it. Like in Radical
Train.
Train. But other than that, it's basically just for combat, and it's actually a pretty good tool for combat because you can like you can bounce then homing attack. It's like or homing attack then bounce. It's like a 2-hit combo.
Yeah,
It's
you
pretty
have to
good.
wait. Yeah, you can't bounce and then homing attack.
And of course,
unfortunately. You can't
P06
dash
made
out
it so
of
much better.
It's kind of funny though, because you say as SC2's bounce move is kind of used for platform armor. There technically is a character in 06 that has a mechanic kind of like that, but she has a terrible jump, and that's Amy. Hers is technically, her double jump is used for platforming, but we're not
Yeah.
talking about her yet. We'll go into her later.
We'll go.
Oh,
we'll
yeah.
get to say
Whole different
Amy
can
later.
of worms.
Yeah. Other than that, what do we
I
have
can't wait to
to
talk about Shadow's kit.
what do we have to say about the level design, and does it actually like teach you much about Sonic's mechanics?
I like the level design. I think it's actually pretty decent. It's more so that the movement is super finicky
Yeah.
and it's really easy to die.
Yeah, again, it kind of goes into what I was saying earlier. Like the levels themselves actually feel like the design of them feel like good
Right.
designs, but it's just how the character controls just doesn't go with them.
There's been mods before for SA2 where you can play through like Wave Ocean. Like it feels really good with those kind of physics. So
Yeah,
if they
right.
just fix the physics, the levels could be really damn good. But
Yeah.
when you have like when you have an anvil tied to your back, it's just the toughest thing ever.
Yeah,
Not to mention the scripting on a lot of the level sets are completely broken. Like
can just
obviously
kill
there's
you.
the infamous
Yeah.
Wave Ocean. Don't go to the middle, to the right,
Go
of
to the
that
left.
last loop on the
Yep.
mock section speed. You will
You'll fall off
die.
at the end.
And I
You
forgot.
gotta go to the left.
Yeah, and I completely forgot about it. And I was playing, and I was just like, what?
Or how like the wall jump, the wall jumps.
I
don't
didn't
have
know there
the
was a
animations.
strategy. I would just go and cross my fingers and hope I didn't die.
All they had to do was just add one more jump ramp to the left, and everything would be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that. There are springs that don't take you on the correct path and just kill you in a lot of places. That happened to me in Shadow's story and Flame Core, where I was just like, oh, I love taking alternative paths. I can actually see it. Okay, let's go take it.
Die.
Alternate path. I hit this. The spring came up after killing the enemy. I hit the spring, sends me into a wall, and I just die and fall into the lava.
Oh, I remember watching that.
And should we also mention Mach speed jumping?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'd rather not.
Oh no.
We have to.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
What do you guys think is the best Mach speed Sonic section?
Kingdom Valley.
In the game?
Yeah, probably Kingdom Valley.
Kingdom Valley, I think.
Yeah.
I guess
I would
Kingdom
say-
Valley is the most cool
I have to
piece
say
of
Kingdom Valley solely because, like, it's the easiest to maneuver in. Like,
It's the
in
easiest.
in Radical Trains, there's so much moving around with
Oh, yeah,
platforming,
yeah.
it
That one's
just
the
does not
worst.
make it easy. And there's one Lightspeed section where it's like, you're barely gonna get it, like, 70% of the time.
It's not even worth it most of the time.
It isn't.
Literally, almost all the Mach speed sections work just fine with a character you can actually control. Like Crisis
Yeah.
City should be very straightforward. It's literally a
It's
straight
just a
line. with
highway.
obstacles
Yep.
on it. But literally,
Go on.
It's when they invert the
doesn't
camera,
work.
and then you start moving the other direction and you die.
You know
can
what's
just
really
control
funny?
yourself in midair. It's just it doesn't work.
Yep.
I
It
love
blocks your
how-
direction as soon as you jump. So like if you're slightly angled,
Oh
and
yeah.
I don't think you can control how high you jump. You press the jump button, and I think you
You
go a
can.
set height.
No,
Oh, you
yeah,
can.
yeah. You
Okay.
can
No,
adjust
yeah,
the
yeah,
height,
you can, you can. But like if you accidentally jump for a little bit too long, like you're just
Yeah.
being sent
You're just
off.
running an extra
Shadow
20,
Realm.
50 feet, and then you fall.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kingdom Valleys is the best. Not only is it's literally my favorite set piece in Sonic history because of how beautiful it looks. If it, obviously if it worked a little bit better as it does in Project 06, then it would be great. I think Crisis City is easily the worst, along with Wave Oceans. Wave Ocean, it's your first time ever trying it. Doesn't really teach you it. You're probably going to game over. You're hitting the tree section is infamous. The loop at the end obviously just kills you. I can't defend that.
No, you can't.
Oh,
Radical Train has a really brutal one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the very beginning where you have to take that sharp curve.
The turn, yeah, the
Ouch.
sharp turn.
They really throw you for a curve there, and that's not even a pun.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
and
like, why would
using,
you do this in a Mach speed section?
And using the light speed dash is pretty essential for almost all of the Mach speed sections too. But you have to
Straighten
understand
out.
that they also increase your speed a bit. So that's it. Like in Crisis City, if you're not like spamming that, if you're not spamming getting rings constantly, especially when you're like when the camera is facing you, then you're probably going to die. So
They're
Can you
they're
do
also
this?
really useful for just straightening you out, so you're
Yeah.
not like at a slight angle. So when you do jump, you don't fly off onto the side.
yeah,
And speaking of Crisis City, we also neglected to mention the random debris that falls around all the time.
I was gonna say,
And
debris hitboxes. You gotta
without
love
even
it.
seeing it.
yeah.
Fragments
And-
of the wooden box that you broke hit you
And the
before you
fun
die.
thing is when you take damage, you can't move.
Yeah.
Nope.
You're just
yeah.
locked, stun
Why
locked.
would you lock me just like running down a treadmill basically, where I can't do anything during an animation?
Doesn't Sonic Heroes let you jump after getting hit?
Yes,
Thanks.
but you have to do it like a specific time. There's a
Yeah.
frame window. If you don't do it in time, you just fall.
I like that. That's a cool mechanic. I don't know if that was intentional or
Technically, it is.
I doubt it, but like they just kept it there just because.
Yeah, no, I like
Well,
that.
the
That's
only
cool.
reason I think it is kind of intentional is because on the PC version of the game, where the speed character can't get stunned, you can't do it. You just fall.
Maybe it was
Hmm.
then.
Character can't get stumped. That's
But that would be
That's why the
I'm
team battles in
surprised because
that game
of
suck.
bugs.
like a aerial recovery in Kingdom Hearts.
Exactly, that's exactly what it is. Pretty much exactly that.
So something funny I just want to say real quick, being that we're talking about Sonic's Mach speed section in Crisis City. Shadow's very hard mode. He goes through it.
Yeah.
Oh, he
It's-
does.
He goes through it on the bike. It's hilarious.
And just
Oh.
the speed it is too. It just feels so anticlimactic.
Yeah, it's so slow.
Like he's like going 90 miles an hour. Shadow's just going a smooth 20.
He's going the speed limit. He's a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, you see, that's why Shadow's the better character in this game.
We may be in a different timeline, but at least I'm obeying the road rules.
All right, so
And then lastly, before we move on to Shadow, what are our favorite Sonic stages? Everyone can.
Aquatic base,
Kingdom Valley.
definitely
Yeah.
my favorite.
Aquatic Base,
I-
Kingdom Valley. How about UST?
Oh yeah, mine's Kingdom Valley too. I think it's just like it's the stage I think of when I think of 06. You know. But I guess
mine might be
also
Kingdom Valley too.
It's hard for me. I actually like Dusty Desert. I like it a lot more.
So do
than
I. I
Project
was thinking
06.
about that
Yeah,
one too.
yeah.
That one,
Like,
it's got
I-
good flow.
Yeah.
I like
the world
Flame
design
Core too.
stage. You just have to play it with Elise.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I don't think the only thing is that you can't do the bounce attack, or can you?
Yeah.
Can you do
No.
bounce attack if you have Elise? You can.
No.
I mean,
No, you
I
can't.
know
Just
Juice's
limited.
most
need it to
hated
be fair.
stage.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
Juice's
yeah.
most hated stage is Tropical Jungle.
that is the worst stage in the game.
Oh yeah, because that's
Dude
just
did not
basically using
know
Elise's
how.
shield mechanic, which is annoying. At least in Dusty Desert, you only have to use the shield in a few sections. Most of the things you can just jump over.
I
And then
watched
there's like a
this-
part at the end you have to use it, but like the jungle level, you have to just use that mechanic the entire time.
The
really
flowers.
annoying.
Only if you go down. It's
Oh,
only
no.
the
Flowers.
visual thing on the flowers is the thing that gets me. Is like trying to time the jump with the flowers. I could never get it.
But bro,
It's
you
a
missed it
technically
even in
bugged.
PO6.
I
Even
know.
in PO6 you
but
messed
then
up, so
I
it's
know
clearly
that.
a you problem.
I know.
Skill
No,
issue.
I'm not saying that it's not me. I'm not saying that. But also having to play it with Sonic 06's
Yeah, it's bad
mechanics
in
makes it
OG
so much
06,
worse.
but it's better in
Also,
PO6.
I feel like Dusty
Buffer.
Desert has the better balance of having to use the shield, like you were saying. I don't
Right,
remember
right,
even
right.
having to
Yeah.
use it in the forest one, unless you fall, in which case you die. Because then you're
you
just
can
on the
use
water.
it when you have
You
to
can
go
use
over
it
the
on
water.
You can use shield in the
You
water.
have to use it on the water at the very beginning of
Yeah.
Act 2 because there's
Don't-
no way to make that gap without using it.
There
Oh,
is
okay.
quite a
Project
few
06,
sections
yeah,
that
yeah.
are just water and you have to use it, and also it's very easy to just fall down from like the higher path. And you're like, oh god, what am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm about to hit water. Activate the shield.
I was
Find
getting
the
a little
nearest
bit
piece of land so
confused
you don't
with,
die.
with PO6 there, because in PO6 you can obviously just spin dash jump and then homing attack the enemies instead of ever having to use the shield there. Oh no, you can't. But I'm pretty sure you can
That's
make
what I'm
that.
saying.
I'm pretty sure you can make it in Project 06 without ever having to touch the water.
I
could
think
be
he
wrong.
put enemies there.
Yeah,
that you
okay.
can, like,
so
homing
it's
attack
not
or something.
okay.
There's enemies, and I'm pretty sure a platform falls if you destroy them. I think that's what it is.
Okay. And then I also like Flame Core, so
Yeah,
I think
I like Flame Core a lot too.
I like Flame Core's exterior. The interior inside the volcano, I could do without.
Yeah, same.
Crisis City is a close
Act 1 is
second for
good.
me, but
Oh, yeah, the part in Flame Core where you have it's like at the beginning, where you have to run on the walls sideways,
Oh, the wall run
and the
section.
collision just like bumps you off.
Why does Silver have that section?
Right?
I'm not kidding. He has that section running, just doing a nice little power walk. And you're going walk run. It's like, did they just know that characters in this game just like actively can just stand on walls like that without moving? Because I think they just did that to accommodate for Silver's section there. It never
Yeah.
made sense to me.
Yo, my man.
Prelude to Sonic 4.
Wall.
Before we move on to Shadow now, I'm going to run to the bathroom really quick and grab some more water. So if anyone else has to do that, then feel free. And I'm just going to
I do need some water.
a quick like BRB screen for 3 minutes. So everyone in chat, don't go anywhere. We will have multiple breaks throughout this podcast. Obviously, we've been going for an hour already, and we've just started with gameplay. So, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. We're back.
Yeah. Okay.
Hope everyone
Hello.
grabbed their drinks or snacks or whatever. I
Yep.
mean, we will have plenty of opportunities for breaks, so no worries if you didn't. So we just finished up talking about Sonic gameplay, his level designs, some of it, his general mechanics, and how the game teaches them to you, and just our general thoughts on some of that stuff. Now we're going to get into the boy, Shadow the Hedgehog. I have him back there right next to some DDLC girls. He's living it up back there on camera. So
I mean, after like Sonic 06, I think he deserves it. Especially what you did to him.
what do you mean what I did? To him?
Damn, bro.
Do I need the picture, dude? We saw.
That's right, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Poor dude.
In my playthrough, I reenacted the Sonic Elise kiss in the last story, but I had the Shadow plush, and then we made a sticker of it in the Discord.
This
Yeah.
guy.
I had to entertain.
You painted him.
Poor
My
dude
favorite
scarred
romance
for
plot.
life.
Yeah. So that being said, though, yeah, let's get into Shadow's gameplay and general overview of his kit and whatnot. And I mean,
Edgy,
I guess
slower Sonic.
We kind of
I
forgot
mean,
to
yeah.
talk about the gems of Sonic, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Might as well, because that kind of goes into unused stuff too.
Yeah, like it might as well be unused content at that point.
Yeah.
All because of one squiggly bracket that wasn't in the code
Yeah.
made them break.
Wow.
I'll never
that's crazy.
Still the funniest thing ever.
No tilde.
So-
Okay.
Who would win in a fight? Squiggly bracket or Sonic team?
Squiggly
We
bracket
know
one.
that it's squiggly bracket.
So we talk about Shadow's kit first, or
Yeah, go for it. You can start.
okay?
I know you have a lot
Uh,
of feelings on this.
Yeah. So, well, one thing that's immediately apparent about Shadow is that to go faster, you just spam homing attack.
Mm.
His homing attack is fast, and it goes twice the distance of Sonic.
I remember figuring that out myself just by exploring the hub worlds, like
Yeah.
the forest hub world. It is like too big. It's just too big. The characters are way too slow. I
Mhm.
hate traversing the hub worlds already, but that section in particular, especially as like Shadow and Silver, especially Silver. Oh my god.
Especially Silver.
God.
Oh my
All
god.
they needed,
We'll get to him.
all they
we'll
needed
get
in the
to
hub
him.
world was just a few more objects and like noticeable areas. It
Oh,
could have
don't
been so
worry.
much easier.
We'll get into the hub worlds. I have a lot to say
Oh,
about
yeah.
those, but
But yeah, so
But like you definitely feel the weaknesses of pretty much all of the characters' movesets when you're in those big open hub worlds. That's like probably the part that like made me realize like, ooh, yeah, these guys are really slow. I realized it in levels, but like you really can tell in the hub worlds. And they just have no options for faster movement either. Like you
Yeah.
can't even use the spin dash
like
to really help.
Shadow doesn't even have the spin dash. I was about to
Right,
say
you
that.
you
how
know it's
Shadow
bad
doesn't have
when
it.
the fastest method of traveling with Shadow is just spamming the homing attack.
Yeah.
And even that's
Um,
slow because it
and he-
stops your momentum at the very
Yep.
end.
Even in the
Yep.
speedruns, that happens too. It's like it's all we get.
Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
you get. So then Shadow, speaking of his homing attack, still he has his little combo. The chaos attack, right? That's what it's called. That move
Yeah.
is really funny because if you hit an enemy that has like one hit point and you start to do the chaos attack, you'll just hit an enemy kind of somewhere
yeah.
off in the distance.
And then he'll just be in the air, just
Yeah,
like
he's
waiting
just-
for you to
yeah,
press the
he's
button.
Remember that part in the intro of Shadow the Hedgehog where he just like goes to each enemy, does one hit, and goes to the next
Yeah.
one? That's
Yeah.
literally 06.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Um,
God, yeah. That brings me back to the Shadow podcast. That we,
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Okay. Anyway.
Then let's see. The Chaos Spear is weird. It's weird because the game doesn't tell you exactly what it does, but I mean, it freezes. You charge it up. It shoots multiple. It only freezes.
Good against those worm enemies that like
It's great
burrow
against
into the
those
ground
guys.
because
Yeah.
they just keep running away, so you just stun them.
Yeah, it's
God,
great
I hate
against like. It's useful against those kind of enemies. You can stun Cerberus, which is kind of fun.
I didn't even know
Um,
that.
Yeah, you can stun, when you hit off its helmet, you can stun Cerberus with Chaos Spear.
That's funny.
awesome.
Like I mentioned earlier, you can lower enemy defenses with it, so that you have less hits. And yeah, then he has kicks and their moves that exist.
He's also got the meter mechanic too, which is
Yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, the meter.
Yeah.
the
Probably not
general like
fleshed
baseline for
out
the meter
enough.
mechanic is really cool.
Yeah,
Just because there is that always that risk reward of turning it on and having the extra abilities, but because it drains him to use more of his power, then he goes into that cooldown mode after, right?
What I love about that mode too is in Flame Core, if you're good enough, you can go
Oh,
through
yeah,
the
you
whole
can
stage having that mode
with
on,
it.
and you never lose it.
yep.
That's what makes the stage so fun. That's probably my
I-
favorite Shadow stage for that reason, is because you can just go
I agree.
that mode and you love it. And
That
I love
sounds
it so
awesome.
much.
That's why I
really
love it
can
in. Here we go, PO6 baby. I recently uploaded like another video of me doing a run on that stage, and you can have the inhibitor ring state on the entire level.
Yeah,
Great.
he score runs the PO6 stages with all the characters, so he's super good at it. If you ever want to see some like high level score running in Sonic 06 or PO6. But yeah, continue.
But yeah, I'm the only one talking. Like, what are some of you guys' other feelings on how Shadow's kit behaves?
I wish I wish Chaos Spear actually felt like satisfying to use in like OG 06.
I was gonna say, you mean like PO6?
Yeah, it just doesn't feel satisfying to use half the time.
Yeah,
I would
'cause-
I would be so excited to use this. It's like, oh shoot, you actually get to use Chaos Spear in this game, and then you try, and it's like, well, this just doesn't feel
I
good.
did
And
it.
then you get
Like,
the
well,
upgrade for
you have
Chaos Lance, and it's like, okay, what even is the difference? I couldn't
Yeah.
feel a difference.
Like, okay, it does damage now, but when you charge it up, what does it do?
Yeah, and then Chaos Snap, could have been really good if it wasn't for the fact that like you don't know where you're going.
Mhm.
I think again one of the big improvements that PO6 made was the reticle to know
Yes.
who you're locking
Yeah.
onto.
Yes,
And
and
it goes
e-
such
even-
a long way in that game.
even the Chaos Spears have their own reticule as well. And again, when you charge it up in that game, it deals damage.
It's
Unlike
just
in
game
OG.
feel as a whole for Shadow feels like it's always lacking something. Like maybe it was the spin dash, maybe it's the Chaos Spear not feeling as good as it should. Maybe it's his Chaos Snap technique not actually like going to where you want it to go, and it feels more finicky than useful in most cases. Like during Juice's playthrough, he would lock on to enemies that he didn't want to, or it would just not lock on when like sometimes randomly, and it was like, okay, cool, I guess
Yeah.
you just die.
Also, Chaos Snap like kind of steals your jump sometimes. Like it's a
Yeah.
lot. It can be safer to just not be in that mode and just homing attack instead. Also, real quick, King is here now, so
Hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hello there.
Was that?
we just
Weird.
started talking about Shadow's gameplay. So that's where we are in the outline.
You mentioned Chaos Snap. I've on Crisis City. I remember this clear as day, even though it was years ago now. I've did Chaos Snap on an enemy. The screen just blinked, and I was falling to my death. I like teleported through the level.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen that before. I have seen that before.
Yeah, I'm just like, what?
So weird.
Someone in chat earlier asked me if when I hit that spring in Flame Core, if I was in Chaos Burst mode, and I don't remember if I was or not. Would there be a difference when you hit springs in that?
There
I
would be.
think
Yes.
so, yeah.
Yes.
Would be because
You
You
mess
probably
up the
just
word.
fell.
Chaos Spear actually interferes with hitboxes because there's one section in Radical Train where if you have that mode on and you hit the spring, even though it's in a cage, you can still hit it. So
Interesting.
your hitbox definitely changes when you're in that mode.
So it might have just sent me in the wrong trajectory because I have that mode on.
Oh yeah,
Correct.
that's another weird thing. That Chaos Spear can like hit things through walls or something.
Yep.
It's kind of funky.
Interesting.
Most of the time, I don't really mind it because it does usually come out in your benefit depending on what you're doing.
Yeah.
Also, another thing PO6 fixed was the freaking angle of Chaos Spear.
Oh yeah, that's
So when
Shadow
you-
shot it like his foot in OG.
Is there any like use for the kicks in Shadow's tools kit? Like,
Bigger
Like the-
enemies, I
like the
guess.
slide kick or whatever.
Like the spin.
the spin kick.
Oh yeah,
On the
he has
ground.
that double kick that's like almost
it
useless.
doesn't
Yeah.
really do much from what I remember. I don't think
Yeah.
I
Even
ever
in
use it
Project
or anything.
06, I don't use it.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
it's
kind
that
of
on the ground or in the
it had
air?
to be.
on the
Yeah,
ground.
it's the one on the
It's on the
ground.
ground.
I guess the
I
thing is.
never use it.
Yeah, me neither. Because
It's just too
Usually all it's for, to me anyway, is when you're going at a faster speed and you can keep maintaining that speed by kicking continuously, so you don't have to go in your like set speed. That's the only
Yeah.
reason I use it.
interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say like. Overall, as much as I dunk on Sonic's gameplay in this game, for the most part, other than like a few areas, he still flows a lot better than Shadow. Like I feel like
Yeah.
Shadow's gameplay is it kind of seems like the least deliberate to me.
It
Whereas
feels more fun for combat, which even then
Yeah.
still feels like it's like
Yeah.
not as fleshed out as it could have been.
which is cool. Like I like
And
that
there's-
about Shadow.
There's
And
one big problem with it though, and it's something PO6 fixes, but we can get into that later. With
Oh wait, we haven't talked about one other ability Shadow has, and it's because it's so not that it's forgettable, but you want to forget, and that's Chaos Blast.
yeah,
in
that move.
OG06.
I didn't even know that
Baby
was
boom.
a thing.
That
I'm gonna
move
be
It
honest.
was-
goes nowhere.
It
It
was,
is 5 feet away from him because it didn't do anything.
the only time I've used it was in the Mephiles fight. It deals a lot of damage. That's it. It actually does deal a lot of damage, but the
Wait,
range
for
is
which
so
which
pitiful.
Mephiles 1 or Mephiles 2? Because
I
Is it
Don't
the one where
remember.
little babies around him, or is it the one where he's making where he's got all those big boys? Because
Probably the first one, I'd assume.
I think it was the first one. Yeah, I know you don't have it by that point when you're playing through the game, but if
Right?
you replay it,
Because it's like an AOE, so it's probably good for all those.
Well, no,
Yeah.
it's actually no. The AOE is just terrible. Like you have to be up front in Mephilis's face to even hit him with it. But it deals a lot of damage. It's like half his health bar.
Oh,
hey.
okay.
I know Juice never used Chaos Blast.
No, why would
There's no
you?
many people
purpose.
don't.
There's no meaning.
Why would you?
Yeah, like there's never any real reason to use Chaos Blast. In PO6 I use it because it's cool, but in this game it's not even that.
How do
There
you
he is.
use it?
I can see him on the screen now.
Yes, King has arrived.
He has a face.
I don't know why I was having troubles getting that working, but now it's good.
Okay. What else did I want to talk about with Shadow? I said his flow is a lot slower than Sonic's, and I'm cool with him being a combat-oriented character, like a good mix. And it's something that we talked about in the Shadow the Hedgehog podcast. We were talking about how, even though I have no problem with him wielding guns, I think it's the most fun part of Shadow the Hedgehog, it would have been a lot cooler if he had all of his chaos abilities, like, as displayed in all of his cutscenes, where he's using, like, the Chaos Snap, or has the Chaos Spear, which you can only use in Super Shadow. But, like, yeah, like, that concept is cool, but in execution,
Yeah, I think
here,
on paper, the fact that he has Chaos Snap, Chaos Spear, all these cool Chaos abilities, that all sounds awesome. But the way they implemented it just doesn't work. Like the game feel just doesn't feel very good.
Thank you, Chaos.
Too
I'm going to
slow.
post this link in the chat. Just anyone who wants to see what Chaos Blast looks like in original 06, it's really funny.
It's funny, all right.
Oh boy.
Doesn't you
Let me
gotta
take
see,
a
it doesn't
peek
even
at
hit
this.
anything.
Like, the
It's-
problem is there's no incentive for combat in OG06
Mm-hmm.
for
That was
Shadow.
it.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait,
Wait.
was
What?
In PO6, it has the scoring system, which we'll get to. But yeah,
it
No,
did
I
even
was-
less than I thought it did.
06 original
God.
like locks you into rooms and stuff and forces you to fight enemies, but like the combat mechanics aren't very good, so it's not very fun.
Yeah.
I like the sounds it makes, the explosions. I'm pretty easily amused, but I mean,
Mhm.
it's not very good.
Apparently, like, people in chat are
Um,
saying that, like, they didn't even know that he had Chaos Blast. It's really
Yeah,
funny.
that's
when,
what
I'm
like,
saying.
when, like, Chaomix didn't know that he had Chaos Blast.
I didn't know
Some
that.
people in the
Like,
chat
yeah,
didn't know he had Chaos
like,
Blast.
times.
Chaos Blast.
And now
That-
I'm showing
didn't know that
everybody to
either.
see how bad it looks.
I mean, I guess to be fair, once you get Chaos Boost itself, you don't need. But the other two levels aren't mandatory.
Yeah,
But-
it's really the same thing. And especially, honestly, the bar actually drains faster on level 2 and 3 than it does on
Yeah.
level 1. So
Yeah.
It does.
it's just
But at least
always
Chaos Lance has some
hesitate.
use. So
Yeah, the
Right.
functioning meter. Oh no. Take the game back.
he has a function meter.
I don't like this.
Yeah,
Um,
like,
so
people
how
are
about
saying I thought
Rouge?
Chaos Blast was re-added in PO6, which is so
I did
funny.
too.
No.
That's
It's
what I
so
thought.
funny. It's so
It might
funny.
as
that's
well
what I
be.
thought.
I mean, it might as well be.
I've seen a few tweets where it's like, "Yo, they added Chaos Blast," and like, and now that I'm hearing this, I'm like, wait, that wasn't added? That was already there?
Yeah.
yeah, the
Um,
animation is there.
I cannot blame you for not knowing if Sonic had a spin dash either.
Yeah,
Right.
for real.
So how about Rouge and Omega?
I think
who?
Rouge.
I
Okay.
actually,
You mean who and Omega? I get you.
I actually really like the way Rouge plays. To be honest, like the
Yeah,
way
Rouge
she
is
has
alright.
the bombs like while in the air kind of makes Tails kind of feel like he had not very much movement, because being able to just throw them in the air and just keep flying, or like grab them into a wall and put them as just like a
Yeah.
just keep it there and explode near away. I like the way that worked, because when the way Chaos X did it in Project 06, it's like it just made it even more fun. Where Rouge is probably my favorite character to play as in Project 06.
Rouge is
Yeah,
fun
Rouge
until you
is-
cling to a wall.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, the wall collision is really wonky in that game. I
Yeah,
think
'cause they jump
the
toward
worst
it.
part, about Rouge is like her gliding arc. Like you'll start gliding and you'll kind of go in a straight line, but then you'll very quickly just like dip down.
Yeah.
It's like a really weird trajectory. Like it starts off kind of normal, like gradual, but then it
Funny
just
thing is,
dips down.
the funny thing is, SA1 and 2 also have that thing. It's just
Yeah.
not as
Not
like
as drastic.
it's not as bad. Yeah.
Now, I think you can glide reset in Sonic 06 by letting go
You can.
and then going again. So there's that to help with.
Okay.
The only thing that I wish Rouge had in original 06 as well is the fact that she doesn't have really much else except for the bombs, right? So it makes combat really tedious. Also, searching for the keys around without like radar or anything kind of sucks as well. I'm glad that they added that in PO6.
Yeah, it's such a small thing that goes such a long way.
I was
always
so
a little
happy when I saw that, the Emerald Radar.
It made me kind of giddy.
I know, right? I was like, oh, they added the Emerald Radar. That's so cool.
I don't know what it is about that single blink sound effect, just giving me
Nostalgic. Yeah.
And then Omega is just kind of broken.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Like, he's literally broken.
Omega
He's so
Solar.
fast.
One of several characters where you can like abuse his like secondary
Right.
jump mechanic by just
Yeah.
spamming it.
Yeah.
And I always like it's very exploitative. It definitely seems unintended, but like some of the gaps that the game makes you jump across, it's like how would I do this without abusing
That's
this
like
mechanic?
with Silver.
Yeah,
There's
like
right?
exceptions. You need the full gauge, otherwise you're not making that jump.
when I
you need
first
to,
played
like, spam
PO6,
it and
I thought
observe it.
Omega's radar, like I thought Omega's meter was just not. He didn't have one. I didn't even know he had a meter until I was like older. Where I was like, oh, so that was supposed to drain.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to make these jumps with this man? His jump is mad like clunky. So at least the hover extended it. And I was like, maybe they kept that. Maybe that's one bug they decided to keep. I don't know.
Now, is Omega's really fast? Is he the fastest character?
Yeah,
He's
Omega.
just at starting speed.
He is? That's funny.
Like faster than Sonic?
Yeah,
Yes.
Sonic
I think
is
Omega
slower.
is faster than Sonic.
What the fuck?
So is Blaze.
No, Blaze is actually slower than Omega for his starting speed.
Yeah.
That's
We'll
great.
talk about Blaze later, but I like playing as Blaze.
Yeah. Omega's like his projectiles are really good. Like his fireball is good. You can't just
I
jump
like how
up,
he
you
plays.
and you spam
Yeah.
his fireball and you win.
Yeah, you don't use any of the other ones though. There's really no point.
I also want to mention with Omega his discount Overwatch gun in Project 06.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
First person mode.
I love
That is
that.
the funniest addition I think I've seen. That is actually really nice.
I
It's
love
fun.
that.
Do we have any opinions on bosses with either of these characters? Because I know we went into Cerberus.
Oh yeah, we skipped it with Sonic.
Yeah,
Cerberus
we
is
forgot to talk
basically
about it.
just the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, except it does tell you can
so-
only attack the front of it, which you cannot.
Yeah.
So
Like,
Cerberus,
Still
yeah.
silver.
So Sonic can kill Cerberus faster by hitting into the statues, and Shadow can stun it. Those are
Yeah.
the differences.
I think it just has more health in Shadow Story, right?
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't have more health. You just can't hit it onto the things of where
Or
it
that
can do
it
two
doesn't do
things
as
of
much
damage.
damage. Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So it's always 4 hits.
And
There's
Shadow
no
gets the harder
totems.
silver
There's
Just
no
ball.
walls.
shortcut. Yeah.
So one thing I will say about the bosses generally in this game, over the last 2 games, like Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Heroes, I think Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog have probably the worst bosses ever, and I think Sonic 06 actually does them better as far as deliberate design goes.
It's
Oh,
weird for those with
Except for,
Heroes and Shadow. They have like 3 bosses for each game, and they just
Yeah.
keep being reused.
Yeah, but like all
Except
of them,
for
like
Iblis.
Shadow the Hedgehog's bosses are like, okay, you can't do anything for a long time. Like, what is the Egg Diabolon or whatever, where you can't
Egg
do
Diabolon,
anything.
yeah.
Until like,
Or no, Diablon.
yeah, not egg, but but
Yeah.
you can't do anything to it until you get like the chaos gauge, in which case then you just beat the shit out of it. But for like a solid 8 minutes, you literally can't do anything. You have
I
to
hate
home
about
it-
those bosses too. You have limited ammo, so if you run that ammo, you're just homing attacking until he's dead.
Yeah, so you have to save your 20 bullets, never use them. Only homing attack Sonic to hit him once and then or twice, maybe 3 times if you're lucky.
Still, you devil.
Yeah, hold still, you devil! And then do that like a million times, which takes like 8 minutes literally until you can finally fill that gauge enough to be like, okay, now I'm gonna go get these guns. Now I'm going to use this gauge only for the infinite ammo, because now I can
soft
just
locked
spam
that
it.
fight.
And-
I soft locked that fight once. Like just nothing was happening. Sonic wasn't moving. Like I was attacking, nothing was happening. I just had to reset. I couldn't do anything.
Wow.
But that's like generally how like a lot of the bosses in Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog go. It's like either you're spamming homing attack like the first boss of Sonic Heroes, where that's literally just what you do. Or the ending boss fight of Sonic Heroes, not Metal Madness, but you know the one at the end of all the stories. Yeah, the Egg Emperor. We talked about that, Lem, when you came on for Sonic Heroes, how that could be like a pain in the ass and pretty broken. But if you want to get through it, you can cheese it with Tails. You're always like cheesing the bosses in these games. Sonic 06, other than the last boss in Sonic Story, which takes a lot more effort to try to cheese.
Egg Wyvern.
Yeah, a lot of it is like it actually has a boss design where they have phases, and you have to finally it's coming down. It's shooting stuff at me, like that one that comes up from the air. I can't remember what it's called, but it's shooting stuff at me.
I want to talk about that fight.
The Egg Genesis?
Yeah, the Genesis. It lands finally. You can homing attack up the enemies. You go to the top of it, then you bounce attack on the top. That's cool. It feels
what
like
I like about that fight,
testing my mechanics, but go on.
What I like about that fight is that there's two ways to kill it with Sonic. You can do the method that you did, or when it lowers down, you can bounce attack a few times, and then you can homing attack its bottom, and you can kill it that way too.
I love doing that.
Yeah. So there's actually, I really like how there's two different ways to kill that boss, and when you fight it as Silver, you're attacking that lower core that you can also hit with Sonic. So I think that's it's like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But my main issue when it came with Shadow's bosses on S6 was it was just Sonic's bosses platted with a different coat of paint, and that was it. Like Egg Cerberus is practically the same in a way almost. Like the Egg Genesis fight still kind of just feels like the same thing. The Iblis 2 fight is the exact same thing.
Yeah.
It's 4-2 Electric Boogaloo, like, and then you just get Iblis.
Chaos 4.
Silver certainly didn't change. It's just a different.
Silver's just a little more annoying because obviously you're slower and you don't have a spin dash to potentially just hit him with. But you have Chaos Spear.
Yeah, the Iblis boss fight I'd cheese just by like homing attacking to, like going onto the lava, getting another ring, and then going to
now
where
I
the
wonder
glowing thing is
when,
at the end.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but Craftis just gave me like an idea popped into my head. I wonder if when Chaos X includes the bosses in PO6, will you be able to just cheese Silver just from throwing charged Chaos Spears at him? You just kill him from a distance. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Be like, how do you like it, huh?
Yeah, how do you like it?
Yeah, the character
no use.
Yeah, the character boss fights are still pretty weak. Like, just as
I mean, they've always kind of been like that.
Yeah, they've always been weak. I feel like the only
they were just a joke. In 06, they're like, why is this tougher than 11?
Yeah, seriously.
Silver, leave me alone, please.
Yeah. So as far as those go, I feel like the bosses are generally like designed more deliberately than the previous two games, which I like. That's good. But anyway, continuing back to Shadow, I think the only thing we had left to talk about there was
Methyls, right?
The
no,
levels.
you mean after the bosses?
Yeah. I mean, Mephiles wasn't bad either. Like once I just wish it had more phases because once you figure it out, you figure it out. And
you just beat him.
I had an issue with Shadow's last boss for Mephiles 2. When Mephiles keeps going in a circle and ascending, you're supposed to keep homing attack them, but when you have your gauge up, sometimes Shadow will just hit it and fall, and you can't keep going up, and you just have to wait until the phase ends. That was a big issue for me when I first started playing.
To mitigate that, I just tapped the button because maybe you like held it for too long and you got the snap. Maybe I don't know. I tried different ways, and sometimes I even did that at the very last one before I got to him. It's like, oh come on, it was like 10 of these, and now you just fall. Yeah, I got a habit, or if I get close to him, I just hit him with a Chaos Lance.
I don't even remember.
Like, all right, got my hit.
Yeah, I don't even remember that phase in my playthrough. I don't remember having.
I don't think it happened.
Yeah,
for you.
I think
you
I just
beat him.
Yeah, I just beat him too fast with the snap.
You can bypass it. It is possible.
Yeah.
Okay, but moving on. What are our favorite stages with Shadow? Anyone who wants to start? How about you start, King?
I think my all-time favorite is probably White Acropolis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It's not like it's hard to pick a favorite 06 stage unless I'm playing P06. But
yeah,
we've been using it a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to.
But I guess White Acropolis is like I always thought was the cool one because he's like going he's sneaking into the fucking place, you know? It's like, I love how that game opens on Shadow's story, so it's kind of like the thing that stuck with me the most, besides like the ending cutscene, which is badass. But
Yep.
that, I think White Acropolis was, because after White Acropolis, it's all like fuzzy in my mind, Shadow's whole story, so I think that's just the one that always stuck in my mind the most, the coolest one.
It starts well and it ends well.
Yeah.
Strongly. Yeah, White Acropolis. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, but I think it's the one. It's the best first stage, I think, because it's the one that actually teaches you the most mechanics right off the where it go. Like,
Right. It gives you a big open area without any bottomless pits that you can fall into because of janky physics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like you have to go down. You have the rails there, which show you you can do multiple ways of getting through the section. You have like some enemies in an easy place.
Yeah.
The only part that we don't really like is Act 2 because of how like weird it is that you have to go in the truck and take down the towers if you want to progress. Which like on my first playthrough, I went to homing attacking them, and I got to the door and I was like, huh? And then it wasn't until ST was like, oh yeah, you have to shoot them down with the truck, and I'm like, what? Okay.
It's kind of like why I get confused is because I keep thinking about PO6, and then it just kind of, I forget about how it was originally. Because I was almost going to say, like, Flame Core, but then I'm like, I'm really just thinking about PO6, aren't I? Like, I just can't get that out of my head, so...
Yeah.
I guess White Acropolis in the original, but it's hard to say. I don't know.
Shadow's Flame Core is really good in PO6.
Mine's probably Aquatic Base for Shadow.
Probably basically.
I like
Aquatic Base
I
is
think
up
I
there for me.
do like Flame Core the best.
I was gonna say, I think
the
I like
original.
Flame Core the best because how I mentioned earlier with the way Shadow's combat can be if you have the gauge up in that stage, you can just the way you can just keep going and the way how quickly you defeat enemies, it makes big enemy waves not even that much of a nuisance. It's just enjoyable. And then when you get to the second part, like even though it's pretty much just copy and paste of Sonic's, it still feels nice doing the combat with Shadow because with Sonic it's kind of really awkward moving around trying to defeat enemies in the small little pathways. But with Shadow, it feels more like free and nice to be able to destroy the enemies. Like even though the Chaos Spear isn't that good for that stage, with the way it can shock everything, it actually makes things pretty fun to destroy enemies in that section. I don't know, like I don't like Flame Core naturally, but with Shadow, it's my favorite stage.
Because I forget whether it was Craftis or Chaomix that mentioned this, but like the worm enemies, Chaos Spear is really great for that in the original game because you can freeze them so they don't run away and you waste time.
Aquatic Base, that is like essential. It's an essential strat.
You're gonna use it there.
You're gonna be causing yourself an extra 20 minutes of pain if you don't use it. It's bad.
One thing I do like though with Aquatic Base for Shadow was the straightaway section where all the glass is falling down. If you have the bike on, just keep shooting, you can just destroy through everything.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying.
Cool. And then get the game to like 3 frames a second because of it.
Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about like the how the game runs, but, other than loading times. Anyone else have to put in their favorite levels?
I think mine. You know what? I guess an OG 06. Because if I said Flame Core, I would be thinking of. I mean, I agree with what Lem said. I definitely agree with that. But for whatever reason, maybe I'm a masochist. But I liked Crisis City with Shadow in OG 06, despite
it has a lot
I
of.
was gonna say Crisis City, but then Aquatic Base with just because the theming.
Yeah, the theming is really cool.
Aquatic Base is it's fun. For me, it's a bit too long though. I think that's my main issue.
I feel like
with it.
PO6 has just utterly made it so like King was saying, I can't talk about this game anymore. Like it's just like when I did my 06 review, there was a PO6 build for Sonic, but I was able to talk about the original game, being like, yeah, I like Crisis City as Shadow, I like these Shadow levels, but like right now, I think about playing the original 06, like, well, no, Shadow runs at the speed of molasses, the vehicles are absolutely awful, Rouge is awful, Omega's awful, everything's awful.
You don't have to play that game anymore.
Play PO6.
You don't have to do it anymore.
Yep, it's done. So I'm trying to think, what's my favorite in the original game? And I was like, well, no, that one sucks. No, that one sucks. So PO6 favorite stage, all original 06 hard to say. Like they're not very good.
None.
The game feel is just so bad.
I have a weird.
Oh, go ahead.
Go on. I was gonna say I have a weird soft spot for Rouge's Tropical Jungle. I don't know what it is. That like section for Rouge and then Silver, I just really like the way it's like layered out because they have so many
pretty cool.
sections you can do. You always find a new way to traverse through the level every time you play it, and I just like level design like that.
I will
forgot
say-
about
I
that
do agree
because
with
I
that,
just
yeah.
kind of
Pretty
skipped
cool.
all of it by flying like high over
Yeah,
it.
Like,
You literally beat it in
pretty
40
cool that Chaos
seconds.
X made it like a treasure hunting stage. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
that was
you
what I
actually make
loved
the
about
real
it.
level instead of
That's
just
my
fly
favorite. That's
to
my
the
favorite
end.
stage in Project 06 because with how much I've enjoyed playing as Rouge in Project 06 with the level design is with all the random movements for all the what was it? It was for the keys, I think. Still,
Right,
Yeah.
and it's
And-
almost designed in a treasure hunting way because it's just so non-linear. It's
Exactly.
just open. The fact that you can just go to the end and skip everything, like they clearly
I
didn't
love
have like an
level design like that.
intended path. So like the fact that it's a treasure hunting stage, it makes perfect sense.
I think
He had
mine
the
is,
epiphany.
Crisis
Yeah.
City. I just think the theming of Crisis City is probably the like one of the coolest aesthetic
Yeah,
levels. I think it's really cool to have an apocalyptic stage, which we've seen before in like even the classic Sonics, but we haven't seen it like that. Like a city that's
Tornado
like
grind
burning,
section,
things
dude.
exploding.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's clearly there's a reason they picked it for generations.
Yeah, and I don't think like outside of like I believe you have to use the motorcycle in 06, and I don't really like using any of the vehicles, especially. No, you don't have to
In
use
Crisis
the motorcycle in Crisis City. Never mind. I
Only
think
in
it
the
gives you-
only in the DLC, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it gives you the car though. It gives you the
Yeah.
Yeah,
It gives you
the
the car
The
at
buggy.
the start, and
yeah.
You know,
I feel like I'm using like a San Andreas car with like with the cheats on.
Yeah,
when
and if,
PO6 came out in September, it literally had the buggy in Crisis City. But then in the update, it was like, no one is using this because spin dashing is so much more fun. Take it the fuck out.
Actually, it's still there, but it's like off to the side or something.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
optional, not
Yeah.
required.
yeah.
Really? I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
So that's what I like about that stage. With that being said, though, I think we've talked about all there is to talk about as far as the gameplay of Shadow. I think we can move on to Silver and
With no.
AKA the slow character.
and Shadow's slow enough, but now we have Silver,
My guilty pleasure.
who I feel like his gameplay, and I believe I said it earlier, I think his gameplay is the most deliberate and thought out. And I don't think it's the best, but I think that it's the most deliberate. So
Yeah.
I think that I don't know. Silver's so hard to talk about, dude.
He's weird, right? Because he plays so different from the other two.
Yeah, I'm pretty
'Cause
sure
Shadow-
his original concept came from a different game entirely.
I forget what game that was.
Star Wars. Okay.
Like it was
Yeah.
another game that Sega had in development that never got released, and then it turns out they just kind of took that and put it into Silver.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that's pretty
Yeah.
cool. I love the concept of his entire move set. I think the fact
Yes.
that like you can interact with
Yeah.
the movable stage objects and like hold them in front of you, and then shoot them out individually or like all at once is super cool. It's
Yeah.
just that like, what do they use? Havoc, the physics engine.
Oh,
and
yeah, Havoc.
also it's Havoc. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said Zavok at first. I'm like, why are you bringing him up?
No. Yeah, you'll just get like items. You'll like go to throw an item, but you'll have like a big item right next to it, and it just like implodes on itself, and it doesn't work sometimes.
That's
It's
so
just
odd
really
to have been using
finicky.
me.
Yeah, it's just so finicky. But if they could like, they somehow like just did it better, had it more clean or something. Like it's really cool. I think Silver has some really cool mechanics.
Give crates more than ragdoll physics, even though it's just a square, and then it would actually work.
Yeah.
The worst is when you throw multiple crates and they blow each other up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they
hate
all
that.
just explode
So
on
the
each
Cocoa
other.
Puffs, the Cocoa Puffs, they just explode everywhere. It doesn't actually go to the bus.
It's
Yeah.
why I told Juice during his playthrough, you just throw them one at a time. Don't throw
Yeah.
them, like, mash them, because
Yeah,
they're just going to blow each other up.
Yeah,
Yep.
which sucks. I wanted to like I'm facing a boss and like it gives me all of these giant like circles to throw at whatever boss. I'm like, okay, bah, I
And
can't.
when it doesn't blow up, they just
They'll just blow up.
when it doesn't blow up, they just go other directions.
Yeah, that's
Like,
the other thing.
they
Like,
just-
it's
just
right
don't
there,
go
the boss
straight.
that you have to throw it at. And no, instead of just go.
It could have had a lock-on feature. It could
Yeah.
have had a lock-on feature.
But I generally like the idea of Silver's moveset, like we were saying. Psychokinesis in general, like throwing that in a Sonic game is really sick, and we see it in what Silver's current moveset is in PO6 and how fast he is, and everything that he has there.
Good idea.
The move that he
for
has
execution.
in there, where he can just zoom across pits,
Yeah.
is like...
His dash and his projectile are just godsends.
I need to see if that, because I love Silver. I love the idea, anyway, of Silver. And I just need to see if I can have the same level of fun with him that I do with Shadow and Sonic in PO6, because that's the only one I'm not sure about. And I just wish he was... I don't know, because I love Silver as a character, actually, a lot. And I just feel like he's...
That's
It's
why
unfortunate that this was his game, because it meant to
Injustice.
be...
It just
This is why
tainted
I
his
said-
reputation. His
Yeah.
first impression.
That's why I said earlier, I wouldn't mind like a Silver spin-off game if we were still in that era, because he could very much have a really fun and interesting gameplay style if they just made one around it. But
Yeah.
We can discuss it in cut content.
Yeah, there have
There's
been-
stuff to talk about.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say there have been talks about there being an actual Silver game by itself, because back when this game was being developed, the developers definitely were taking interest in doing more like offshoots, like Shadow the Hedgehog, and Silver could have definitely been one of them after this game, if, of course, it went well, which it did not. But
Yeah, that's why he was named Silver, or it starts with an S.
yeah,
For
you were
the
going for a
naming
second place joke there.
But yeah, what do we think? Let's see. We also have we have their general moveset to talk about, which is neat. I mean, other than like, let's see, you can move stage objects around. How about the combat with Silver? What do you guys
So
think about
combat, it's
Sucks stuff.
unbearable until you get the shockwave.
Yeah.
I feel like it's really
Actually,
it's really satisfying to like grab a bunch of enemies at once and then let them go.
Oh yeah,
simultaneously,
yeah,
and they all
with
just
grab
die.
all, right? Yeah.
I
But
never understood
yeah.
the golems, like when they're on the ground and like you could pick them up and like technically you're hurting them when you pick them up and drop them, but it feels like it doesn't do anything to actually throw them. Never made
Yeah.
sense to me.
that? I
He
like
has
the
satisfying
Weird
idea.
how
combat,
unbalanced. It's weird how unbalanced that is, because can't you just use the shockwave to stun the golems and then yeet them off the stage in like one swing?
If their core is exposed. In the original game, like for example, Shadow's Chaos Spear would not work on them if their core wasn't exposed. Same thing with Silver Shockwave. It's really annoying. If they're like, because they have like a core, but if
Yeah.
it's closed, it just like there's like this little shield effect. On
Oh
the
yeah,
enemy.
then you you
I
get
always
to
thought,
stun them.
I always thought it was
Flat.
like an amount of times you need to do it until finally break through their barrier. Because
Oh,
that's
no.
what it was
I would
like,
do
my-
that too sometimes.
Like
Like you could
it was
just
like
keep doing it.
specifically the third or fourth time.
And then
Bunga.
and then Chaos X just removed that in PO6 for both that move and Chaos
Yeah.
Spear and other moves that stun. Just all right, no, we're not gonna have them.
There is something oddly satisfying about just having a ton of items, throwing them, and having the frame rate go to like 2.
Enemy wave fight when you're in the forest and like the big open area. You have all these like bullets that you can just pick up. They just throw
Oh,
everywhere.
yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
satisfying to
I
me.
Or like if you have a
love-
bunch of crates and they just break off
Yeah.
into 10 pieces each, and
Yeah.
it just
Slow mo cam
kills the
before there
frame
was a
rate.
slow mo cam.
Yeah.
I love the idea
Good shot.
of like your enemies shooting things at you and you having to grab them and then throwing them back at them. I think that's a really neat idea that I really like about Silver's gameplay. As far as levels go, because you just mentioned the frame drops in the forest, I want to talk about that because it was really, really funny in my recent playthrough doing that. Like, I'm pretty sure certain objects are not, like, rendered right, like those big wooden doors that you can kind of just go around. Just standing in front of that door makes the game drop to, like, 10 FPS, I swear to God.
Yeah.
I don't
Is
know
it
what's
like
going on with that.
anticipating you blowing it up to 100 pieces?
Yeah, I
or
don't know if
something?
it's like in a bunch. It's like because it's a bunch of logs, and it's like making that. So it's like, are those all individual objects? So if your camera gets even close to it on screen,
It's technically adding more polygons,
Yeah.
which the game can't really render, even if
Yeah.
they're minuscule ones.
yeah.
Silver's levitate is. I know if you mash the button, he kind of
Yeah.
gets more.
That's
distance.
another one. Like
He looks
Flappy Bird.
ridiculous, but
Flappy Bird.
yeah.
Yeah.
The levitate. remember having any issues with it necessarily, except for Craftis mentioned this earlier. He can't float while carrying items at the same time
Yeah.
in OG. So
I guess
It never made sense.
I guess I'm just interested to see how his final gameplay flow would have ended up if it had more time in the oven, or what Chaos X will do with it. Because is just speeding up Silver going to be enough to fix those levels? I don't think so. What kind of flow are we going to see?
Well,
Objects needs tweaking.
yeah,
I think the
objects need tweaking.
sections in Kingdom Valley that you play as him in Aquatic Base and Shadows story kind of give you a glimpse of how things are going to play out.
Absolutely, yeah.
Maybe
Because
but,
those are still the same levels for Silver when you play as them. It's just different parts.
Yeah, I guess how I'm playing him even in Project 06 in those small section, it kind of just feels like whatever to me, unlike the other two characters. But
I mean,
Well,
him
it's also
having
'cause those aren't your main focus.
yeah, him having moves like the psychic shot, it definitely that's like a big game changer.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't have in OG.
I like the small little nifty things they added at Silver's Kingdom Valley, where the I guess bells, I guess I'll call them, that move around that you can push to destroy the buildings. I like concepts like that where you don't have to just use the crates. You can actually use the world around you to destroy things. I like when games do that.
Yeah.
More of
What else?
that in his levels, I think, will be the make or break for a lot of people. I think, if PO6 goes that route with him.
Yeah. It's
But
just
let's see. Oh,
I
yeah.
think-
Go ahead. Actually,
the main
you guys continue. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Don't stop.
Okay.
Okay. I was gonna say that. So in the original game, his teleport dash is pretty.
Not
You go 4 feet.
It's a move. It exists in the game.
It might.
I never actually
might
bothered
not.
checking. I never bothered checking. Does it even damage an enemy if you do it
No.
into an enemy?
No,
What's
I
the
think
point?
you get
damages
it.
you.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I'm pretty sure it damages you.
Is that the one where you just kind of dash forward?
got-
and you're-
Yeah.
Okay. It's more so just to be a little faster. I think that's how I use it at least.
Come
If
on,
I'm
you
can't
can't-
Whoosh.
You
in the
can't
hub
show
world,
us the
I just,
opening cinematic and then just have him do that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, no, Silver is, I think, Sonic is, the way they did Sonic, he's got his, classic speedy platforming. Shadow is more combat-oriented, and then Silver is obviously more puzzle-oriented. So I wonder if they more so focused on, puzzles.
yeah. Well, yeah, puzzles.
like- You're
Well,
right.
I'm
Got me puzzled, that's for sure.
Yeah. Physics-based puzzles that weren't broken.
Yeah.
Ball puzzle. You mean door skip?
Yeah.
You're funny.
It's really weird when it comes to the ball puzzle for me. I don't know why. I somehow managed to do it second try, and I still remember that because I always heard people at the time getting so pissed off. I'm like, oh,
I didn't really struggle with it that hard.
I don't want to say skill issue, but did I just get lucky?
Skill issue.
Then you got Amy and Blaze.
Oh boy. All right.
What did they do to you?
Let's end on
Let's
a
get
higher
Amy.
note. Yeah, let's get Amy out of the way.
Let's get
Let's
Amy
end
out
on a
of
higher
the way.
note.
Sure. So with Amy, I knew that you could turn invisible, but I could not remember how the hell to do it in my recent
Oh,
playthrough.
why?
X.
Or why?
Why?
That's
Yeah,
my
Why
question.
can you turn
Why?
invisible?
Yeah, well,
Why?
okay.
When
Here's
is
the
that
thing.
ability?
And first of all, Lem brought this up in the Sonic Heroes podcast. Apparently, it's unused content there that when you use the tornado, you're supposed to go invisible like SPO.
Like SBO?
yeah, which is
okay.
interesting. Now, it kind of makes me think, okay, they used it in 06, though. And it's just
They
like
never
Amy has always
explain
had
why.
this strange relationship with magic that has never, ever really been expanded upon. But,
They've never expanded it.
yeah,
That
but
is-
Besides the hammer.
I'd love to see, but I wish that they would kind of explain it a little bit.
yeah, same. As
Which
far
is
as
her
the,
hammer sucks, by the way.
Oh my god,
Use
the
the
hammer
tarot
hitbox is so
cards.
small. When she does
Yeah.
the second when she does her second jump, her airspeed comes to a complete halt. She becomes a rock, and then she just falls.
Amy is what I would call anemic in this, as this plays out.
Yeah,
I don't even know how else to describe it.
You could just simply sum it up as Amy in 06 is the worst gameplay in
Yeah.
any
Ever.
game. Ever.
Imagine Big and Amy and SA1 fused
I would
together.
rather play big.
Oh my god, you know what? That's a good way of putting it. Imagine Amy and Big in SA1, and that's Amy in 06. That's actually
It's
really
like
good.
if you gave Amy Big's fishing rod as a hitbox.
Oh,
Yes.
bro. That's doing disrespect to my boy Big. That's doing disrespect.
Attacks SA1. He just goes through a halt and just hit. It takes a few, like half a second before he actually attacks.
Yeah.
He does the same thing.
Yep.
Oh, the fact that you have to like beat enemies to progress in that section is really hilarious. Speaking of that stage, did we talk about the ball puzzle?
We
did.
briefly,
Yeah.
but I think we'll talk
Somewhat.
about that when we get to stages.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
One thing I was gonna say though with Amy, it's funny how Silver Story they both have two characters that both have double jumps. One's great, one's Amy.
Yeah.
I forget that she has a double jump sometimes.
Because
Yeah,
it doesn't
goes
bring
really
you anywhere.
high.
Yeah.
It goes
You
really
only
high.
go high. You only have the
Not-
time when
Yeah.
you're still descending to actually start moving.
I have to give it this much. They really tried a lot of things with this game.
They did.
They really tried.
They did.
It's
You got
admirable in
9
a way.
playable characters.
I
2
do like
bits of
the
vital
format
animation each.
in
like,
which-
lots of shit.
I do like the format in which they have you play as the characters. Instead of having 6 characters to choose off right off the title screen, they have 3 central characters that play somewhat similarly. I guess
They
Silver is
could've-
like the biggest
We
outlier,
got
but then
somewhat
like
with
throughout,
Sonic and Shadow.
yeah, but then throughout the stages they'll like have you play a section as like some other character. I think that's
They
it's a
could
good
have
balance in between SA1 and SA2 where they tried to streamline it, but then they also had like individual stories.
I wish they had brought back the thing from Heroes. With Silver's Dusty Desert is the most mentionable to me because they could have done the thing in Heroes where if you have 2 characters with them, if they're just rocking behind you, you should be able to just swap to them. Like, don't make it mandatory to do
Yeah.
sections
That'd be
with
cool.
certain
Yeah.
characters, but you could have
Yeah.
just had the little beat where you could go with either. Then it wouldn't matter. It could have been just like that, but
Yeah.
it was just.
I guess my only thing with the setup that Sonic 06 has, where you're swapping to a character like randomly, is that again the characters aren't. I mean, they are similar enough to the point where you don't not know what you're doing, but the fact that like the game doesn't teach you those mechanics right away kind of sucks because it's like, okay, I'm going to Tails right now. He has a ring bomb. It's not like he has any of the stuff that Sonic has. He moves much slower and he can fly over stuff. Okay, sure. I'm doing Knuckles now, which is a completely different type of gameplay ever than the other 2 characters. So I feel like we all played this game as people who have played Sonic.
Other Sonic games
Yeah, and
that have had those characters in it.
Yeah, so for
Yep.
people who haven't, I would say that that's probably a different experience for them.
Right. It
Yeah,
probably is a
absolutely.
little bit harder. I don't think any
Yeah.
of the side characters are too complicated though. Definitely the
Yeah.
main 3 have the biggest move set, and then the other characters have like 2 special moves they can use usually.
Like,
I
Knuckles,
guess-
the biggest thing would be the glide, because like you figure out, okay, what is my double tap A move most likely?
Mm-hmm.
And this is also during an era where like instruction booklets were still a thing, so people
missed
would
that era.
open up the instruction booklet and probably read how to play as the characters more
I
so than
did.
actually.
I mean, I used to do that.
Yeah.
I
So,
did.
it's definitely like
That's what it's there for.
the game is designed in a way for the time that it was made in, whereas like now things have like gone digital, or you just don't have instruction booklets, and now the games actually just teach you throughout the actual game itself. So it's definitely a difference in game philosophy, which obviously we'll get into like that type of stuff
It
later.
is
I feel like
difference in game philosophy, but it's not. It's not as if games before Sonic 06 and at the same time as Sonic 06, even as far back as the Super Nintendo era, were not teaching you game mechanics through the game itself and not just.
Well, yeah,
the
I know.
manual.
I'm just saying for a
You
game
know.
that had like multiple
Yeah, it
characters,
doesn't
usually back
seem like
then
it would
they
be
would be like,
impossible anyway. to,
yeah,
like,
it's
do
not.
that
It's
in
not
06.
something.
It's
definitely something they
that,
could've
yeah,
done.
that's what I'm saying. It's like if you're going to be going back and forth between characters like that without it trying to like really teach you the mechanics of it, then yeah, you kind of have to go with something like that. Whereas in something like Sonic Adventure 2, you go back and forth between the characters, yeah, but they all have their
Yeah.
individual stages, which are they progress as you get better with the characters.
They give you actual time to get used to
Yeah.
the character. Like
Yeah.
they have entire levels where
Yeah.
like when you
Yeah.
play as Tails, you're only doing it for like 2 minutes, and then you don't
Mhm.
see him again for like
Yeah.
another 2 hours. So you're like,
Yeah.
how do I play
Yeah.
this character again?
Like the side characters barely have any screen
I guess
time.
I guess I kind of get it though, because like they really want to focus on Sonic, Shadow, and Silver as like
Yeah.
the So I like as SA2 is still my favorite way to do it. It's just kind of like I kind of get why they did it that way, and I feel like with
you
more
can
time
see
they
what
really
were
would have been
doing.
able to make it work a lot better than it does now.
Yeah.
Oh,
I-
6 in a nutshell.
I
I
wish-
see what
yeah.
you wanted.
Yeah.
You just didn't put it there.
Yeah, like because like currently I feel like it kind of it's kind of like it breaks gameplay flow a little bit when you have to all of a sudden do a knuckles section where I'm like lighting up
Yeah.
all these orbs.
I'll take
for
care of
example.
this.
Yeah, like or something like that. In Project 06, it's a little bit better because of the fact that it's not so start and then stop again, but it's still like we're used to it. But yeah.
The Amigo DLC.
Like
no.
like I don't like having to all of a sudden completely stop what I'm doing and then go like get like light up these orbs and then continue with Sonic. It's okay, I guess. It's just not what I prefer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't exactly see it that way. I just see those Amigo sections as part of the level. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I see what you're saying though. I don't know if I
Yeah.
fully agree with it, but I get it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
if
as
fully
it
agree with
stands in the base 06, I definitely get it.
Yeah.
I guess more it's just as a concept, I'm more for it.
Yeah. As a concept,
And
it's
there's
cool.
Blaze.
Like
I was gonna say, yeah.
something that I bring up when I talk about this specifically is like Final Fantasy VII Remake and how you can swap to other characters, but you can do it. It like gradually teaches you how to play those characters as well, where that doesn't happen. But like as an idea, it's good. It's just like how exactly are you going to balance 06 to?
I feel like
do
it totally could have been done with some more time to make that work.
Yeah. But okay, yeah, we've been holding out on Blaze. Everyone wants to talk about her, so who wants to start with Blaze?
Fun character, just a little hard to control, and obviously because of the very nature of not Project 06, of Sonic 06 itself, you kind of go all over the place. She has a little bit of like Knuckles in her with like her combat mechanics, where like she has like that drill attack where she homes in on you, and then she moves faster than Sonic, so already the pacing is vastly different.
Her homing attack is so good.
Yeah.
That's my favorite move. I love her homing attack. The fact that you can do
it
a
feels like
double
the homing
jump
attack.
and a homing attack is so cool.
Yeah, I
Too
found
bad you
her
only
a
played her
little-
twice.
Yeah, when the first time I played her again in my recent playthrough of the game, I got a little bit confused by her moveset just because of the fact that like that drill where you go like it's
You have so many context
far.
sensitive moves.
Yeah, it is context sensitive, and that's the thing that I was kind of like talking about. It's like it's kind of like trial and error when you go into it, but it was still fun. You know what I mean? Like I
Yeah.
would say that she's like more on the fun side of characters. to
Right.
play.
I think I just have such a feel for the game that I kind of know what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
In terms of like that context sensitive.
You know it's gonna
movement.
bug out on you.
Yeah. Usually, sometimes the unexpected happens, which is just kind of the case with this game. But
Where are you
I
going,
feel like
Blaze?
characters like Blaze would just be more. If she just felt a little more intuitive, it'd be less jarring.
Yeah.
There's just things about her things about the characters that like, cause Sonic and Shadow and Silver aren't even perfect on their own, but like they're clearly the best ones. So like, when all the other characters just lack something, you can feel it kind of inherently, even though you
Blaze
love the
feels like
idea
a
of it.
character. She feels like a character that could have had her own, like been fleshed out to be a main
Yeah.
character, but they couldn't, so they
Yeah.
had to cram stuff in. And so it just makes her feel weird.
Well, Blaze
That's why I
in
like the theory I
general-
said earlier, where
Yeah.
she just feels like she's just Silver's conscious, where like she doesn't interact with anyone else but Silver, and everything she does is only with Silver.
Yeah.
She never talks with anyone else. No one ever talks to her. No one even looks at her. It's
I
just
think
a
it's because
very
the
interesting
whole-
theory.
I think it's because the whole thing with Sonic Rush and like her origin story and which one, like the correlation between the two, they didn't really, because they probably didn't get to do what they wanted to do between those two games in 06, they relegated her to more of just someone who only interacts with Silver and not what they actually wanted to do.
Which I suppose we'll get into a little bit later
Yeah.
when we talk about story, because I have a lot to say there. But yeah, as far as Blaze's gameplay goes, I really like her tornado spin attack to take down a bunch of enemies at once. I think that's really cool. She's really fast. She's kind of like busted in a lot of ways. And I like that. Like King was saying, though, I just wish it was a little bit more intuitive.
Yeah, that's why I'm really excited to see what KSX does with it. I know I'm like a broken record, but like
we all are.
I just want to see
it. Yeah.
Just want to see it.
The silver release will be based, yeah.
Do we have any thoughts on the level design itself and like what our favorite levels are?
A dusty desert.
My favorite level for Silver is Crisis City.
Yeah, hard to pick anything else. I mean, in the original, his stages are usually pretty bad. White Acropolis is okay, I suppose. I'm honestly, like, right now just scrolling through Chaos X's Twitter images just to see all the Silver release teasers. I'm like, man, I really want to be playing that right now.
The teasers for Crisis City and Flame Core look so nice.
I think it's just because Silver's, like, the most, like, not good. So it's just interesting to see if, because like I'm trying to think of a favorite stage right now, and I just don't know.
Silver's Kingdom Valley is still my favorite level design in the whole series. Like it's such a weird niche one, but I just love the way everything is layered out and how you can do everything. It's just so.
That's the thing. I'm not sure because you get to play as Sonic for a bit too.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I even like Flame Core. I just like the story moment for it. That's the thing about his stages; they all blend together. I can't even pick a favorite, so I just think of like what story moment and music do I like the best.
It's understandable.
I said this earlier with Silver's Flame Core because the part where you just wall run really slowly is just so unnecessary.
That's so funny.
The fact they put spikes there too. It's like I don't think I'm gonna run into this. I'm walking.
Because they were supposed to have that other thing for Silver.
Oh, what, the speed? Yeah. We'll get into that. Okay, so anyway, mine is Crisis City because I feel like it's the one that teaches you the mechanics the best and is the most deliberate. And other than that, I do like, as Lem was saying, the gameplay of Kingdom Valley as well. Even though I feel like I got really pissed off recently playing that stage, I like how you use a lot of the stage to continue on. My least favorite is White Arcopolis because of Act 2 and how it doesn't exist.
You know
no
what?
way you can
I
tell
think
me
I would
that
pick Kingdom Valley
like,
as well. Yeah.
You just like in the other when you're playing with Sonic and Shadow in Act 2 of White Arcopolis, you actually have something to do. But here's the thing: is like you also have to do the same thing with Silver that you do with Sonic in Act 2, which is just get to the end. And the level, like, there's nothing that entices you to interact with the level. You have this huge open space. These enemies come at you from here, and then you're just like,
I'm just gonna walk.
I'm just gonna walk away from you and go straight to the like. That's not like. And you could say, well, you're not interacting with the level design, but what is the level like forcing me to do ever? It just like the goal is to get to the goal ring, and it's right there. I just have to slowly walk over to it.
I feel like Silver should have had the goal Shadow should have had in his White Acropolis, where you have to destroy the towers.
Yeah.
It would have been cool to be able to chuck things at the towers and break them, and then you get to go to the goal.
Yeah, something like that. And maybe it was
For the
planned
shadows
like that.
with
I
the
don't
buggy.
know. You know?
Or you could like interact with the towers using your psychokinesis and like bend it over, or break it, or something.
Yeah.
Whereas Shadow, you're just like, why do I have to go in these buggies and shoot these things? I don't want to do this.
Especially with how weird it is to shoot some of them, because you have to be on an angle on the car just to be able to shoot them.
Whereas Silver, it's like,
goes through that level first. Shadow, the first one to go through that level canonically. Do they like rebuild those towers?
Yes, it is. He is. Because that's the beginning. That's literally the beginning.
Yeah, they just like rebuild it, and then Silver comes through and he breaks them again. And they're like, God damn it, we just fixed those.
Just fix these.
I mean, Eggman's got budget in this game. He's got like a train. He's got White Acropolis. He's got aquatic base. He's all over
to get him to make all his stuff. So
he has a bootleg egg carrier 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we can move on to the last story. And the only thing I put as far as the description of this is this thingy, haha. So I really like the idea of this. I like when games have you like take everything that you learned. And we talked about this in the Sonic Adventure podcast, I'm pretty sure. That was a while ago, but ST and Craftis, if you remember, I'm pretty sure we brought up the fact that Sonic 06 did what we wanted to happen in Sonic Adventure.
Yeah.
You play as all the characters, you go through and get the Chaos Emeralds instead of it just being a cutscene. And
basically,
it's cool. Like, I do like the last story of this game. Even though it doesn't, like, unless, okay, and this is one thing that I bitched about when I played it recently. is that I completely forgot that touching those eagle towers makes the eyes kind of like go away.
It resets.
Yeah, and the only way you would know that is if you happen to hit one, like the second one you see or something, which is like further into the level when you play as Tails,
There's a
off
hint
to the right. Yeah, there's a hint next to one, but it blends in with like the stage, so you don't really see it if you just go to the left, and then it's immediately out of your camera. So
Well, I think it blended in for you because the screen was changing colors all when it was happening.
maybe, but also like there were rings and a path to go to the left, so that's what my brain did. It was like,
I'm not
okay,
saying
follow
it's
the-
like
yeah,
noticeable, but like
yeah. it
for
was
you,
like-
it's stuck. It stunk because of just the circumstances for when you got to that moment. The screen was changing from like green to purple.
yeah,
The hue shift.
So
Yeah.
I just like,
So
okay,
weird.
the level design is going to the left after this jump.
Yeah,
So
and the
I'm going to
thing's
follow
to your
that,
right.
and the thing is over to the right. So I just didn't hit it. If it were to tell me like right away or something that that's a mechanic that I'm going to have to know for the next like 7 sections of gameplay, that would have been cool. And eventually I figured it out with I'm pretty sure it was with Amy or Omega or something, where it's like it's really hard to get through. You cannot complete Amy's without doing it.
My first
Oh,
playthrough,
yeah.
I just was like, oh, what's this statue? Let me touch it and see what
Yeah,
it
I
does.
was-
It looks funny.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
too, like prominent not to go towards. Like maybe it's just me, but I like instantly just went towards it because I'm like, ooh, what is this? This is like a new thing
Yeah.
that was not in the original levels.
Well, it's
This
a
is
set
obviously
piece that's in
something.
Sonic stages in Kingdom Valley when to
Was it
make
really?
the wind.
I
to
never
make the
noticed
wind
that
show up.
there, though.
Is it?
Yeah, it's the same statue that you hit to make the wind show up in the in Kingdom
Oh
Valley.
yeah.
So like,
Well, like if you're going through
taught
like
to
wave
hit them.
wave ocean and you see that, you're like, what the heck is that? Like that
Yeah.
was not there before. So like I was just drawn to it naturally. So I didn't. I mean, besides like that mechanic being kind of frustrating sometimes, like I kind of got the memo, like what it
Mhm.
wanted me to do.
Yeah.
Yes, same.
But yeah,
I
Playing
when
as
I
playing as
saw it-
Amy is like the worst though because you'll use your double jump and you'll kind of just be locked in the air and then you'll just start getting sucked
Yeah.
up into the portals.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so frustrating.
It's a
Mhm.
mechanic that should have been tell instead of show, where usually it's the opposite. But if in this
Or-
instance,
Like tell is fine, I guess. It's yeah, I don't know how they would have done it unless they like when you
Show it more
start off, like
intuitively,
it
so-
shows like the eyes and then there's a tower right in front of you or something. Like
It'd be cool if like you were dropped into the level through like a quick cutscene and it was like already all weird and the hue was shifted and then like in the cutscene it shows the character like standing next to the thing and then it activating and then the hue shift going away.
Oh yeah.
yeah, just a
That'd
little
be cool.
cutscene maybe.
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
That'd probably be a good way to do it.
And but like the idea, like that's a cool gameplay.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool mechanic. Like I like it.
yeah,
Like I didn't really have a problem with those. I
it
would
adds
stay away
good
from these
tension
things.
to the stages.
Yeah, and it adds like more obstacles for the levels that you've already gone through. Maybe not with these characters exactly, but you know them more and you know what you have to avoid because these things will suck you up and kill you. So it's nice. It's just like more platforming difficulty increase. Like I can't speak, but you know what I mean.
yeah.
Especially since they're kind of reusing the levels, it adds kind of a way to force you to go a different route and also increases the difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last story was cool. I liked it.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
didn't. I could have gone with a better explanation of how you beat Solaris though, because that boss can be very interesting if you play
Yeah.
as Silver anyway. Because even as Sonic, sometimes it's weird. But
Yeah.
Silver is just so off because you're supposed to like grab a bunch, like multiple things, and then shoot it at it like, as you would. But the way the directions they come, you can't really tell how to get them, and half the time you're going to take damage anyway, and you
I
just keep
just
losing all your rings.
spin the
Just switch to
analog
Shadow.
I just I usually spin the analog stick during that section to like try to cover as much area and just grab as many as possible. Honestly, to this day, I still don't know how you're supposed to do that boss fight. I just kind of keep messing with it until I do damage. But yeah, it's like really weird.
Yeah.
I just try to grab
because-
little chunks at a time and throw them back so they don't break on
so
the
what
way.
you have to
Mhm.
do, like right off the bat, and this is something that I struggled with. Pretty sure I restarted like twice in Craftis. You were watching, because
Yeah, I
I
had
didn't
to
know
tell
that
you
you
what
can
to
really
do.
only damage him with silver at first. Like
Right. You have to break
and-
his armor.
Yeah, so you have to pretty much constantly be moving and grab like a couple at a time and then throw them immediately while you're moving so that they don't run into the ones that are also being thrown at you. So like collecting a bunch of them all at the same time usually like kind of makes them explode at one if you happen to throw it.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, what the hell do I do? And then eventually you can switch to another character, but it's not
Right.
explained too well at all, or at
It's kind of
all when you're
it's
playing.
annoying though because like once you start to run out of rings with the like Silver, who is like very useful at the beginning, then it just feels like you're kind of stalling with the other characters to have
Yeah.
Silver recover his rings, and you're just stalling. You're not even like playing. You're just avoiding attacks. You're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to
You just
do.
for a
I'm
bit.
just gonna kind of stall and wait for Silver to come back, and then I'm just gonna keep doing what's working.
Yeah, and then eventually
Yeah.
you can switch over to Shadow and then just run around
Yeah.
and constantly use the Chaos Spears. Then you charge.
He's
up
got-
the-
he's got
the
some pretty
thing with
cool
Sonic.
Super gameplay.
Despite
like
all of its
Dragon Ball Z.
problems, the final boss of 06 is like one of my favorites. Just I don't know if it's just the idea of it or like how it's.
Probably the
I don't know.
idea.
I thought it's really fucking cool.
It is cool.
Definitely imperfect, but
It's the music.
It's such a good
Yeah.
set piece.
I like
Yeah.
the concept.
yeah,
story
just the
wise,
idea of
that
playing
they're
as all
gonna
three of them
cast
like
in
that
future.
because as much as I like the ending of SA2, I do not like that boss very much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
Yeah,
like the
it's,
idea of them all, you know.
You turn
Doing
super.
that.
They all turn
Yeah.
super, and then they go fight this like godly
Yeah.
deity in
It's just like the
three
concept that
different
they're being,
timelines.
yeah, in 3 different times. It's so neat
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, that's a really
cool.
cool one.
yeah.
This might be a
Yeah.
hot
Oh.
take, but I think most supersonic boss fights are kind of ass.
Yeah,
I
Well,
don't
I
even
mean,
think that's a
and then-
hot take.
You
Yeah.
don't even need to say
And then-
super. A good amount of Sonic bosses, period. are kind of
Yeah, just
bad.
boss-
unfortunately, all of the now current Sonic bosses play like the final supersonic bosses, where you just boost towards them and kill them.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I think I
really,
like that more than like SA2's boss fight though. Like everything besides the gameplay in SA2's boss fight is really cool. But yeah,
That's, I
think a
guess
lot
that's
of
kind of what I'm
in-game
saying
stuff
about the
like that.
06 last
in a
boss is
nutshell,
that like
for-
it doesn't play amazing, but like just the
Mhm.
The idea.
Everything else
concept
about
is
it,
so
right?
cool.
Right.
Yeah.
I feel
yeah.
the same about SA2.
Yeah.
Well, I think the gameplay of Solaris is better than BioLizard. Like,
I think I agree.
and I don't mean
Mhm.
like if they were to like teach you it a little bit more, and so that it actually becomes a puzzle for you to figure out, and you can still feel powerful. That's cool. Sonic Adventure 2's is just like the same thing the entire time, and
Yeah.
it's just dashing
Yeah.
forward.
It
And
just
once
gets
you
a bit
get hit
harder.
once, then
You just pop his
you
pimples and dodge some
Yeah.
flame meteors.
It's
Yeah.
like, oh, let's pop the boils on him. Like that doesn't feel cool. You feel cool
Right.
because of
Yeah,
like,
you know,
the
as
music
crazy
and
as it
stuff
might
that's going
sound, I
on.
think I agree with that.
Yeah.
I probably do like Solaris gameplay wise a lot more
Yeah.
than I like
I
Final
think I
Hazard.
do.
Yeah.
Never thought people would say that. That's something you'd think of.
Yeah.
Like if you really think about it,
all you gotta do is just not get hit. I don't see what the big deal is.
Skill issue.
skill
You
issue.
just don't get hit. It's easy. Just don't take damage. Stop that. It's not healthy.
So I guess that kind of the only thing left I have in the gameplay section before we cut to a break before story is the glitches and bad programming, and we've gone over a few of it, but a
Yeah.
few of them. But people can
A
go
box
off now.
glitch.
Oh my god, the box glitch!
I'm gonna give a hot take here when it comes with those 6's glitches. There's not a lot of different glitches. There's a few glitches that happen a
They're
lot.
prominent.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
people always mention like getting stuck to a wall or something, or a homing attack not working, or a light dash not working. It's like those happen a lot, but there's not a big multitude of glitches. I always
Yeah.
find this a very big misconception with the game.
Glitches aren't
people-
really the biggest thing to get in the way with your experience. The fact that the game runs like absolute garbage is
Yeah.
It's rendering the entire map. Why did they do that?
Yeah, so one thing that we kind of brought up earlier is in between every single loading screen, it has to render
Hey.
the entire it renders the entire yeah. And you
One
have,
big-
20 seconds of loading. Hey.
One way games save memory is that when it's not on screen, it's not loaded.
Yeah.
But with
Isn't that
06,
called
it
object
loads.
pulling?
Yeah, and in 06,
makes sense.
everything is loaded at once. You
Yeah.
don't do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why loads are as long as they are, because it is rendering the entire map at once.
Yeah. So there's one. We talked about the box glitch, which is just a funny one. You just literally kick with Sonic on the boxes, and people in chat when I recently played through, they were like, "Do the box glitch! Do the box glitch!" I was like, "Okay,
Classic.
here we go." There's that.
I think it works for Shadow too, right?
I don't remember.
think it
But
does.
speaking of
I
him,
don't think it did.
I believe it does, yes. It's just not as easy to execute.
You can pause buffer and homing attack through corners of doors, which as
Oh,
Steve
yeah.
showed me, which is actually it comes in handy. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a speedrun
use that.
strat.
Yeah, speedrun.
I say one technically has that too.
Yeah, as,
With
what
doors,
Sonic game
because when
can
you
not
pause,
go
objects are
through doors?
deloaded.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why you can do it with Knuckles and Lost World, right?
In Lost
You
World,
pause-
yeah.
Yeah, I did that in my recent playthrough of it. So that's it's actually neat that you can do that. You can actually skip Rouge's entire hunting section by
Segment.
doing that
Yeah.
in
In
Kingdom
Kingdom
Valley.
Valley. Yeah.
So that's funny.
You can skip Silver too in an aquatic base with it.
Ooh. So now that we're talking about glitches and bad programming, we can bring up the gems.
Oh yeah.
We might as
Oh,
well,
aka
the bad
the
programming.
Gem go burr.
The bugs. They're just bugs. All of them.
I really like now I don't understand why you can infinite jump when you go mini,
Purple gem.
or you go mini when you are supposed to get a double jump or something like that in the purple. But when it was really funny. I was playing as Silver in Silver's Kingdom Valley, and you go to Sonic. I'm just like, hee ha hoo
You
ha. I'm
skipped
gonna
the
jump
whole
to the end.
thing.
Yeah, I skipped the whole thing and went to
You
the end.
beat the level as Sonic instead of
Yeah.
as Silver.
Yeah, and then like when you go to the you could just still move around as Sonic as it gives you your rank and stuff. It's really fun.
People always joke about Knuckles' infinite jump in Rise of Lyric. Nobody talks about Sonic's infinite jump in 06.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way easier to do.
Well, I think
That
it's
is.
funnier in Sonic Boom because you're pausing constantly, so it's just like, bruh.
Yeah.
God, the less I think about that game, the better.
Let's see.
They should have added like a big head mode gem
Big head.
instead of the miniature.
Like the
Bobblehead
Spider-Man
gem.
PS2 cheat codes where you just have
Yeah.
giant heads.
What? Now I have to ask: is it intentional for you to run into like objects that you have to go to anyway? Like, you can bump into checkpoints and speed pads. Does that ever happen to you guys?
Yeah, that's
Technically,
happening.
it is.
So annoying.
It is technically meant to happen in the sense that they are like because they're
They're game
objects
objects.
technically still, but they have collision, so you're
Collision.
still
Yeah.
running into
Yeah.
them.
Yes, because like I hit it like in my first experience,
You know.
like in my recent playthrough, I hit a checkpoint and then I fall over and I'm like,
Do checkpoints have collision in them in the adventure games?
I don't
They do
think
not.
so.
They
Yeah,
don't.
that's what I thought. It's weird that they gave them collision. Even speed pads, I don't think.
There's not really very little things in 06 actually have lack of collision. I've noticed. Like besides like objects that you pick up, like rings and stuff, on enemies, things that are kind of just always there, they will always have collision, which is a very odd thing to do from a game from a programming standpoint because it's just adding more memory that
a
doesn't
lot
need.
of resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, unoptimization in this game go hand in hand. So
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
That is true.
So other than those glitches, I don't really know many. I mean, I know like some speedrunning strategies where obviously we talked about like how a lot of the bars don't work and how you can use that to your advantage. And
Guide gem.
yeah, so there's that. Oh, okay, sorry. After glitches and programming, we'll go to hub worlds, which I skipped over in the outline by accident. But-
Sure, by accident.
no, I have a lot to say about those too. But like, how bad do you think the glitches hurt the game? Because we talked about how often they come up, and how bad that's tarnished the the
I
reviews
think
of the game.
memes have made it worse than it actually is.
I
This is
agree.
why I was talking about earlier, where the game had originally was going to have a PC release. If it did, it would have so many different it would have such a different image just with the lack of loads jokes, because it would just be a bad console port version, the superior PC version, and then you get physics patches. The game would be such a different game. It would probably have another case of better statics in a way, whereas Dreamcast conversion, where you can have
Yeah.
a whole different game essentially. modders would have likely made it a very different game where people would just always use that version just as like a superior version, but the game would not be shit on nearly as much if it just had that port. And it really saddens me we never got to have anything like that.
I mean, we will soon.
And
Yeah.
you mentioned that you think that like memes have made it like worse than it actually is, but I don't know, like just because I just played through the entire game myself.
Well,
and
I mean,
like the amount
like
of glitches
the
that
box
I ran
glitch?
into. Well, no,
That
like
thing's
that
been
one,
memed.
yeah, of course that. But like like going through the stages and like hitting a spring while I'm in chaos boost mode and it sending me into a wall and killing me because of that, or like obviously the loop in the first box speed
that
section
one's
killing you. That's like,
understandable.
or like hitting the collision on like something like a boost pad and then dying for it because then maybe an enemy hits you. Like all those little things throughout someone's entire playthrough of this game are they're either going to put it down or they're going to either laugh it off and know that it exists, or they're going to bitch about it. And I feel like it's definitely like reasonable for them to do that. You know what I
back
mean?
then when it came out, like when that type of stuff happened, people were just kind of like, "Oh, I died. Well, guess I'm gonna try again." Because like platformers at that time, they that was like a common problem where like sometimes you just died to like something at the time you didn't know was a bug. You just thought, "Oh, I died because I messed up here."
I mean, as
And
a
then
one
kid,
thing-
retrospect, you learn later on, it's like, okay, that was actually a bug.
yeah, as
One
a kid,
thing
sure,
I
but
hate. One thing I hate that a lot of people don't really tend to acknowledge when it comes to things like this is when you have something like buggy or something happens, you don't acknowledge. They don't tend to acknowledge what caused it, and they just
Yeah.
keep repeating the process without knowing. Stop doing that. It's not going to work just if you keep doing that. Like
The
people just
definition
want
of insanity is.
like just like if you're gonna constantly try to homing attack this enemy at a certain angle and it's not gonna get it, you're not gonna get it by just constantly trying and trying and trying.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work. Do another method.
yeah, for sure. And that just goes into like gameplay conditioning in the first place. But yeah, I mean, I
I don't-
agree with that. I go on.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I don't think like the glitches and bugs themselves like make or break the experience because like all that much. They definitely can like hamper like your enjoyment of it a tad. Obviously, like if it happens at like an S rank run or like you're just playing through it like casually, and then all of a sudden you just like fall through the floor or something, because I know that can happen.
Happened to me.
But
I definitely feel like the internet overinflates the amount
Yeah.
of things a bad game can do. Because let me say this for an example: Sonic Adventure 1, back in the early to mid 2000s, that was rated as one of the best Sonic games of all time. By the time we got to like the 2010s, mid 2010s, it became a giant joke about how bad DX was. When 10 years ago, nobody batted an eye about how bad it was. Obviously, it's a thing of looking back at your past games, the experience isn't going to be as great. But the internet seemed to, for some reason, inflate the hatred for specific types of glitches to make the game seem like it's much worse than it actually is. And I never really understood that. Because Sonic Unleashed is another example where people fucking hated that game in 2008. And then we come back to 10 years later, everyone's praising it. It's like,
yeah.
it's such a weird thing where the internet likes to hate a thing collectively, and then years pass, and they completely U-turn their opinion. And I never really understood why people like to go in groups with those kind of opinions and not just form their own to just think, yeah, this thing is alright, or this is nice. No, it's just you objectively hate it, or you objectively love it.
Yeah, that's kind of
Skill
like
issue.
everything, though. That's not just games. of
Skill
course.
issue.
I
Skill
think
issue.
you could be looking at like a situation where there maybe actually be two different groups that are talking about these things, because there's such a big time difference in between that like the group that was praising it at first moved on, or maybe the group that was bashing it at first has moved on, and then like this new group
Yeah.
of people who grew up with it or don't have that bias like can see it in a different angle and then they give their opinion. That's what I think.
Okay. Moving on, we can talk about hub worlds. I have it listed here. Design of the hub worlds with the colors, landmarks, etc. Do they belong in Sonic games? Let's talk about the map, getting lost in them, side missions, and NPCs.
Well, there's 3 of them, and they exist.
It's such a
yes.
weird double-edged sword for me because I loved like the hub worlds and like SA1 and Unleashed. With '06, it's such a weird bar for me because I like the concept of being able to just walk around the town and just experience everything. But that being
Yeah.
said, there's not much to really explore. That's just like a building or
Mhm.
grass.
Yeah.
So,
I think
Can't go
that
inside
the-
anything.
like, go ahead, Jays, just because it's.
the size of the hub seems really big, although I was thinking that with PO6, it always comes back to that.
Yeah.
The characters are now fun to play, so I feel
Oh,
like
yeah.
the hubs themselves are automatically more fun if you can like spin dash jump up to rooftops. It could be like the SA1 Sonic opening cutscene, but you can actually like play it.
Yeah.
I kind of
Pretty
wish
cool.
you could have played as the hub world as other characters because you only get to do it in certain segments sometimes with the characters. Like when Tails goes to Wave Ocean, you could
Yeah.
run around the hub as Tails, but then you
Yeah.
can never do it again. You can never go there as Knuckles. You can never go in the hub world as Blaze. You can't
Get
go
all
in
the
as
silver
Mega.
medals with tails.
So
Mhm.
it's just like I feel like the hubs themselves are just limited by how not fun the characters are to play.
Yeah.
I
would say.
Yeah.
think that's part of it. I also think the design of them are just not good. And I was talking about this a lot when I was playing the game.
This
is-
man could not
Dude,
remember where
I
anything was.
could
I had to
not.
constantly remind you.
because okay, let's just take the first one for example. First of all, we'll talk about the map. The only times you ever see the full map because
That
there's
thing's
no
useless.
option. There's no option to ever bring up the full map unless it's on the loading screen.
Yeah.
Horrible. The mini map in the corner of the screen has it so
Completely
zoomed
useless.
in that it's
So zoomed
absolutely
in.
useless.
You know that's a 3D model for some reason. I never understood why.
The 3D
That's
model.
interesting.
I was thinking that's a simple change I would make is just like in the hub world you got like waypoints that are just where the stages are and like the corners of the map and you just
Yeah.
run to those. It's
Yeah.
just
Right.
like navigation is a nightmare in the original.
Yeah, navigating them is really difficult because of the fact that the only time there's any real objective is when like a star appears, but it's not consistent. And because you would have to go so close to that star to be able to even see where you have to go in the first place, it's kind of dumb. I mean, you can talk to some NPCs and they'll be like, "Oh, I saw it like over here," or
Hey.
something like that. Like sometimes that's the case, but not always. And the fact that there are so little landmarks, except for, I think the grass one is probably the best as far as the landmarks go, but there just are so little landmarks. Like in the first one, especially, is when I get lost in. You have like a few like clock towers,
A big neighborhood.
and then
Well,
like
okay,
the
you
middle
have
part,
the
and that's it.
church, then you got
You
the
don't
two gates
see
next to it.
you don't see that kind of stuff from like most of the map because everything is blocking it, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. I get so
I never got lost.
I don't really think it's much of a problem. If they just took out the necessary town missions, it'd be kind of like for me with SA1, where I just kind of phase them out of my mind when I'm in them. It's not ideal, but I don't know. It never bothered me that much.
I kind of liked the hub worlds because they were like the perfect place for me to just mess around with all the gems and just find
Yeah.
glitches.
That's
So-
why I like hub worlds. I
Like
can
you
just
have
mess
to
around the whole
make
time.
you have to make your own fun out of it, but when you do that, it's pretty good.
yeah.
It's
I'm
like
with Chaomix
see?
there.
I
I'm with
use the
Chaomix
infinite
there.
jumps. I use the infinite jump as soon as I
Yeah,
got
or
it,
the
that's
sky
how-
gem.
Yeah, that's how
You
I
can like
traverse.
throw it up, clip through
Yeah.
buildings, like get inside the geometry, like where you're not supposed to be. You can
Yeah.
like bump into NPCs and push them into the water. You can just like fly around with the purple gem.
Yeah,
Beat the
That-
game in
yeah.
9 minutes because you drowned someone.
yeah. That's
So-
when I was like, oh, okay. Like now I can actually see everything in the hub world. Now that I'm like infinite jumping around them.
Yeah,
Okay,
now that
I
I've gone
understand.
God
Yeah.
mode.
Yeah, exactly.
For me, the only hub world I didn't like was the forest.
Yeah.
It's just it's
Too
it's
big.
too big. Yeah, it's
Too
too
big and
big.
there's just nothing to
And there's
do.
nothing
Nothing
there.
to even glitch with.
The
You can't
the,
even
the
like, have fun that way.
Soliana Castletown and the other location.
New
the city.
Soliana City.
Union Town,
Yeah.
the city.
That both of
I like
those
that
are
one.
fine. I mean, my favorite one would be the Soliana. It looks nice. You know, it's kind of cool to
Venice.
see like these interconnected like pathways like around this water and
I like those
all that.
structures in the pond. Those are kind of
They
nice.
should-
looking.
should've
Yeah.
let him go to the
Italy. It's
castle.
a beautiful location that they like based it on.
Yeah, they named it. They based it on Venice, which is also what
Yep.
Silver's original name was.
One of the hubs should have been the
Oh.
castle where Elise stays. You can see it out in the distance in
Oh,
the,
yeah.
the first hub world, but you can't go there.
one thing I find really funny when it comes to the hub worlds is you can go to some stages, but not all of them. Like, obviously,
Oh,
it makes
yeah,
sense
they
you can't
lock
go to
you
Crisis City
out.
or Flame Core, but at least pick like a time portal or something that at least lets you go there. Like being able to only play, what is it? Specifically, no, it's the fact you can't play certain stages, like I said, Flame Core and Crisis City, and I think there's one other stage that you literally can't even enter anymore after you beat the game. That's literally in the town. I can't remember which one that is, but like
Play any stages from the hub.
Was it Dusty Desert?
It might have been Dusty Desert.
it might have been Dusty Desert, yeah, where there's just nothing there. It's like at least let me explore and go into stages from here. It's such a weird thing
Yeah,
for me.
like,
I
what's
never
the
understood
point of
that.
the hub world if you can't use it to enter stages?
Yeah,
Like, the only way to do it is through the trial menu, right?
yeah, correct.
Like if you're replaying missions. Yeah,
Also,
why?
Also, one other thing I found really dumb that I don't really like with the hub world is that you need to progress the story sometimes by talking to NPCs.
Oh
that
yeah.
It's kind of randomly placed.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know? I have to walk all the way over to the giant bed, talk to this specific dude of the two, and then progress. It's just a weird.
Wait.
I had to look it up on YouTube as a kid.
Yeah, and
What
then some
about
of
the guy you
time-
have to talk to? That he gives you the mission, but he's the guy you have to talk to clear it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, side mission
Who's
is
the
funny.
captain?
Hey, hey,
Yeah.
you're
Thank
done.
you, officer, for. That's like the sheriff of a
It's like,
police
why are
force.
you lying
trying
to me?
That's like the sheriff of a police force trying to find the town's like mayor, and
Yeah.
and the sheriff's like, all right, you have to find who one of us is. It's me. It's like, okay.
We do a bit of trolling around here.
Yeah.
It was like we do a little trolling. We do a little trolling.
I was like, do you
That's
remember
amazing.
that your princess is captured? I'm trying to like help find her. LOL. No.
Whoa.
And sometimes you have to get a power up in order for the side missions to even activate. I remember this one.
Oh,
I believe
yeah.
it's with is it with Silver or is it with Shadow, where you're going to the train stage.
Yeah,
and-
that's
and-
Shadow.
yeah. And
Oh,
then
no,
there's
it's
just
Silver.
some
It's Silver.
dude-
You need to get the shop bracelet.
Yeah, you have to.
And
to
it
get-
doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, it doesn't tell you have to do that at all. And then you just talk to some person, and they're like, just wait out around here. Eventually they'll leave, and then you can get in the stage. It's like, just sneak in. And I'm like, okay. So I was just like standing around, nothing, just talking to everyone, trying to activate something. Nothing happened until I went to the shop to get that upgrade. Then I go back to that area, and then that's the only way that mission activates.
Doesn't I think the same thing happens with Sonic, right? You need the bounce
Yes.
bracelet in order to
Yeah.
progress
To get
and
to.
talk to some NPC.
Well, no. For Sonic going to Radical Train, you
Oh,
have
wait, no,
to.
White
You have to get the
Acropolis?
bounce brace. White
Am I thinking
Acropolis.
There's like some power up you need just to like activate some
Oh,
NPC.
yeah. The
dialogue.
trigger isn't
You
there
need-
until you get the.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
you
We
need the
get
bounce,
that.
and you bounce through the vent, or whatever,
Yeah.
or what it's supposed
Yeah, that's
to
For
do.
White Acropolis, you have to go to two different areas. First, you have to go to the like base thing, wherever it is, like around in the far end of the hub world, and then you have to go all the way over to the White Acropolis entrance just for another boss area. It's like, well,
Right.
this is a
Because
dumb
I remember
mechanic.
playing. I was playing through the game pretty recently, and I got to that part, and I knew that White Acropolis was the next stage. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna like go over there, and like it wouldn't let me do anything. I'm like, well, I know this is the next stage. Like, okay, what do I have to do? I have to do something, but the game isn't telling me what I have to do. Like, you have to go and you gotta get an upgrade, and like there's no way to know that unless you like deliberately go out of your way and make sure that like there's no new upgrades available. Like the game doesn't tell you. You have to check it yourself.
I remember having an awkward memory where I was like, I was doing a quote unquote speed run of Shadow Story. I literally forgot what to do at one point when I had to go to Radical Train. I think I had to talk to someone specific or something, and then you go to the stage. I had to look it up on YouTube in the middle of like doing a run. Like this isn't, it's just embarrassing. I shouldn't have to do this in a run.
I do like I like the idea of having the side missions, and I like the idea of collecting the silver medals to make you explore the hub worlds a little bit more, along with the stages themselves. It just would have been nice if the silver medals did anything but give you an achievement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were planned to. I don't know if anyone knows that, and we'll get into that with the unused content, but that's kind of a neat little thing. Now,
Yeah, I always wished that in Adventure 1, the hub worlds had missions in them within the story, not just like optional missions that you can do like after the game.
Oh yeah.
just get rid of the loading times, make sure they're fun, because
Yeah.
the hub worlds are fun around to play in. Like there's one mission as Sonic where you have to like run along the rooftops and get the rings, like run through the hoops.
Yeah.
That was a pretty fun one. Like running, it was like a new way to kind of like explore the hub world, I thought. So like stuff like that would be cool. Like some of the missions are fun, some of them are not fun, like the hide and seek mission.
Yeah. I think some of the ones that aren't mandatory are the most memorable. Like Sonic Man, obviously, like he's a standout, cool NPC side mission, which I always got a laugh out of. Some of the other NPCs were really like weird. Like I remember I was playing, and then there's just like this dude on top of. Oh, real quick, I just remembered like. There's this random part in the hub world where there's this dude that's out on a little like roof, and he's just like on the table, like hunched over, looking like he's sleeping. But there's no door to get there at all. There's just like a random window. So I don't know if he's dead or what. He's like always there. But anyway, yeah. Going back to the other NPC with the side mission, I'm pretty sure he's a ghost. I'm pretty sure there are ghost NPCs, but they just look like regular people anyway. So it kind of like there was just this dude that was like on top of a roof, and he's like, "Oh, you got to do this side," and it just kind of felt like he was on drugs or something. I don't remember, but it's like, "Oh yeah, I'm a ghost. You got to go do this." I'm like, "You don't look like a ghost at all. You just look like you're insane, and you're telling me to do this insane thing." But sure, buddy, I'll do it.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Heroin is one hell of a drug.
Yeah.
I also wanted to add in one small thing like. There is one mission in the game that I always like to see people mention because it is valid, is that one mission for Shadow where it doesn't have you go from one screen to another loading screen to the actual mission. You just talk to the guy and go straight to the mission. I don't know why they didn't just do that for most of the missions.
Right.
It's such a weird, specific one that only this one had. And it's not like there's like, I know we're not unused content yet, but I know there's not any unused stuff where there was going to be one. It just had that.
Yeah.
Had no reason to just not let you do that for all of them.
That being said, do we have anything else to add on the hub worlds? Because I know, we were saying that like we like the hub worlds in Sonic Adventure and Sonic Unleashed and whatnot, and I do think that hub worlds do have a place in certain Sonic games. Like I do believe that they do belong in this game, and that they just needed polish as far as the design and color of them, and the characters themselves make them unfun. But other than that, I feel like big story-based games like this, where you have a lot to do, is a good thing. I don't feel like they belong in every Sonic game. Like I wouldn't ask for hub worlds, and I don't know. I think they're okay in like Sonic Advance 3 and stuff like that. But like I like a lot of the level-to-level stuff as well. They do belong in Sonic, just not every single time.
Right. I think the loading screens kind of just left a bad taste in people's mouths because when you go to the hub worlds and Sonic 06, you think of loading screens because, especially if you're doing missions there, it's just loading screen.
The town mission.
Again, why
you kind of just dread
PC
being
port?
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best hub world is like the main Soliana one.
Yeah.
So basically the first hub world. I think that's the best one.
Yeah.
I think the other Soliana one is. It's less confusing for
I like
me.
that one too.
Yeah.
That one I always get lost in though,
Listen,
no matter what.
Just don't get lost. It's
I get lost in both of them. The only one I don't get lost in is the forest. So
I'll tattoo the layout of that map on my arm so I can always reference
seriously.
it.
I'll tattoo it on my chest, just lift. Oh, that's where I need to go.
With the forest, I used to not get lost, and then I explored it more, and the more I was exploring, the more lost I was. I was like, wait, what part of the map am I in?
Oh yeah, there's like one section where it's just like a bunch of trees, and if you get deep enough in there, it's just like you can't tell where you are. You have no.
Slender right now.
You just lose your sense of direction.
The
Spin
only
camera
thing
around
I
the
think
fence.
of
That one
the
mission was
forest.
portals. Like,
Yeah.
if you go the wrong direction, which way's up?
I completely
Yeah.
forgot about the mission that you have to do to progress to get into Kingdom Valley with Sonic. Where
yes.
it's like the trials. Dude,
hate that.
oh my goodness. Those were so funny when I recently played through them. I had lost so many times.
And you have to do them with silver too.
Yeah, and then
That took you 20 minutes because you kept going in the wrong portals.
no, that was with Sonic. I think I kept going to the wrong portal.
Skill issue.
Yeah, skill issue.
You should just
like-
know which
Was it?
portal to go
Oh,
in.
it might have. It
Yeah.
might have been for both of them.
And then we had like one of the best polls ever, where people spent like all of their Twitch points to make me go to Amy instead of Elise. But it was really close. People were spending like thousands and thousands of points. It was really crazy.
The fact that going for Elise is actually a few frames faster in the speedrun, so you're literally saving the frames over the
Oh
animals.
yeah,
Ah, damn.
Is it because of the text boxes, maybe?
I don't know what it is. I just know apparently going for Elise is like a few frames quicker. I think she's just a little bit closer or something.
Oh,
I also think canonically Amy and Elise must have the power to teleport, because if you go and they're right there in front of the portals, but as soon as you go into the portals, they're also there.
yeah.
So I think they
Or
might
there's
have the
Maybe
ability
there's
to
just
teleport.
two, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, or they have cloning abilities. I don't know.
I would.
I mean, Amy can
surprised.
turn invisible because
Yeah.
The Soliana
Because-
holographic projections.
But yeah, I guess with that being said, we're going to take a break now. We've been live for 3 hours so far. So if you guys want to stretch, grab something to eat, grab some more water,
I
do whatever.
have to get going. I have schoolwork to finish.
Okay, well, everyone
feel
say sayonara to Jay. Thanks for
See ya.
coming on, Jay.
See you, Jay.
all right,
Yeah, it was
bud,
really nice.
Take it easy.
Nice
Okay.
having you.
I'm hoping I'll be here for the whole thing.
And then when we come back, we're going to start talking about story, and then we'll get into the other fun stuff after that. So don't go anywhere. We will be back. Okay, so time to get into story. Sorry, everyone, for the break. I don't know what it is about talking that makes me so hungry, but I really needed to eat something.
Boy, the story. I'm
God.
hoping we don't. Oh no.
Hoping we don't what?
linger too long.
Oh yeah, no.
You'll love my take on the story then, because it's just very caveman-esque.
At this point, I think I'm going to set some timers, because I know, like, Chaomix, I know you want to stay to talk about some of the stuff that we have planned later, so I want to, get through some of this stuff so that you're able to. ST, same for you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run some timers here. Let's just say
Live split.
I have snaz, but that would work too if I just had live split. Okay, so we'll start by going over Sonic's story. How does it contribute to the main plot? Is it good? What do we think about the characterization of the characters?
No. Okay. Whatever.
I don't know how controversial this is, or if this is I don't know much about
Okay, I
06
guess I'll sell
opinions
it.
other than
I
people
don't-
hate it. But
I did not replay 06 in full for this podcast, unfortunately, but I do remember Sonic's story not contributing a ton. Not that it didn't have anything, because obviously, Sonic pretending at least is an imperative part of the plot. She is, whether we like her or not, an important character in the plot.
Yeah.
But beyond, Sonic playing Mario, not much really happens in here, because the real big bad is Mephiles, and
Sonic doesn't
Sonic-
interact with either
him
of the
at all.
antagonists.
yeah, he only interacts with Eggman, and
There are
being
three main
Eggman.
antagonists. They're Eggman, Iblis, and Mephiles, and each of them, for Silver, that would be Iblis.
I feel
For
like
Shadow,
Eggman
is
is more
Mephiles.
B plot, if anything.
He is, but he's like another, like, he's Sonic's focus. But go ahead, what were you gonna say, King?
So I was just gonna say I don't know if this is a weird take, but I feel like Sonic just has the worst story. I don't know if that's common. I don't really.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with that.
Yeah.
The most
It's
uninteresting.
kind of weird that he is, but I don't know. He's like the least interesting one for me.
Because he does nothing. It's just get
Yeah.
Elise.
Which I'm not even opposed to, like a story where Sonic just fights Eggman or anything like that. It's just kind of weird how they do it in this game.
It just milks a dead horse by the end of it.
Right. If it weren't for the other two characters, I would say maybe that would be an issue. But I don't really
Yeah.
mind Sonic taking like more of a passenger seat type deal in this game, because Silver and Shadow have pretty prominent stories, and I do actually really like them. So I can kind of excuse Sonic just having the standard, save the princess type story. It is kind
Yeah.
of boring. Like, they could have done more to spice it up a little bit and make even that one interesting. But I do think having, I guess, Silver and Shadow be the central focuses for the story and be like the bigger players. I'm not opposed to that.
I
Yeah.
don't mind that Sonic's story isn't necessarily interesting or that his story is basic. I don't mind that. It's just that it doesn't contribute much. That's the
I always
issue
find
that
The
I have
only
with it.
thing it really contributes is Elise's character
Crying.
development.
Yeah, which is what I
Right,
was getting to
yeah.
earlier. That Elise is like the main contributing factor of his story.
Yeah.
I always find it kind of interesting that Sonic does encounter Iblis, and then when he goes in the past or back in the present, he has a question. I think he's like, "Oh yeah, that's just a dude, whatever." Like,
I mean,
I
I
think
guess
the thing
at this
about
point,
him is that he
Sonic
just
seems
feels
so much like,
so
yeah, whatever.
disconnected. I guess is the best word for me.
Roman
I
needs to
guess
read
it's
the
less
room.
about his actual story that he tells, and more that it feels so disconnected from what Shadow and Silver do.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't Sonic go to the? He goes to the past because Eggman sends him there, so he's just trying to get out, and he comes across
Yeah.
Iblis, and he's like, "Oh, get out of my way, loser!" So he like kicks his ass and then leaves.
Yeah.
He's
So he probably
basically
doesn't, like-
big and big. He's basically big at SA1. Like he's there. He doesn't do much, but he's there.
Yeah.
That's
Where's the-
actually
yeah.
a funny way to put
But
it.
he's
think
just
it's a good
trying
way
to
to
save
put it.
Elise. So like once he's back in the
Mhm.
present, like that, he starts to do that.
Oh my
again, I
god,
think.
it is like big. Instead of chasing Froggy, he's just chasing Elise.
Chasing Elise.
Yeah.
Imagine at the end of SA1, instead, Chaos just stabs Big.
No,
no.
I would cry.
So yeah, other than that though, I don't really feel like there's much to say on Sonic's story, just because. What do we think about? I mean, it's been talked to death, but obviously there's the romance elements between Sonic and Elise. I don't even really have a problem with it as a concept. I just think it was executed like really
I
awfully.
just see it as platonic, honestly. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be cool. I think the kiss on the mouth, especially to a corpse,
Think
was
they,
a
they
bit
should have
much.
gone
but-
further. You know what I mean? I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. My God.
But the
Yeah.
idea of like Sonic kind of showing Elise that just kind of like uplifting her and showing her that like she's just got to get out and do what she needs to do, kind of like motivating her to do stuff like that. That was like a good character interaction. It was just like awkward the way that they did
Yeah.
it. It was just like very like
It
lots
always
of
felt like-
weird sexual tension and like just the way they would like glance at each other and
And unfortunately, that never pays off. No, what I was going to say is that, yeah, I agree with you. Like it being a platonic relationship and Sonic being like the mostly flat positive character that he is, influencing other people to uplift them and just changing the others around him, like he did with, well, I mean, Shadow to an extent, but like things that like Silver learned more about him, and then they were just like all hunky dory. Showing that with Elise is a very important part of Sonic's character. I just wish, like you said, there wasn't that weirdness with it, where it's like, like those winks and shit like that.
Well, they
"Ah."
like honestly, I feel like they just did it the best in that one Sonic X episode with the girl
Which
in the
one?
wheelchair. If anybody's ever seen that,
Oh,
oh yeah.
it's a lot like that story. Not like exactly the same because her situation's different, but if it was structured more like that, I
One.
feel like people would like it a lot more.
Yeah.
Other than that, yeah, I don't really have much. I don't think like Knuckles is really weird. Who's just hanging out and he gets a random card that's outside of Soli, and I picked this up. Hee hoo ha hee hoo, and then he's
like what? Like, was he just got like it in the mail? It's like, oh hey, I think this would have to go to Sonic. My bad, bro.
yeah, like that's
What is he
kinda
even
funny.
doing in this section of the city? It's like, what are you doing over here?
Yeah. Don't you have?
You get
know,
no,
an
like-
island?
We get nothing about that. He's just there for some reason.
Yeah, he's
What
just
did you-
there.
So there's that. Tails is kind of like whatever, I guess. He's just helping out Sonic. Not
Yeah,
much-
Tails doing Tails things.
not
Tails
much
is
going
just
on.
exactly that.
The sidekick.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, in terms of characterization, I mean, Sonic, he's Sonic. I don't think he really, there
think
was
he's-
anything.
I think he's a little bit boring, but like,
I mean, yeah, he's like Sonic, but not as good.
He's kind of just here just because Eggman's here.
Yeah,
yeah. Tails is fine, I guess.
I guess.
And then Knuckles is kind of like, he kind of has some funny things happen to him that kind of make him look stupid.
Oh yeah, this is around that era where that started to become a gag with Knuckles, and I am just like, Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
Doing my boy dirty.
One thing I never really fully understood with the like everyone in the game is why are they in this specific area? Like they went when they were like SA2s like San Francisco-esque stuff. Like I mean, it makes sense, it's just a city, but like, what are they doing in what's basically Italy? Like Tails is there, Knuckles is there, Amy's there. What are you guys doing here?
They're just
Yeah.
hanging out.
I can maybe see why Sonic is there. He probably was following Eggman, making sure that
Yeah,
he wasn't doing anything bad.
I mean,
Or, like,
technically,
why
it's
is everyone
Unleashed,
else-
where
Everyone else is
You
just
know-
there because the way that they stumble into the other characters is like, oh hey, you're here too. Like it wasn't coordinated that they were all going to this one place. They were just like all chilling there coincidentally. It is kind
Shadow,
of weird.
yeah,
I
like
never
you s-
thought about that.
Like with Shadow and Rouge and stuff, it's their whole thing.
they're
Like,
on a mission.
Yeah, they're on a
Right.
mission, but with Sonic and all them, I guess you could see him like maybe chasing down Eggman. So I guess
Kind of.
you know,
It kind of reminds me with Unleashed too. It's like when Tails was in Apatos. It's like, I mean, all right,
Okay, he's here.
why are you here?
Yeah.
we found you in this entire globe. You just happen to be in this one specific
Yeah.
continent, this one specific area. How crazy is that? Like,
Long
How
time no
small
see.
world, dude.
yeah, I tend not to think too hard about those kinds of details with the story because I'll drive myself insane. But
Yeah.
it bugged me.
yeah. Moving on from Sonic's, we can talk about Shadow's story.
Probably
I
my favorite story.
unironically
Yeah, I was
think
gonna say, it's
that
probably the
Shadow's
best
story
one.
is really good. Like I
Yeah.
just really like it.
I want to say one thing.
Sure.
Team Dark's chemistry, I find, so much better than Team Sonic's. They
Yeah,
have
I agree.
such a better
Yeah.
bond. I love the way they interact with each other. It's so nice.
Yeah,
I
like
want
they're
more character writing like that.
yeah, like you can tell they're actually like they're friends. They have their own personalities.
Yeah.
But they're not like all goody about it. They're like, yeah, I got your back. It's
They're
essentially-
homies. I love
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sick.
The thing is, I think the reason is because Team Sonic, like those characters are all like figured out. They've gone through their arcs already. Sonic is kind of just a static character; he doesn't change. But I think a lot of the characters in Team Dark have character arcs that they're currently going through. So because they have those dilemmas and they're all there to kind of back each other up as those character arcs are progressing, you get better moments like that. While like Team Sonic, nothing about the characters themselves is really important to the plot. They're already established. They've been established years ago. There's nothing like there's no new revelation about any of these characters that you're finding out as you're playing through their story. I think that's probably the reason that Team Dark's chemistry is like really good.
Especially right after you play Heroes and then like see the ending of Shadow, it's like Rouge and Omega, they are honestly really nice homies.
Yeah.
Especially Rouge and Shadow. Like they have such a good chemistry, and I love that kind of bond they have. And when you see it in 06, it's like she says that if the entire world decides to turn your back on you, I won't. It's like
Yeah.
it hits me.
Yeah,
That hits
it's
me.
really nice in that point too, because Shadow's like he's not letting what Mephiles said get to him with Omega and stuff like that. But after Omega says that, you can tell he's down. Like,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
you know that's it's nice to see Rouge say that. I think,
Well, I think-
that go
yeah.
ahead before I continue.
Well, I was gonna say that Mephiles is probably one of the reason it works so well for me is because he feels like because he's in Silver's story a bit as well, but like he feels like such a perfect villain for Team Dark, you know, like especially Shadow. It just works really well for the story to have him be, and it just leads to so many cool lines, especially at the end of the game. It's just, I don't know. I think it was really well executed, honestly. I mean, there's some
Also-
low moments, but it's just I really, really like it a lot.
Because
they
I have
also,
something else to add too.
I was gonna say, I also Shadow and Rouge with their bond is another place where they also have that really nice bond is in season 3 of Sonic X. Like, if you actually watch the scenes together, the episodes they're in, like especially the episode with Molly, like the Japanese version, where she fucking
yeah.
dies, and Rouge is just there because Shadow knows how he's feeling about how she felt, with him and how what he thought of her, and when she fucking dies, Rouge is just they're just to get. I don't know. I just really like the bond they have in general. They have such a good chemistry with each other. Where it almost feels like it would be another case with Elise and Sonic, where they have such a nice platonic chemistry, but in a different tone. It's really nicely done with how they have whenever they interact. It's just so nice. I wish they would do that more in modern games.
Something I want to say about Shadow here is I think that all things considered with the game, Shadow's writing is probably the best that we have in this game. Like, you know, as characters to go for in this game, his writing, he's probably the best one.
Yeah.
And I think that the way his character is in this game feels like a natural progression from how it was from the previous games. Like, his character actually feels good in this game.
And it's really, like you were saying, King, I do think that Mephiles is such a good villain for Shadow. I think he might be the best villain in Sonic, but that could be a hot take.
I think it's become less of a hot take.
He's the most menacing, I'll give him that.
Yeah, I really like Mephiles, honestly.
Yeah, I think that it works so well because we see in like every other game that has Shadow in it, he's always very confused. Like, he doesn't know what's going on. He's being toyed with by everyone, being pulled in all these different directions. He's had his memories shattered. He, like, in Shadow the Hedgehog, like, Black Doom is trying to manipulate him. You know, Gun is telling him to do this one thing. Eggman is hiding information from him. His friends aren't telling him things that he needs to know. In Sonic,
never understood that part, by the way.
Yeah, me neither. But going forward into 06, Mephiles is taking that insecurity that Shadow has, but it shows how much Shadow has grown from it with his friends, and that's why it works so well.
Yeah,
it's the epitome of that's like the peak of his story. That's it. That's where his story ends, really.
Yeah,
so.
Shadow doesn't get after 06, he isn't as good.
Yeah,
as a character, which is
he doesn't exist.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't exist, or he's just awful.
Yeah.
There is one thing I always kind of really loved with Shadow's story is with Omega. When they find him in Crisis City, he's just there, powered down. And they're like, "Oh my god, what happened to him?" But then later on, you see that Rouge literally assigns Omega to take this Chaos Emerald, power down this entire time until you get to the specific moment of the specific location to get to Shadow to help defeat Mephiles, because Rouge knows that Shadow's still back there with him. Like, she knows that something's wrong, so she sends Omega out, and then when you get to that point in Flame Core, there's Omega. He's right there. He comes right back. He wasn't broken or anything. He was just powered down. Yeah. And I really like that's the kind of time travel thing that actually works well with what it's executing. Like, time travel stuff is really tough to get hard. Like, it's really hard to do when you're actually like going through so many different elements, especially in this game. But Omega's like return is a really cool way of how they do it.
I like that a lot. Can we talk about the portals real quick before we go on to Silver's story? Because I find the portals with the time travel to be really weird. Like, they don't have rules, or at least it doesn't seem like they have rules, other than you needing 2 Chaos Emeralds to get through them.
Sonic 06 taught me anyone can use Chaos Control if they believe hard enough.
Yeah, apparently, like, Silver accidentally uses it when he's in a fight with Shadow. I'm like, okay, this is getting ridiculous now. But, like, the fact that, like, when Mephiles sends Silver and Blaze through the portal and they both go in at, like, the same time, they end up in different places. Is Mephiles controlling that? Because it seems like sometimes people are making portals and they don't know if they're going to be separated or not. What determines it? Because chaos energy, at least in the other games, it's like it takes your thoughts and whatever you want and turns it into power. But that doesn't necessarily happen when they do it themselves. Like, why are the characters separated when they go into the portals sometimes, but not other? I don't get it. But I just wanted to bring that up because it seems really weird and like a plot hole. But
this bleeds a bit into Silver's story, but I think him using chaos control should be a bigger deal than it was made out to be. Because I like the idea that he can, because, you know, I really feel like Silver is like on par with Sonic and Shadow in terms of like that kind of story relevance, you know. But it just feels like not that big of a deal that he's able to just do it, you know, like.
Yeah.
I think in general, Silver is just, I wish he was better introduced as a character, because it just sucks. I don't know, that
he needs
a lot of the problems with his story are just, I don't know. They just result
especially all the events of the games after 06. It's just kind of there. It's like,
he's just chilling.
Everything went back to normal at the end, but Silver's just kind of here. Like,
I guess he was reintroduced to rivals, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And I guess the easiest way I can make about argument with that is because at the end of last story, you do see Sonic being there at the event, smiling, looking at the moon, giving kind of the idea that he is still conscious about what happened, which makes me think maybe Silver just also knew of it. I just want to know what Silver's doing in the future at the end of the game, man. That's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say like overall, I think Shadow's story is the best, the ones with the most strengths in 06. Going forward, and I mean, it just irritates me to no end because Shadow is my favorite character in the franchise, which it makes
he's mine too.
Yeah, so it makes it really upsetting, like moving forward from this game and what state.
Yeah.
That's why I was so excited when Project 06 came out, and I was waiting on Project Episode Shadow to come out. And
I remember that.
Yeah. But okay, like I guess we can start to talk about Silver's story then. How does that contribute to the main plot? Is it good? What about his characterization? Whoever wants
I think
to
he
start.
contributes pretty much just about as much as Shadows. Like, he has an important story in the overall narrative.
A little bit less, I want to say, because
Yeah, a little bit less.
Silver, as a character in the game, kind of annoys me. He's not naive, but he seems to jump the gun a lot. Like, especially with
He's
how
a little
quickly he
naive.
believes. With how quickly he believed Mephiles, it's like, I will show you how this happened. Shows a fire, looks at Sonic. That's him!
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's really fun because like I like the idea of having someone whose future is completely destroyed, so that they're going to like believe everyone. He's just like
Hanging
a
on to the only
teenager,
bit of hope someone
Yeah.
is dangling down. Yeah.
but like the amount of times that it happens, like you don't really see him like. It's just like one thing. There's like one cutscene where he's thinking about it, like, oh, should I really kill Sonic? Then he asks Mephiles, and he's like, yes. Like, why are you asking questions?
And asking Blaze, she's just like,
Yeah. So I don't.
I am back.
Welcome
Hello.
back. We're talking
I had
about
to
Silver's
Talking about
story.
Silver.
Silver's
Oh.
story now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we went through the others.
Yeah, I had to. I would have been back sooner, but I had to shovel the walkway because it was literally clogged.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeesh.
Yeah, we're in New England.
I'm gonna have to
and we
shovel
got, like,
soon too.
20 inches of snow over here.
For those who
so-
are watching or listening, we are in the middle of a snowstorm over here.
Yeah.
yikes.
It ain't nice.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I feel like Silver jumping the gun does make sense, but the amount of times it happens where you're not seeing much development is a little unbelievable, in my opinion.
It kind of just gets ridiculous.
Yeah.
It kind of gives you the impression that Silver's an idiot, which I don't think he is.
He's just
Like,
naive.
I don't think he's an idiot. Yeah, I do think he is naive.
He's
like,
also like in a
he's
world that's
naive.
like vastly different from the one that he's used to.
Mhm.
Someone in chat.
Yeah, I don't think it's-
like. Go ahead then.
I don't think it's like too unreasonable to see why he was tricked because like
He doesn't know.
considering the condition of the world that he lives in, like I would also probably cling on to like the one little bit of hope that someone is kind of showing me. But like yeah, I think like the fact that he just keeps falling for it, it's kind of the same as like Elise just like getting kidnapped over and over again. It almost feels like maybe they were trying to just like drag the game out and like stretch it out a little bit. Because I think both Elise and Silver probably should have, Elise should have stopped being kidnapped at some point, like a lot sooner. And
Yeah.
Silver probably should have kind of figured himself out and what was going on a bit sooner too.
I like Native Spade just brought up in chat. I like how Amy changes his perspective on whether it's right to kill someone for a better future. Well, actually, it says butter future, but I'm assuming. So I like that as well, and we've seen that with Amy before, like in Sonic Adventure 2, how she convinces Shadow of what to do just by being as bold as possible and going up to him and being like, "Yeah, no, you gotta, come
I'll be back
save."
shortly.
Okay. And I like that too. And that's an interesting moral question. Is it right to kill someone for a better future? Well, if the whole future is destroyed and that person actually contributed to that happening, then I would say maybe. But, I think that's a fair point as well.
Yeah, she definitely is usually the voice of reason out of the cast when it comes to
She's
stuff
really
like
good
that.
with that. I like her personality. I like when she's like that too. She's really good with getting people with their heads straight. It's like, do you realize what you're doing right now? This is you're killing some innocent dude. Like
Yeah.
You
come
would
on,
think
man.
Blaze would be the voice of reason, but she's not.
That's why I keep thinking she's like his conscience, because like she's so always just there, kind of just being with Silver while he thinks all this through on his own. Like it's such a nice like arc with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of Blaze, I'm very like just mad with her in this game. As far like, she's a cool character, but like she doesn't really do anything. Like you were saying, she's kind of just like a conscious. And at the end, you know, Silver like tries to seal Iblis within himself, and then Blaze is like, "No, let me do it." And then she's like, "Use your chaos controls, and then seal us in another dimension." But Silver never does that, and then
Yeah, he doesn't.
yeah, then Blaze
she
just gets yeah. So I guess I wish that was like whatever. But then I guess she goes into another dimension, even though Silver was supposed to use chaos control, so that's even possible. I don't know why that would make you go into another dimension, which would then lead into Sonic Rush, I guess. The only reason why she can, which I think is cool, actually have Iblis sealed within herself is because of the fact that she's royalty.
Wait, how would that lead to Sonic Rush?
Well, I'm pretty sure
Sonic Rush was
because
She's
prior.
in Soul Dimension.
yeah, she goes into
Yeah.
the soul dimension.
Well, I thought Sonic Rush was before 06.
No,
Came out before
it
06,
is.
but
Yeah.
I think they've stated that it comes after chronologically.
Oh, timeline wise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But-
Oh,
but
all right. Okay.
It's
it's
why
also
he
didn't
doesn't
know
love
that.
Sonic.
It's
Shadow and
also-
Rush came out on the same day, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also weird that would seal you in another dimension randomly, whereas it didn't with Elise. But also, the fact
Well,
that
she used
if she
two
was,
Chaos Emeralds.
I guess. Oh, excuse me.
The whole time travel thing where you use
Oh.
2 Chaos Emeralds to go somewhere.
Time travel is different from space travel, I guess. But also, she wasn't royalty yet, right? Because she was not in
I don't
the soul
think in
dimension
that
yet.
world.
No.
Yeah,
I always figured it was she made some comment about like because she can use fire powers, like she can handle Iblis's flames or something.
that's precisely why with her fire ability, she's able to handle the flames of that issue.
That's
Right.
what it says.
Yeah,
I can't
that's what
remember.
she said.
Yeah,
Okay.
she said
Yeah,
something
that's what
along
she
the lines
states.
of that.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Everything about Blaze in this game is just whatever they want to do. It kind of seems like.
Yeah, it's weird.
It makes Silver's writing better, saying that she's just his conscience.
Yeah, but I guess. But then, like, how? Yeah, if they continue with that, but then I guess how would she, have Iblis sealed within herself and then?
Like you can
teleport
tell
to
that they
Sonic
just
Rush?
There was an
don't, that
answer
they
for that,
didn't know
and I
what to
can't
do with
remember.
Blaze because she's not even in the last story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at that point, she was like rip because she
Well,
sealed Iblis,
That's why
right?
that bitch is
I
dead.
thought she was like dead when I first.
How
played
did
it.
wait? How does Silver go back to that moment? Is that because like at that point in the game, the last story, that's like encompassing all of time?
Yeah,
that's
it's
Yeah,
encompassing
exactly.
all timelines.
Okay.
And it
So
just
wherever he was
happens-
at gets pulls in with them because
Hmm.
Yeah, and it just happened to be that they all get sucked into the same place because.
Well, I guess
convenience.
Well, that was
Blaze
the
just
epicenter.
kind of
We
left our
sent
plane of
them-
existence
Yeah,
after
I-
absorbing Iblis. So
Yeah, and they're the
because
only
Mephiles Mephiles did the whole thing in Soliana City where they're at, which is the epicenter. So they all just get pulled to that point.
ones.
Right.
No one else. What about Sonic Man?
Bruh.
I mean, he's the best character in the game.
They
What
don't
else can I
have-
say about
the,
him?
the game could barely handle like rendering stuff as it is. You want them to render all the people?
Not
Yeah,
actually,
sure, why not?
but I just think it's funny.
There's only like 4 NPCs, right?
Anything else to add on to Silver's story?
It doesn't have Sonic. Wait, no, it did have Sonic Man.
It's an interesting story,
Did it?
but time travel is hard.
Yes, you can race him with every character. I think. Sonic.
Time
Man.
travel is funny.
Yeah, like going
Yeah?
back in time after the Shadow fight and seeing what happened with Elise and whatnot is interesting. You see more of it on from Silver's perspective.
Yeah.
So
Then
That-
there's
that-
plot
Also-
holes with the fact that she keeps the blue Chaos Emerald, but yet because that happened 10 years ago, then how is the blue Chaos Emerald anywhere else in any other of the Sonic games?
Speaking of that, we never did mention for Shadow's story how apparently Shadow was destined to steal Mephiles 10 years ago. Shadow was on the Ark 10 years ago, buddy. I hate to break this to you. He was not even alive, technically.
It's the future Shadow that goes
Well,
into the
wasn't
past
this
to seal
supposed to
him
be
away.
like a reboot or something?
Yes and no.
Technically, like a soft reboot.
They're inconsistent with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they use plot points that have happened or like character development that's happened in previous games, but
Yeah,
then also
I know.
kind of treat it like its own thing.
It's really bizarre.
I could never
Shadow goes from fucking hating Gun to working for them.
Working with
I-
them.
Well, okay, in
okay.
Shadow the
see that.
Hedgehog,
Well, that I
in
can
the
see.
super
Yeah.
hard mode, when you play through one of the levels, they treat it like his training for Gun.
Really?
Yeah, in super
Huh.
hard mode.
I didn't actually know
I think,
they said something like that in it.
I think it's actually kind of cool character development that like he ends up working and making amends with Gun after all this time. Like I think it's like during the events of Shadow the Hedgehog, it must happen. Where
yeah, and that's
you know
something that
he
you
does
and I
work with
talked
them.
about in the Shadow podcast as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I forgot
Like
what-
Shadow's story overall feels the most cohesive, and that's just because there isn't time travel, and then it's not bare bones like Sonic and Sonic's story. And then you have all of the results kind of all of his character development from Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Adventure 2 kind of showing you, okay, this is the Shadow that we have now, and this is what he does with his ideals.
I
Type
couldn't
of,
find
type of deal.
I couldn't find anything saying that it was an actual reboot outside of like Wikipedia's page where it's
Yeah,
like,
it's hard to like. It's just kind of like assumed.
Never.
It was
I
supposed
think
to
it
be
has
the
to do
next
with the title.
generation. Supposed to be the
Yeah.
next generation, but like never. I couldn't find an interview that said they're rebooting all the story elements. Like it makes no
They
sense.
wanted to. They specifically tried to avoid those questions. That's why
Yeah, but
they never
like, you-
answered anything like that outright.
Yeah,
Right.
but
I
then
think
you
it's
get
mostly
way
to
more
do with
out
the
of
title.
it. Yeah, and you get way more out of it as if you played the other games and if
Yeah,
those plot
you
points
do.
existed, because they do. There's no way. So, yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Now, Last Story, I mean, like we were talking about the gameplay of Last Story, I really like the idea of it. I think the story outside of it being like very plot convenient is pretty good. I think that the idea of having to defeat Solaris in the past, present, and future, which one of each of the characters represent, is neat. It's not how time works, but it's neat. I don't really have much.
That's how I
complaints.
feel about everything in relation to time travel. Like, if you
Yeah.
just kind of turn your brain off and just like, dude, these characters are like going in time now. They're in the future. Oh,
Yeah.
Awesome. That's so cool. Don't
Yeah.
think about like,
Yeah.
oh, but he left the Chaos Emerald in the past. So like, that means that like there's two of them. Like,
Yeah.
if you think about it that way, you're gonna find a ton of plot holes. But
I mean,
like,
that's the case with any time travel story. You can kind
exactly.
of just find it with any. You definitely have to kind of turn your logic brain off for time travel stories.
I
Yeah.
just want to
I
kind of
just go with
figure
the
out.
flow and
I think some work, but
I just
I
mean
just wanna
there's
know
like infinite
how-
timelines. Like you can't just defeat something in one past timeline, one future timeline, and one present timeline, which is constantly moving, and then have it be defeated. You would need an infinite number of.
We don't know
Solarises
if
to
they
be
exist
defeated.
in all. If Silver exists in all pasts, acting against
Oh.
Solaris in all pasts of Same thing with Shadow. If he's in,
I
if he's
just
fighting
mean-
within a point where it's like he exists in all futures the same way Solaris does.
Yeah, because
So-
that's what it's supposed to be. Because otherwise,
Yeah.
you wouldn't have that happening. That's why I'm saying it doesn't really make much sense, but it doesn't need to because it's.
Well, the thing about time travel for me is like we don't know whether or not it makes sense necessarily because it doesn't exist, you know? So it's really hard to like find a common ground because it's not a thing that we have. So it's kind of like it's hard to draw a line one way or the other because we just don't really know.
There are like
I just want
there are like a few different types of time travel stories that usually have their own rules for writers to go along with, but it seems like Sonic's kind of breaks its own.
It does. It pulls from a bit of like both.
Yeah.
Like there's like linear time where like you do something in the past and then like it affects the future, but then there's like kind of the time travel where like it branches off into like alternate timelines because like something changed. But like '06 kind of does a bit of both, which is it leads to inconsistencies. But I usually just don't think about it.
You can't because of
it's
that.
Just
because
it's just like the characters do cool things. They like go to the past sometimes.
Yeah.
It's cool.
And then we already talked about the Elise kiss, so not much really to go over there. It is what it is.
Good.
The only other thing I want to get to before we go into like the really interesting stuff and then the closing is what do you guys think about the voice acting in the direction of this game?
Omega got robbed.
Omega did
got robbed.
We forgot.
He doesn't sound like this.
He sounds like this every time, and I want a headache.
I mean, I can't say for the Japanese cast necessarily. Like the Japanese cast sound good, but I don't understand the Japanese language.
The GP questions, I can say they are still on point as always. Like
Yeah,
that's the
like,
best I can say.
I mean, Junichi Kinemaru is Sonic.
Yeah.
You know,
Junichi's still my favorite Sonic voice. Period. So
absolutely, absolutely.
Same for me, I would say.
Probably gonna play Frontiers with Japanese voices.
Yep.
I did
But
that with voices.
the English voices sound kind of stiff. And just
Given
they
they were
sound
coming
awkward.
from given they were coming from Sonic X, nothing else prior, they did their best.
Whoa,
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
forgot
not
Shadow the
bad
early
Hedgehog.
on.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
yeah, no,
That-
they
that's-
had Hedgehog the Hedgehog.
Sonic
I'm
Riders
not gonna.
as well.
I'm not gonna fault
They're
the voice
pretty good.
actors entirely. Like direction goes a lot into how a voice actor delivers their lines.
Oh, I can
Like how
remember
SA1
Sonic
had no voice
laughing.
direction.
Oh no, Sonic laughing with Elise scares me.
Yeah, that I love that part. It's so awkward and funny. I'm like I can't. I'm cringing. But anyway, what was I gonna say? I think Jason Griffith is a good voice actor. I like him for both Sonic and Shadow. I think he's probably my favorite Sonic voice actor. I just think some of the dialogue in this game is said like very stiffly and awkwardly. Mostly due to like, yeah.
This game always sticks out to me as like bad Sonic English voice acting back in that era, like particularly.
I can't say at least Dan Green did make Mephiles one of my favorite Sonic villains just from the voice alone.
Yeah.
Well, I meant specifically for Sonic, not even anybody else. I just mean for like Sonic's character. It was like one of the worst ones I can remember until we get into future games, but that's a whole whatever.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
This is
Like when you're falling at the end of Flame Core, it's just, what?
Yeah,
All right,
there's just
buddy.
something about how Jason was doing it in '06. I don't know if they made him do one take and then never again, but like it's just very interesting.
I mean, could be Unleashed, where he literally had strep throat the whole time.
Yeah,
I respect
Oh,
that so
yeah.
much. Doing Werehog, like I respect that.
Oh yeah,
It enhanced the werehog,
Yes, the Werehog.
made it more gravelly.
I think that Shadow, I think Shadow's voice acting is pretty funny. I think there's a couple lines in the cutscenes that are really funny, like that alone is insufficient.
Sufficient,
Where it's like
yes.
super
But
funny.
that alone is insufficient.
Yeah.
It's like the camera turning.
Don't touch it!
Yeah.
It always sounds like he's whispering in 06.
But that
Yeah.
alone is
Hey,
insufficient.
Sonic, what'd you get for question 3?
But I do like it. Another funny one because I died like 1,700 times in Radical Train is just like the "Let's get moving." I really like that one too.
That's a good one.
Obviously, there's the voice lines at the end of the game, which are really nice.
Which
Overall-
you skipped all of them.
No, I did not.
Bruh, we didn't even get to hear any of their iconic lines versus Solaris.
Oh, versus Solaris. No, I meant at the end of Shadow Story.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to beat the game. That was good.
Man.
You mean when the
He was, just skip it all.
I just
I
wanted to
hate
beat
how
the
it's
boss.
like random that you hear their like quotes against Solaris.
Mm.
You just have to keep cycling until it happens.
I think
Hey, at least you don't have to wait 10 minutes.
Eggman has a
True.
couple funny lines.
they got an important lore?
I like the line where Shadow like barges in on the train and he's just like, "Oh, you could have used the door, you know."
I love that.
Yeah, that's a.
Of course, it's
funny one.
Eggman, right?
Would the
Yeah.
door have been easier?
Yeah.
Mike Pollock is just always he's great. He's
yeah.
great.
I don't have much else to say in the voice acting and direction. I think I don't know. It's so mixed.
It's one of the weaker ones for sure.
I think it's okay. At worst, it's okay.
But at
like,
the- at
I've
the-
heard far worse.
Yeah, at the least, there's a bunch of really funny lines that we got out of it. So
Mm.
Like
Yeah,
it's
it's
nothing.
weird.
It's
no
nothing
use.
like what
It's
is
no
it?
use. It's no use. It's
Oh, I
no
can't even
use.
think of the name. That
Wait, is your soundboard working?
It is. It's
that
going
rail
to train.
shooter where you're fighting zombies. What is
Oh.
that? House of the Dead. You know, it could be like House of
yeah.
the Dead 2 voice acting or
yeah,
whichever one that was.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Silver. I don't like Silver's voice too much in English. I think it's good in Japanese, but the English one is like a little.
Well, it's a
too,
meme,
like-
so I love it.
Yeah, it's very memey. It's very whiny.
he's trying to be Trunks from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, he's
I
failing.
mean, try. He succeeded.
I like Trunks from Dragon Ball Z. Not that I
Yeah.
hate Silver or anything, but he's not my favorite.
It's
Okay.
no use. Take
You, at least what I
this.
can say about him, you can tell he's a year younger than Sonic. He does give that energy.
Don't
I
you
don't know
dare
what it
turn
is,
your
but-
back on me!
Yeah.
Like that. I was like, okay, relax, buddy. You're trying
Get
a
out
little
of my
too hard.
way, Amy.
Okay. So now we're getting into some of the topics that I had planned for the end of the podcast, which we're here now. And these are some interesting topics. So let's see. We have for the first one, serious stories in Sonic games. Do they belong? So what are
Yeah.
your thoughts?
It depends on the
Yeah.
atmosphere and the area around it, but they they can work really well when they're given those specific like areas.
Yes.
I just think they are. I think SA2 is a serious story in a lot of ways. So
Yeah.
I think Secret
I
Rings
just think
and
they
Black
are.
Knight are good
I think you can put
examples.
levity in a natural way without it being just a. I don't know.
I don't
Don't
mind. a
Don't look
silly
at forces.
story
Bad
as-
example.
I don't mind a silly story if the game itself isn't trying to be taken seriously. Like
Yeah.
Lost World is
Yeah.
an issue with that where the game has a pretty like it's trying to be a serious story, but I cannot take it seriously with the
Yeah.
costume.
Yeah, no.
They should have just went all in with the goofiness factor.
Like they could have just made the Deadly Six just kind of act like Bowser, where like they're villains, but they're being wacky about it. Like, but no, they had to act
Yeah.
like they're being real. It's like, stop it! You're just embarrassing yourself.
Yeah.
I don't mind the variety and tones that the Sonic series had. Like Adventure 1, then you go to Adventure 2, it's a little bit more serious. Then you go back down to Heroes, and it's like a bit more lighthearted. I didn't mind that. Like I think kind of balancing it with different tones for each game is fine. But then
I don't
once you just
Sonic
like
Heroes, yeah.
once you like deliberately limit yourself to not telling serious stories, then it's like, well, I kind of would like one now.
And
On
also,
the
one
other
I
thing-
think
hand,
the actual story now.
One thing about 06 too is while it does have a nice serious tone, sometimes it gets too serious about it where there's just no fun and that just gets really boring. Like there's barely any like fun jokes in the game
Breathing room.
besides just like some funny like one-liners and
yeah,
that's it.
Sonic 06 needed Eggman to be more like Eggman. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Um,
agree with that.
Also, I want to say, like, I don't think it's just like the story, like generally being serious or silly that's the defining factor. I think it's the writing behind it, because Force is one of my least favorite stories in the game. I mean, in the games, and it tends to lean
Serious.
more serious. It's just that the writing, like the
Too
characters,
serious.
it's not even that. It's just like the characters in the story itself aren't taking it seriously. They're
Yeah.
taking
Well,
it
that's what
as
I
if
mean.
it's
Like
a
the
joke.
story is so serious that like the characters don't take it seriously, and you just end up with like a story that feels like it could have been so much more, but the characters in the story don't really sell it.
Right, and that's half the experience with the story, you know. You need
Then
the
you have a
characters-
silent protagonist that just is scared the whole time,
Oh, the Avatar.
and then edgy
Or just
infinite.
this.
Edgy
she like
Inkling?
Elise?
Is that what you said?
No, I said edgy infinite.
Oh yeah, I don't really like Infinite too much.
Infinite could have
Okay.
been better.
He could have been
I mean,
like such a
bootleg
good character.
Mephiles.
Yeah.
Bootleg Mephiles.
I just
Mephiles
wish
was
honestly,
supposed to be in Forces.
honestly,
I wish he was.
if we never saw what made Infinite become what he did, how he was, I think I'd like Infinite more. I just don't like his beginning arc.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's
what
Shadow
made
beat
it.
me.
It's like he beat me in a thumb war, and I'm gonna go.
The only cool part
like-
about him is his voice actor. That's it.
Yeah.
Um,
I wish
he
Infinite
was
was
good,
a
though.
hedgehog. They should have introduced him as another hedgehog that Eggman created. It would have made the dynamic between him and Shadow
well,
much
okay,
better.
I'm
I
pretty
wouldn't
sure.
even know hedgehogs.
I'm pretty sure he was supposed to be, but that's a story for another podcast. Moving on.
I don't want to
Um,
play Versus. No, I can't.
Um,
I'd rather play 06.
okay, so I guess we'll get into music now.
Goated
what's your-
soundtrack.
Yeah,
Yeah.
honestly.
Goated soundtrack.
Was this Tomoya Otani that did this?
For the most part,
Yeah.
he did
Yeah.
most of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I never would have guessed that. I really never was one to follow like the actual people and directors of this game to like know who was responsible for what until kind of recently. But yeah, finding out that like the guy who did Sonic Colors was the guy who did like the orchestral tracks for 06 was like what?
He also did
That is
Unleashed
insane.
soundtrack too.
They do feel
Right,
the same
yeah.
to me when I think about that, though, because Colors' soundtrack kind of gives me like a Sonic variant of like a Galaxy soundtrack thing.
Yeah,
I
the
don't know.
orchestral tracks, but then you have like the electronic ones and everything, and it's like he's got a really good range, I think.
Yeah,
Like
there's
I would have thought those
always,
were two different composers.
There's always more composers than our scene. Like you always have Sega Sound Team credited, which is not.
Yeah.
You know, that's a lot of people who are
No one
also
in
working on
specific,
things.
right.
Yeah.
I always hated that. That bugs me.
Yeah, it bugs me too as someone who's a composer. You know, I feel like each individual
wanna know
composer should
who
have
was
their credit.
responsible
Yeah,
for
I
what.
exactly.
wonder who made this variant of this song. Like,
Yeah,
musical versatility is not something you could just brush over. Like, who made
Yeah.
this?
yeah.
Tension Rising is such a good event song for when you're like when it's always happens when the characters come up.
That one.
Yeah, the one when you're about to fight the rival characters.
Yeah, I think that this soundtrack overall is actually incredible. It's hard to say
really
whether it's
good.
my favorite
And then-
or not.
My other favorite ones are the ones that have Shadow's theme after Mephiles' in the story,
Oh yeah.
where it like transitions from
Oh,
Mephiles'
yeah.
theme to Shadow's.
I love that.
I have a hard time picking out my favorite song in this game because there
I
are
can't.
so many good ones.
So
Like
many good ones.
Like I
Kingdom
could give
Valley.
like
Bass is my favorite, honestly.
Aquatic
Bass.
Bass is so
The
good.
atmosphere.
Aquatic bass
has
is really
Wave
good.
Ocean, the
mellow.
inlet,
Yeah, Wave
Yeah.
Ocean.
Yeah.
the
I think
inlet, the second act, like the Mox beat
The
section.
the
Yeah.
where
first
it's
act of
like the heavy
Flamethrower,
distorted guitar.
All of Kingdom Valley.
all of
Yeah.
Kingdom Valley, yeah.
I think
I love
Elise's.
the soundtrack. All of Kingdom Valley is one song. I freaking love that.
I think Elise's theme is actually really, really good. Like the piece at the end that plays with the corny line where Elise is like, "I don't care about the world. Blah, 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 I want to kiss
Oh
you."
yeah.
I really like that variant of Elise's theme. I think it's incredible.
Is that on like a harp or something?
I think so. Yeah.
It's on the harp. It
But
is on the harp.
Like, it rises at like the perfect time, and it's actually just really good.
When
and
she's
it fits the
talking,
cutscene.
it knows
Yeah.
when to start playing it. It's
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
well
Yeah.
set.
Supersonic transformation song that plays during this whole ceremony.
Yep.
Starts all nice and holy, and then it gets into that like epic part of the song after they're when they're transforming.
I know.
I love when you're fighting Solaris and it has like that. I think it's a Greek choir. When you're
Yeah.
fighting it. Like, I don't know why. I just love when they have shit like that. It's like
They did the-
like God. This really is a god itself, isn't it?
They did
Yeah.
the Chaos Boss music, but the way everyone actually wanted them to do it, where they did the like different tone first and then the main theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Solaris Phase 2 is an incredible song.
Yeah.
I think
is.
it's kind of a couple songs that get underlooked or overlooked rather, not underlooked, would be the Mephiles boss fights. I think those are really
yeah.
sick. Yeah, they're
Those
sick.
that song is legitimately creepy when I listen to it.
Yeah, that's a creepy
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Perfectly embodies him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck in here for too long just because we could just like sit here and gush about the
Yeah, the
soundtrack of
music
the
is
game,
really
but-
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good, guys. Like
A good soundtrack on
A Sonic game, of
Game-
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just
Unless your name has Brotherhood in it, yeah, and you're good. Don't worry
Yeah.
about it.
I can't even fault the Brotherhood, man. They just lost their sound their sound bank. It's not even their fault, man.
I do actually very briefly want to go back to the story thing because there was something I didn't say.
Okay.
And then we can go to the next point. But I wanted to say that back there was I think a serious story can absolutely work in a Sonic game so long as it has some lightheartedness to, to give us breathing room, basically.
It needs tonal shifts that keep things interesting, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like any good story, regardless.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. This is an interesting topic that I wish that Jeb was here for. It's unfortunate that he is ill. How did Sonic 06 affect Sonic games moving forward, and how would things have looked as if it was successful? Sonic Team,
man.
He who.
Wasn't this the game that kind of kicked off that thing of Sonic Friends bad?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
That feeling when there's a video out on this exact topic.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
that's
And the
exactly
person
what
who
I
made
think.
it was
the person who made it can't
supposed to
make
be here
it.
with us.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, shout out to Jab real quick. If you guys haven't seen his new video, if the timeline where Sonic was good, I believe is the
I'm
name of it. I
still
can't
watching
remember.
through all of that.
Yeah, I watched it when I was traveling. He sent it to me. Yeah, I had listened to it. It's a good video. So if you haven't watched that yet, definitely throw it in your watch later. But yeah, and it's really interesting just because like I talk about this a lot. Like if this game actually was successful and it had more time in the oven and it was good, then we would see a completely different Sonic franchise today. It upsets me to no end, which is why I don't like to think about it for too long.
I think Boost still would have found its way into Sonic games, but in the way that it's done would have been handled in a way similar, or it would have been handled in more of like an addition rather than a core mechanic. It would have been something that's just like, okay, it's to help enhance the feeling of what the like adventure games feel like.
Yeah.
As opposed to
Boost
being a core thing.
I think Boost would have always been in the series because I mean Rush did release before this game.
And you can see hints of it in the Mach Speed section.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I like
and even with the blue gem, right?
Yeah.
And technically, I know people don't like it, but technically, Heroes the Special Stage does have boosting.
Oh yeah.
And Supersonic from Sonic Adventure has boosting, kind of. You have to spin dash boost.
Being able to deliberately boost in Supersonic Section SA1, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
So, no, I agree. I think Boost would have made its way. I mean, as easy as like Sonic 2 rewarding. Sonic 2 and Rush kind of they do it well. I think having the Mach Speed sections in Sonic 06. Okay.
I think Sonic Colors. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say if they added more things in like that, I don't even necessarily have a problem with Boost itself. I feel like it's like the end formula of something like Sonic Adventure 2 that they just didn't that they could explore like more, like the daytime stages on Unleashed. I feel like are.
It just feels very scripted nowadays. That's the problem.
One thing about it is like. I like that there was one mod. I keep mentioning SA1. SA1 has this mod where you can literally use Boost for it. The level design is not meant for it, but it still works in it really well. You don't have to build levels strictly from boosting. You could still make platforming levels, but if you're going down like a downward section, you can use Boost. It's just
have
there.
to think
Like,
when you use it
on it
instead of just holding it down the entire level. No, I think if 06 was successful, Sonic Colors would not even exist because I feel like Sonic Colors is a direct response to all of the complaints about 06. Like there's no friend characters. They limit it to just like one play style. I
mean, even the story isn't as big as they
exactly
as
the story, the tone, like everything is like, all right. Remember what we did for 06? Just do the opposite, and that's Sonic Colors. I feel like that would not even exist. That game would not exist.
That's a good point. Yeah, it always just makes me upset to think about, I guess. And like you were saying, like having Boost in Sonic Adventure 1 and stuff like that, like Boost is interesting, but to me, I feel like it works at best when it's in its own sections, kind of like 06 handles it with the Mach Speed sections, just because I think there are two different styles of Sonic, and one where you have to build up momentum using the level design itself, and then one where you have to memorize the stages and like use your boost accordingly through memorization. And they're distinct.
There are good things.
Yeah, there are good things in both, and that's why I would like to see them like kind of individualized. So
I still think boost should have been something that you earned, like momentum for going fast. That's just me.
What the gauge would have been for 06 for Sonic. Like you could up that, and when it gets to max, you could start using the boost.
Yeah,
kind of like what Rush does, if I recall.
Or Sonic Advance 2 as well. It's kind of
basically that, where you go into like a boost mode if you don't get hit and you keep going fast.
Yeah.
So it rewards you for memorizing the levels, and then also it still keeps that momentum platforming that is kind of staple for Sonic.
Okay, so now for this, fine. We've been mentioning Project 06 this whole time, but now it's time for the discussion topic on Project 06. So real quick, shoutouts to Chaos X.
ST's
just
not
for
here.
everyone, ST. I'm sure he'll come back in time. I know he really wants to talk about it. I tried to get Chaos X on, guys. I'm sorry that he couldn't come on. He needs a microphone.
That's fair.
Someone buy this man a microphone.
Should've just had text to speech or speech to text translator.
But
They're on
yeah.
Google Translate.
So Project 06. Now, when this came out, I played the original demo for it, and it was like when I played it, my computer couldn't run it that well, and I was kind of just like, oh, this is all right, I guess. Like the very first build, I was like, it's just like 06, I guess, but a little bit better.
I can play it on PC.
Yeah.
06 PC.
And
Because this was before Xenia was like working stably.
Yeah.
So like we couldn't even use that.
Yeah. But then I got it with the recent Shadow build, and I was like, this is the best Sonic game I've ever played.
Yeah.
It was so
that's
interesting
basically my
when the
experience
build
with
came out. I remember I was just like browsing Twitter, and I just see Chaos X makes a new tweet, and it says, and it was just like, it's out or something. Like, oh my god. Shadow? Wait, hold on. You see a video, you just see all the gameplay, it's like, I am downloading this right now.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes when it came out, it's like, I am happy.
Here he comes. Hey, you're back just in time. We're talking about Project 06.
Okay, good. Wait, did we just start talking about it? Or
We just started.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you have many thoughts, ST. Why don't you go ahead and
Oh yeah.
and start?
Okay, so, well, I first got into Project 06 with, I think, Demo 2. Not the full Sonic release. I think it had like 5 stages out at the
Dusty
time.
Desert one? Oh yeah, that one.
I forget. It was like Kingdom Valley, Wave Ocean.
I think Dusty
Crisis
Desert was right
City?
after. I think
I think
Kingdom
that was one of the
was-
early ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I
at
don't
least
remember the
played
stage
had 2
order.
stages, I think. So
Yeah,
Yeah, like
I got
the first
into it
demo
with
had
about
2
3
stages.
stages.
Yeah. So, or maybe it was 3 stages. I don't really remember.
Something like that.
Something like
But-
that.
When I remember just playing it over and over and over and over because it felt so nice to play. And then when the full release came out for Sonic, it felt even better. I can't wait to see what he does with Shadow, right? And then what he did with Shadow was just fantastic. It exceeded my expectations.
Yeah.
But in terms of the physics, just the general momentum, I know using the word feel of the game is very loose and it's not exactly focused, but it feels like a mix of Adventure 1 and Adventure 2, I guess.
They definitely have inspiration from them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like that. And it also feels like Chaos X's own spin on things as well.
you're given
Which
so
Shadow.
many options to do things in the stages. The gameplay flow of Sonic stages in particular kind of blow everything else that like out of the water, in my opinion, from Sonic. And I don't mean to
He
say
has a
like
spin dash.
yeah.
You can jump out of it.
And Shadow does too, and I have a lot to say about him. Like, the way Chaos X improved Shadow's mechanics, the way
The
he
score
interacts with the
mechanic.
stages. The score mechanic is so much fun. So, in prior builds of P06, I think the score mechanic was always there. But with Sonic, you're not really too encouraged to I mean, you are encouraged to mess with it and learn it, but with Shadow, it felt so much more fun to do it with.
It wasn't in the original, so.
Oh, yeah.
Now you have a reason to actually hit enemies.
Use the combat. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, him improving moves like his, like, I love the new homing attack, by the way, like the Legacy homing attack.
Oh yeah.
That
Or,
dash
like,
you
curve
get.
down.
Yes, that it helps Shadow especially keep his momentum up. But things like the new Chaos Snap or the Chaos Spear buff in general, the
Yeah.
little things that just help.
They just add up.
Yeah,
Get
they
your
just
homing
help.
attack back after
Man,
doing a chaos
The
Spear.
inhibitor rings.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. You can homing attack, throw a Chaos Spear, and you get another one back.
Yeah, you get
The
another
inhibitor rings are
You
like.
can do that with Sonic too. With you can do homing attack,
Yeah, with the bounce
and
attack.
then cancel it into a homing attack.
Yeah, it's really cool. And something I mentioned earlier was how this game has, or PO6 has the way the score system works. Like a move, if you kill an enemy with either Sonic's bounce attack or Shadow's Chaos Spear, the enemy chain timer pauses, right? So then you're able to land on the ground and like refresh your jumps or your homing attack and whatnot to continue it and to just you can
Rack
get
up the
insane
highest score
gems.
possible. Yeah, ST, like I mentioned it earlier, but if you guys want to see some really high level score running stuff in the Shadow levels, then definitely check out his YouTube. I'm sure he'll post them later. I know he posts them in my Discord as well. King, I know you were going to say something. Why don't you go ahead?
Oh, I was just adding on to the feel of Shadow. When I first found out that the inhibitor rings existed, I think I haven't popped off that hard in a long time.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It's just
And
it's like it's such a good idea that I'm like, wow, can't believe this is a thing.
Yeah.
I love the after effect where he actually gets tired too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how it's like, okay, so there's no rainbow gem for Shadow. So, because people were like, oh, is Shadow going to have a super form? And Chaos that's just like, just wait and see. You know, he didn't say no or yes. People were like, okay, that means he's going to have a super form. Well, no, he doesn't, but he has something that's like a super form, but it runs off the energy meter instead of rings.
Yeah,
and
I
I
think
think
it's
that's
cooler.
Life form.
yeah.
World's #1 life form.
And I also appreciate the change that Chaos X made to it in the later versions of this build, where now you have to hold up on the D-pad and then press the right trigger.
Yeah.
Because before, it would just, you know, if you just wanted to keep using Chaos Blast, you weren't able to. You would have to go into the inhibitor ring state.
I
But-
remember when the Shadow build first came out. To take the inhibitor rings off, didn't you have to press something on the keyboard? Like, was it?
Oh,
not on
that
the
was a
controller?
like debug thing that Chaos X didn't mean to like have on, but he just didn't notice it.
Oh,
And of course,
were you
someone
able
found
to?
it.
Were you able to take it off like with controller input?
Yeah.
I think so. I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure. I don't think I played that one.
I never did that.
You basically it's the same input to like do a chaos burst. Once you get you just have to fill up all the gauges, and then you do a chaos burst, and your inhibitor rings will come off.
So was that that debug thing? Did that have like infinite meter or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it was kind of just.
I remember I played through all of Shadow's story without knowing that you could activate that, and I was like streaming it, and my friend is like, "Yo, press the F key or like whatever key it was, I forget."
Well, you
And
have to
then
unlock it.
My friend did that too.
Yeah, and I pressed it, and I saw like the inhibitor rings fall off, and I'm like, "Oh my god, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life."
The kid
I'm
immediately,
actually glad-
exploded from that.
I know.
I'm actually glad that didn't happen because I didn't know Shadow had like this upgrade thing until I got all the S ranks. And I go, oh yeah, it's like go to Dusty Desert to get blah blah blah. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, it's cool that they like he hides the gems in
Yeah.
different locations in the stage to
Yeah.
entice you exploring
They're
them.
all hidden too.
Yeah, they are well.
Yeah, they're actually
hidden.
pretty well hidden.
Like,
The one that took me forever to get was the one in Crisis City.
oh yeah, that one's a little.
Yeah.
Where
out
was
there.
Is it jump behind one of the buildings or to the
Yeah.
side of it?
Yep.
Leap of faith.
Other than that, we can talk about the attention and detail he has. Like, think about you remember in Sonic Adventure 2 where Eggman blows up the moon? Remember that, guys?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
Twitter
I
doesn't
know
let me
what
stop
you're getting to.
Twitter doesn't
Yeah.
stop me.
Yeah.
It doesn't let me stop it.
In White Arcopolis, you can look up into the sky and the moon is half blown up, and that's fucking sick.
Oh,
I
yeah,
like that attention to
Yeah.
detail.
It's really dope.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. And I'm just, I don't know, I'm really happy. Just the amount of, outside of just like the feel and the gameplay flow of the game and everything, like you said, the amount that he added to the other characters as well. Like, Knuckles has different combos depending on you know, you can do, I think he has, was it 3 or 4 combos?
Yeah.
So that's cool. He has a move where you can like instantly like drill dive and go forward, almost like Blazes, which is neat.
Yeah.
And then you can glide out of it, which is sick. Tails has his tail swipe. All the characters are faster.
And he has the infinite tail swipe too.
Yeah, he has the infinite,
shit's awesome.
Yeah. Rouge has attacks along with her bombs, which we were complaining about earlier, which makes her a lot more fun to play in this game. You know, Lem was saying it's their favorite character to play.
Especially jumping on the enemies when you're flying. When you hit an enemy whilst flying, you just go. And I just find that really fun.
I love doing that with Tails, honestly, because with Tails you can do the hop on the enemy the same way,
Tails
kind
too.
of, and that's just really cool.
I forget. Can you jump? Can you actually jump into enemies in Project 06?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I thought. That is such a weird decision in the vanilla game. Like, Sonic is in ball form. Why does
Probably
he
wanted an excuse to do other things, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Another thing I really appreciate about PO6 is all the options that you're given in, customizations.
Yeah.
Especially
HUD
like
options.
It was really funny going back to the original and going to the options menu and it just being like music and sound effects.
Yeah.
That's it. And I was like, you can't be serious. This is it. This is all this game has for options. No,
So
no
awesome.
shot.
It's so awesome. Like, there's camera distance. You can have the homing attack curve, like in the adventure games.
Spin dashing too.
Yeah, spin dashing. You can also have the ball flicker. Like when you're in the ball, it'll flicker like in Adventure 1. I love that. It's so awesome.
You also added the same one from SA2 into that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was SA2 and SA1.
I think Bounce Bracelet also had a setting, if I recall. With how you can do the bounce. I forget.
That I don't remember, but like the one simple change that they made to bounce in this game is just to make it have less lag and be able to like homing attack at any point throughout the bounce. Makes it much fun for gameplay.
They just need to make it
momentum.
Faster overall.
Like being able to
after this podcast, I saw you.
Being able to like, bounce into the ground, but homing attack right before, like you can do in Sonic Adventure 2, just to get a boost of speed. As like in Radical Train, for example, like you're bouncing to get up there, and then you can bounce back down and homing attack to get like a quick boost. It just feels so much better. It's crazy.
I just need a faster bounce attack like in SA2. That's my one.
A super bounce.
It just takes a long time for the animation to like come back. When he bounces back up, it takes so long. Same thing with going down. He doesn't go down as fast as I would like for him to, like in SA2 where he just rockets to the ground and then just comes right back up like a ball.
Yeah, in the vanilla game, Vanilla 06, you bounce attack, and on your way up, like it locks your controls into like the peak of your jump.
Yeah,
it's really annoying. Another thing I like that Chaos X did with Shadow is that he has like insta kill moves like Chaos Blast, and if you charge up Chaos Lance, it just deletes. Like, because in the original game, Chaos Lance, when you charged it up, was supposed to be like this AoE or like this multi-hit move, but it just didn't work.
Yeah.
So in Project 06, they just delete enemies. Yeah. Regardless of how much health they have, they just die.
And we had already talked about how Rouge's objectives are like changed in the forest level by making it, because it's such an open like free stage, to making it so you have to actually find the keys makes way more sense. Adding the Emerald Radar on because you're such a good treasure hunter, incredible change as well. Overall, it kind of seems like Chaos X, for someone who hadn't played 06 up until recently, which is
crazy.
Which I don't even know.
Man, made the whole game without even having it to play. Footage from other people.
Yeah, that's
crazy. All right, bet.
He's a god.
I feel like that just goes to show like how infamous and like documented Sonic 06 is.
Yeah,
like it's such a game that like everyone knows about, even like people who don't play it. Like there's probably so many people that have watched like the Game Grumps play through Sonic 06 or like any other like Let's Play or something, just to like have that experience of seeing like this absolute mess.
Yeah.
If you have played video games at least a bit, you're probably going to have at least heard of 06 once.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
sure.
I mean, he also has some help from some people for like the dialogue and how to rearrange it and add it. So it's not just him anymore working on it. It's like him and maybe a couple other people, but it's still really impressive for someone to have like recreated the game essentially just by eye alone.
Yeah.
And to such a minute degree to where like it's almost hard to tell if it's even the same, if it's a completely different game.
Right. No, I think it just goes to prove that like 06 had the skeleton of like something that should have been a fantastic Sonic game, but in the end it was just like undermined by external factors. Because like a lot of this appreciation for 06, like I don't think it's a coincidence that it's coming up after Project 06 has kind of been a thing, because it really does show you that like this is what the game could have been if it was given an extra like half a year, an extra year or something, if they weren't completely like undermined by these external factors.
Or even if development had just not been so rocky to begin with, where it never split, it didn't leave.
Right.
On top of that, I think giving it another year would have been really nice. So, yeah, overall, the fact that Chaos X is able to do this, I just want to, say thank you for
a big
letting
thank you.
so many people experience this version of Sonic 06, and,
hopefully he can fix his computer.
Hopefully you can fix your computer. I'm pretty sure the entire Sonic community is behind your back with what you're doing. Incredible work. Thank you so much. Moving forward, cut content.
You mean Metal Sonic? Where's Metal Sonic at, bro?
Yeah, I hadn't heard
I
of that.
wanted that so bad.
Guidebook time.
So I have been told that this game was supposed to have like a Chow Garden. I've been told that it was supposed to have Metal Sonic in it. I've been told, obviously you have everything that happened with, there's no Rainbow Gem. You have whatever else. The Metal Sonic is the most interesting to me. Is he like a bonus for maybe getting the silver
He was supposed to have his own campaign.
Yeah, but that's the thing that gets me. Like, him having his own campaign doesn't make any sense with the current context of the game. So what would
obviously the story would have been different.
So metal type stuff? I don't know.
He would have probably been involved with Mephiles somehow.
I feel like at that point they must have cut him out before they even like finished the script of the game. Like it must have been so early on.
As an idea, but they never actually bothered doing anything with it.
Yeah, like it might have just been like, we decided not.
I don't
to,
even know if I would
actually
consider that cut content.
Because he just disappears after Heroes, and you don't see him ever again. It would have made sense to. It would have been interesting to see his involvement in the story, almost as like something that he might have interacted with Silver, because Silver's looking for Sonic, and in Metal Sonic, you find a robot version of him.
Yeah.
I would say that it would have been interesting, but the game already had so many moving parts that it didn't like execute on correctly. That I'm glad that they did not. That seems like more of a decision than it was actually cut content.
Right.
Well, he was cut probably very early on to the point where the story probably was still in its development phase.
Yeah.
To the point where I guarantee you, if he was in 06, the story as we know it wouldn't be exactly the same.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
So some cut content here that's right in the guidebook. I just find this hilarious. Is the speed chip for Silver?
Oh man, my boy was supposed to be so much faster.
So here it says for 6,000 rings, you can purchase a speed chip at the store to increase Silver's running speed, and that's just not in the game. Is it even in the files?
I think so, because
I believe
he
there
runs
is.
faster in Project 06.
I don't think that means it was in the files.
I mean, I think that's just Chaos X increasing his speed,
tweak,
yeah. Which, by the way, another thing about the PO64 is Silver's running animation is amazing.
Yeah, so Silver is
the one where he like hovers.
Yeah.
That's so dope.
Cool. It's so cool.
Then the Rainbow Gem.
Yeah, the Rainbow Gem, which funny enough, I don't think that's
that
mentioned
is in the
guidebook.
code.
Yes, it is, but
They
it's
have
not mentioned in the
sprite
guidebook.
for it and everything.
All it does is just make him do his super animation while still being Sonic, and that's it.
Yeah.
If
Yep.
you get stuck there.
Were we supposed to talk about the multiplayer? Because I just saw that in the guide.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a multiplayer mode with him and Shadow where they like fight Eggman, and it had its own like
a
story
co-op?
campaign. Yeah,
Really?
it had like a co-op story campaign.
That's
There's
cool.
even dialogue for it too.
Yeah,
Huh.
that's left in the game. That's very interesting. Yeah, we didn't.
Where like Sonic was supposed to ride in the buggy with Shadow.
Which
Yeah.
I think is actually now in PO6. Or at least I know that Rouge can ride in the buggy. With him.
Yeah, they sit together.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we didn't talk about multiplayer. I think there's not much to talk about. I think it's very half-baked.
Yeah.
It's just kind of is what it is, and they have.
It's kind of just needed to be there just because, other
I
games
forgot
had
it
them.
had
Yeah.
multiplayer.
It's
They
kind
wanted
of fun,
to,
though.
they wanted to list another feature on the back of the box to make it sound
Is that on
like
the back
this
of the
game
box?
had a bunch of stuff in it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it
He
is.
checks his
Probably
box.
is.
Hang on. Where is
Juice-
this box, bro?
Juice can check it.
Yeah,
The
I got
box
my
is right
box.
behind him.
It's right
Oh, yeah,
there.
yeah. Get your box. Check it. Is it multiplayer? I need to know this.
I'm pretty sure it does. But it's sad to me the
Intense
multiplayer was
multiplayer
gonna be so
action.
much better.
It says players 1 to 2, and it also says co-op 2, right on the box.
Well,
it doesn't. It's not like saying it's not like
Highlighted.
marketing it as that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but it does just say it in like the information, like how many players.
you're
you
right.
can
this time
use.
speed isn't enough. Yeah, you're right. No,
Like-
no mass speed can help me.
It's sad because like
Patience as well.
the co-op
lot
campaign
of
was gonna have Sonic and Shadow turning Super Sonic and Super Shadow to defeat Eggman at the end of it and everything using the Chaos Emeralds.
Oh, that
like-
would have been dope.
Like they had like a whole separate story planned out. Maybe that's where Metal Sonic would have showed up. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's just weird that there's a whole second game essentially in the co-op alone.
Yeah, that's crazy. Actually, I forgot about that. I remember now. I've heard about that before, but I forgot.
Now, I don't know where I heard that it was supposed to have a shout garden. Does anyone have any like data on that?
I
Or is
heard
that just
there's
something
any
people
source
say?
of that.
I have no idea.
I think that's more of a rumor, if anything. But
I wouldn't put it past it being on the planning stages at some point because of
yeah,
just the very nature of the game having a hub world like it did.
Yeah, you would
Does this
think
game
that
have
Sonic
any
Adventure 3 would
depiction
have
of
a shout
Chao?
garden.
Nope.
no.
No.
They do Chow in Space 3 in Crisis
Oh
City.
yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you're
It
right.
took them 200 years to get to Challenge Space 3.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It happened during the time that the world just kind of exploded and stuff.
Oh, that means it was a flop. Got it.
Damn. The movie was so bad, the Flames of Disaster came out.
Exactly.
That's
I'm surprised Cream
That's
and
some-
Cheese aren't in the story.
Oh, they died.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're dead.
yeah, Big too. Big is dead.
You know what? You know what it
Yo,
is?
rip my boy.
Cream and cheese were written correctly. They're not in Italy for some reason.
At home chilling.
Fair enough.
Other
Because I
than
feel
that-
like they could have put Cream and Cheese in Silver's story and then had Amy deal with Metal Sonic if he was in the game.
Maybe. I think the game already has too many moving parts, so it's really hard to imagine like all these other characters coming in as well.
Oh,
I'm
speaking of-
looking at the Chao in Space 3 texture for like the
Mhm.
poster, and
Yeah.
it looks like Chaos are like unique models. So I wonder if there
Really?
was a garden. I'll post it in general.
Speaking of cut content, though, and this is something that
Oh yeah.
Jazzmax did add
Interesting.
into Project 06 was there's a lot of like cut or just maybe not cut necessarily but
Dialogue.
in the files. Yeah, the dialogue.
Yeah.
There's tons of dialogue that's not
Yep.
used.
Yeah, but the Chao in this poster, they have like unique models. I don't think these are the ones that they use in like the boost games. So if
They
they were planning a
kind of
Chao
look like
garden,
the
they were
ones-
probably
They look like-
probably planning on using these models.
It looks like Cheese's model from Heroes.
I wouldn't
I
be
think
surprised if they
Cheese's
used it as a
model
base.
from Heroes is like a high poly SA2 Chao. It's got like the same exact like.
It might. Hold on.
Portions.
Let me check that actually. I have those.
In game, I think it literally is an SA2 model. But in the CGI cutscenes, I think it's just like a high poly Chao model from SA2.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to think if they were planned to be, because like I mean, it's said a lot, but a lot of people think that this game was, originally like a Sonic Adventure 3 kind of thing, or like
it has the DNA of one,
or at least like when I think about this game, I basically think of it as like as an adventure title. So
it definitely has like the DNA and like structure of a Sonic Adventure title. The only thing it's missing is just being called Sonic Adventure 3.
I mean, hey, which 2 games have the bounce bracelet?
That's true. Okay. So
The cat has the bounce bracelet in Sonic Heroes.
the cat.
Yeah, he's got the bounce
Yeah,
bracelet.
he also has the ability to fly if you know how to play your cards right. So
Yeah.
True.
That and
Fly
all the
right off the loop.
characters were supposed to be able to use the grind rails, like Silver and like Silver can't use
yeah.
grind rails in the original. He
Vermilion.
can in Project 06 though.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, you can. Well, at least in the test stages, he can use them. That's the only.
Well,
place
it just means that there's functionality for it, so I would imagine
Yeah.
that he will have some. I'd imagine he didn't make that to then not use it. So
possibly, yeah. Okay, so if we don't have anything else to say on cut content, because it's all like a lot of it is kind of like rumored, so it's kind of hard to confirm anything. But I mean, the stuff that we have confirmed is really interesting. This last discussion topic that I have before we're closing is I'll just read it out. Subjectivity versus objectivity. Define what these mean to video games. What is objectively a bad game? Can you find enjoyment in it? Is it still a bad game if you can? Even if you enjoy aspects of a game, can you still resolve in the fact that you don't enjoy the core gameplay experience? And for me, I feel like we can say that a game objectively, if it's not achieving what it's looking to do, which would be, I guess, to have like a consistently good gameplay
Stable
loop, stable gameplay loop experience, then I would call that game not good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that Sonic 06 is a good game. That doesn't mean that I don't enjoy aspects of Sonic 06. But would I say it's a good game? I would not.
Exactly. It's weird. It's kind of like a philosophical question, because
Yeah.
like I'd say 06 is kind of like not completely objectively bad, but like there are objective things in it that like you can say are bad because they're
Yeah.
not intended, and they kind of like worsen the experience in a lot of ways. They usually work against the player.
yeah,
Like there are many bad things in 06 to the point where I would probably consider it a bad game, but I have a lot of fun with it. So like if it's fun, if I'm enjoying myself, like isn't that the purpose of, like entertainment and video games? Like if I'm having fun, shouldn't that be what matters? So like, is it a good game? I don't think so, but at the same time, like it might be because I'm having fun with it. It just like depends on how you look at it, I think.
Is like, is it good to its own like rules and what it set out to be? No, but is it a good experience if you take what the game has, which is it's bugginess and it's broken of using the chips and whatnot.
If I'm gonna have to play the game and it's gonna be bad, I might as well make the best of it. And if I can enjoy myself while playing it, then it is what it is. Maybe the game isn't going to be like by definition a good game, but if I'm enjoying it, then I don't see the harm.
A bad game does not mean it's not a fun game.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree with that completely.
There are plenty of fun bad games.
Like, let me see.
There's also bad
like Sonic
not fun
06,
games.
like Sonic 06 isn't
Sonic
fun.
Forces.
Sonic 06 isn't fun because of what it like tries to do. It's fun because
Yeah.
Because of
how
what
you
it
can break
can't
it.
do, because of bugs that then makes the experience funny.
Yeah.
That's what's funny about being a Sonic gamer and being a speedrunner is they collide really well because they both really have fun with glitches. So it's really easy to enjoy yourself there.
In terms of this whole like topic, I just always think on that phrase, a guilty pleasure, you know?
Yeah.
And that's absolutely what the original 06 is for me. It's definitely, I know it's a bad game. It's a terrible game. But there are parts of it I do enjoy. There are parts of it I do find fun.
Yeah, as a Sonic fan, the word guilty pleasure is something I find myself using quite a lot.
Yeah, and I only really have it with Sonic games.
Sonic in general was kind of a guilty pleasure at this point, just as an icon.
But at the same time, you should, like, if you actually enjoy aspects of the game, I don't think you should feel guilty for that, for sure.
Exactly.
No,
yeah, no, I think I finally come to the point where I kind of have stopped caring what other people think about my favorite Sonic games.
Yeah.
And I just own it. Like,
yeah,
like, oh man, you
exactly.
like the Sonic game with the Neopets, like, Tamagotchi simulator? Like, yes.
Yeah, yes,
I do.
Yeah.
So the more people start thinking for themselves, the better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to be one of those Sonic fans that's just one-sided and one-dimensional, and just always going off what the public thinks and just basing my opinion off that. People did that for like Sonic Heroes. People did that for Unleashed. People did that for Colors. They kind of do it for Forces still. It's just like I just have my own opinion. I'm gonna like this game, even though everyone fucking hates it. I don't care. I like it. Go away.
You know what? I like what I play, and I play what I like.
Yeah. I think that
If
you
you
can
question why I like it and ask, I don't need to give an answer.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think that it's definitely a subjective thing, and if you enjoy something, that you enjoy it. I guess what we have concluded, which is just like objectively, I think that the game doesn't really achieve its core, the experience that it wants to.
Yeah.
And in that case, we could say that that's not the good side of it,
Like-
but then we can make our own fun with it. What do you have? Do you have any thoughts on this, King?
I mean, I mostly agree. I tend to just not get caught up in objectivity at all because I just feel like it feels, because to me it's like we're all talking about opinions anyway. So like I'm sure it just doesn't matter to me.
Well,
But
I would
you
say
You can't have objectivity for a product. Like you can't define things just
I
based
think
off
there is a place for it.
Each person has their own individual experience that you can't do anything with. That's their subject.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is that's what we talk about anyway.
Yeah.
So I just don't think there's a point for me anyway in talking about things that are objective, because I just don't think, because your bias is always going to enter no matter what.
Yeah.
So it's just for me, I just think about what I feel, and what if somebody else feels differently, then I'm like, yeah, well, that's just normal.
Yeah, you can
cool.
you can explain your own subjective experiences with it. Like I don't think objectivity is like lost in the discussion. I don't think it has no place.
Right.
When it comes
There's
to a
definitely
game.
like certain things you can quantify when talking
Yeah.
about games, but like what you take away from it is completely.
Well, that's the thing, is that like the things that I quantify are this game has glitches, you know.
Right.
Those
But
are
it's
the
how you-
things that I can
It has
state.
problems.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it has
People can
glitches
take
that
away
are
from that in
inherent.
completely different ways. So like at the end of
Yeah.
the day, even objective things lead to opinions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's why I tend to just not
Right.
talk. I just don't even. I mean, this is a hot take for some people, but I just don't believe that objectivity exists in that way, philosophically. I just don't have that stance, because I just don't. No matter what, it is always from your perspective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Um.
Like 06 is hard because
Because it's like,
we.
I mean, I
we
don't mean to
know it-
interrupt, but like, I just, when you say things like, if you really think about it, you say like, I don't think this game accomplished its goals. That is even if everybody could agree, it's an opinion. You know what I mean? So I just always think of it like that, of like, yeah, even if everybody on the planet agrees, well, first of all, they probably don't, but like, it's still an opinion that you have. So I just don't call it objectivity, because I just don't think that's what it is.
For sure, we could say that. That's easily agreeable. I just want to say real quick, everything I say is fact and objective, and that's
Hey, well,
Sure.
so. Yeah,
That's-
take
I don't
from that
know.
what you will.
I hate to be like that about it. It's just I've had so many people over the years that use objectivity as a weapon, and I really don't appreciate it. Like I just don't. It really bothers
especially in games, people are like, "Oh, this is what I think, so that means it's true, and you can't say
Right.
otherwise." Because
you
my
can-
experience was the true experience.
Like
I'm big, you're little. I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm right, you're wrong.
you can say that like the majority of people would probably like this more if it was designed in this particular manner based off
Yeah.
of like statements from people, and yes, that would be subjective, I suppose. But it's still that matters. You know what I mean? So. Okay.
Like if the game set out to do something, it didn't necessarily. Did it achieve what it was supposed to? I mean, that's up to the person who's playing.
Yeah,
So-
I guess it's a hard thing to talk about, which is why I wanted to bring it up because I wanted to see what
I
everyone
guess
thinks about
when
it.
when it comes to one's experiences, it's hard to put objectivity in, but objectivity would apply. I think it applies to things that
Like I had a good time with 06 when I first played it, so I would say
Yeah.
it did its job. It kept me entertained. And then now this Project 06, which shows me what the game could have been. So yeah.
I think objectivity is more in place with like what things are actually in the game. You know, like oh yeah, so and
This
so.
game has 3 main characters or something like that,
Right.
while Sonic Adventure
I-
has 6 main characters.
A very basic way to go about
But
it.
what you take away from that is completely subjective. Like, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? It's just hard. It's hard to use objectivity like that as a
you know, or say like, oh, this
end all be
character
all.
behaves, you know, an X and Y way, and if the game clearly shows that they do, then all right, you know, that kind of thing.
I feel like whenever you're talking about objectivity, you have to make like specific rules for it, otherwise it doesn't work. Which is why it's usually not brought up, and when it is, it's like King said, it's like weaponized. So
Yeah.
And it, like if you're speaking about objective things, then everyone has to be on the same page when talking about them, and that's just not usually going to happen unless you establish that with the person that you're talking to. Which is like if you're talking to one person, you can both be like, this is our subjective experience with that. We think that it could be this, but even then, moving on. Final thoughts and closing statements. I have one, and that it is Sonic 06 is the video game of all time.
It's a video game, and it tried to do things, and it didn't, and I'm sad.
Okay. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone? Yeah, I guess that's a wonderful closing statement. From everyone there.
It's you know, what can I say that hasn't been said? It's a game. It's not great, but it's a game. It molded Sonic for better or for worse.
For worse.
I think it's probably the turning point, like at least one of the biggest turning points in the series. And I like constantly think about like what if it was good? Like what if it didn't have all these troubles with it? Like we'd have such a different future of Sonic.
I think the gaming landscape might have changed as well, because like Sonic 06, its effects didn't just affect Sonic. I feel like it affected a lot of other companies and the way that they present their products to some degree, in some way, shape, or form.
How
Because of the way that it was received so negatively as far as reviews, I think it brought the context of like, what does reviews mean for games nowadays? Like that dynamic, I feel like is looked at much more strictly by developers due to 06.
Yeah.
Because public opinion matters, and like word of mouth matters. Critics and how they review games matter, because sales are affected because of it. Now,
Right.
obviously, Sonic is a name brand, so its sales are going to be probably really well regardless, because look at Forces, another example of a game that hasn't been like critically acclaimed but still sold pretty well to our knowledge. I feel like back then, '06 kind of managed to. It sold really well, but critics blasted it, and now it's kind of had a legacy of its own to where other game developers look at it and be like, maybe we kind of got to be a little careful with like how we do things, and hopefully the review scores are good. So
That's a good point. I know all else have anything to add for their closing statements?
No.
I
think I've said
I
everything I
think
can.
it's unfortunate. I will make a video on this eventually, so I won't delve too much into it. But I think it's unfortunate the legacy this game has, because it makes sense. I can't even blame people for treating the game the way they have, you know, because it was just a disaster. So like, but it's just unfortunate that it's turned out in this way, where like it has morphed this franchise into it being just intensely afraid of anything that was even related to it, and it's just it's sad to me, you know. It's sad that it has to be this way nowadays because of this game, and I feel like it all kind of comes back to it, and most of the things that I hate about it now. And like I said, I can't blame anybody because it makes sense. I was making fun of it back in the day. It's just kind of like what it caused is very unfortunate.
100%.
Yeah.
It's a game that like, because of the public reception, the developers looked at that, and that steered like the fans or like the community at large is what shaped where Sonic went as a result of what this game did. Where they listened to their fans almost to a fault, and that's kind of like the running thing that Sega has been doing for like over a decade, is they listen to their fans, but sometimes they listen to them too much, and they do things that eventually people don't like. Like with the Wisps, everyone loved them in colors, so what are we going to do? We're going to put them everywhere. Now everybody hates them. We like Boost. What are we going to do? We're going to make the Boost game for the next 10 years. We're never going to try to improve it. And now everyone doesn't like it anymore. It
just
like
feels like irony almost. Like they're trying so hard to avoid '06 that they have arguably come close a few times in their
Sonic Boom,
pursuit of trying to avoid it.
Poetic in a way.
Yeah.
Doomed to failure because they're so.
And it feels like the
busy
narrative
trying
has
not to
shifted
fail.
from like this game was a rushed product to like this game never had any good ideas, and I just don't like that. I really don't.
Yeah, we went into that a little bit earlier, but like, if people actually think that this game didn't have good ideas, then I think you should listen to this podcast.
Then you probably didn't like Sonic Adventure and anything before that, because it was using a lot of the same ideas, just it was trying to push things forward, and then because of rushed development and all other problems that we've already discussed, it kind of just went all to the wayside. But now they're kind of afraid to push forward in any way, shape, or form, at least up until this point with what's coming next, hopefully. I mean, they said they want Frontiers to kind of be the groundwork for the next 10 years of Sonic, so the ambition feels like it's there.
I don't like that. I hate how they, like, limit themselves like that. Like, why would you make such a long-term statement like that? Like, just do what, like, you feel is going to be right at the time.
Yeah.
Is they're planning ahead for, like, the next 10 years? It's kind of crazy. It's like,
Well,
what
I
if
feel
Frontiers
like
doesn't
that's
work
more
out?
so-
Like, are they locked into that, like...
I feel
that
like it's just
plan
more
then?
like them saying it for the sake of it.
Right.
Like, oh,
because that's what they did with
want
the
this.
Boost games.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, this is what we're gonna like limit ourselves to for the next decade.
You just got to be a creator, man. You just got to create. Like, and I talked about it earlier, but it's always like the business hierarchy conflicting with creators, and how
Right.
Sega is kind of like pushing Sonic Team to do specific things, and it's the same thing with Nintendo nowadays. And like I said, I went into it earlier, but I feel like if it's going to continue to affect Sega, then we're still going to be in a mess another decade out from now. If not, I guess we'll see with Sonic Frontiers. Hopefully we see some gameplay of it and it gets us excited, because I have a really hard time getting excited. But yeah.
I have trust issues
Like-
with this franchise. I need gameplay. Izuku,
Like
Izuku
Sonic.
can say all the buzzwords he wants. That's cool.
Yeah.
Sounds fun. I need to see gameplay though.
Sonic Team is so afraid of failing that they don't aim to succeed. They just try not to fail every time, which is it doesn't lead to anything.
A low bar to.
It's like, okay, as
Ours
long as we don't
literally on the
fail,
ground.
it's okay. But failing is something that changes as time goes on.
Failure. I think failure is the best fucking thing to ever exist.
Because
So-
like people considered 06 a failure and Unleashed failures, but now look at people's opinions of those games.
Failure is probably the best thing to exist as a creator or as a person or a group of individuals in general, as long as you embrace it and learn and move.
Well, that's the
on
thing.
from
It can be the best thing ever, but it can
Yeah.
also be the worst thing ever. It depends on
Clearly.
how you handle it afterward.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
True.
It's
You
all
can dwell on it, or you
individuals.
can use it to grow. And I feel
Yeah.
like Sonic dwelled on it.
Yeah. Oh, we just got a raid from Friday Night Tone Elm Street. Welcome in, guys. We're in the closing statements of our Sonic 06 podcast. But thank you guys so much for coming in. We've had a really long podcast, and for the people who did just come from the raid, this will be uploaded to YouTube later if Sonic 06 is an interest of yours. So make sure you check it out then. I'll post the YouTube link right there in chat. Thank you guys so much. So I guess now we can talk about just chilling. So go off, guys. Where can they find you? We can start with Chaomix.
I'm on YouTube and Twitter. Those are like my two main hangout places. I make fun little Sonic videos, and I also draw a lot. I like drawing. Pretty much 100% Sonic content. So if you like Sonic, check me out there.
Yes.
That's
and
it.
if you like
Just
the
don't tweet about
thumbnail-
the design. You'll get angry people at you.
Yeah, that's my. I mean, that's
Oh,
that's my
no.
next video. Don't tell
Oh,
anyone.
oh, sick! Yeah, if you like the
hell yeah.
thumbnail, if you're watching this on YouTube and you like the thumbnail to this video, then that's Chaomix. So there you go. Craftis, how about you?
You can find me on Twitter at _Craftis. I compete in Smash tournaments pretty regularly, so although can't really not right now because COVID, hooray, yay.
Corona Mountain.
And then other than that, been working on a game, but right now it's kind of on hold for the time being. But once that picks up, you'll be sure to hear me talking about it on Twitter, showing stuff. So
Yeah, if you'd like to check that out and check out Craftis Legacy, that's right on Twitter, but I'll leave it in the link below in the description along with everyone else's links here today. ST?
Yeah, you can find me at on Twitter at Termina _. YouTube channel under the same name as well, but not much is going on there for now. But,
Except of your Sonic 06 score runs, which everyone should check out.
oh yeah, true. I mean, that's not going to be the main. That's not the main purpose of what my channel aims to be. But yes, I do have some PO6 score runs up there. Probably going to upload more just because the game is fun to play. And I mean, I'm on Discord a lot, but
How about you, Lem?
You can find me. I am on Twitch and Twitter, and I sometimes have YouTube content. It's usually like in-depth tutorial things for because my main concept is GameCube era Sonic games, so SA1, 2, Heroes, Shadow sometimes. And a lot of my YouTube, when it's not like just my speedruns, it would be I try to make some nice tutorials on how to do certain things in the game. So whether if it's like actual glitches or speedrun tactics or just like basic things you can do to make the game a little easier. Like right now, I'm working on a video on how to actually do Sonic Hero special stages consistently without being frustrated, which is a very
please
fun
teach
thing for
me.
people. But yeah, on my Twitch, I usually only is just speedrunning. I have not been able to do it that much anymore because my full-time job makes it hard to do that, but I'm doing what I can. So, and also, if you ever need like an encyclopedia for SC1 or Heroes, hi.
Yes, go follow them on Twitter. How about you, King?
I just make videos on things that I like, I guess, like Pokemon, and a lot of people think I make things on things I don't like, but that's whatever. That happens occasionally.
I see that. I
it's
see
kind
that
of like
Kingdom Hearts stuff in the background.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know. I'm not good at shilling myself. I make videos on things I think they're all right. And then that's cool, I guess, if you want to see those. I make like Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts. I'm gonna make a Kingdom Hearts video on like Monday. I think it's coming out.
Hell yeah.
Sick.
Dream Drop Distance. Hooray.
Oh, I saw you when you were playing that on stream.
Oh, hell yeah.
well,
Interesting game.
Balloon go pop.
Yeah, Balloonga. Oh boy.
Yeah, King makes awesome video essays on YouTube about many different games. So definitely check those out on his YouTube channel. You can just look up KingK right there. He also has a Twitter, the King of KingK. So,
Yeah.
and then lastly, here's me. I'm a variety streamer. Like I said, if you're following me on, or if you're not following me on Twitch and you're watching now, then definitely hit the follow button. You can check me out on YouTube, where I do speedrunning tutorials, character and game analyses. I upload all these podcasts, which you'll see them later. I have Sonic Adventure through Sonic 06 and Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. So there's that. You can follow me on Twitter if you would like at juice_polydot, or YouTube under the same name. And you can join the Discord if you want, which will be in the description below or right there in chat. So that's sick. Okay. And the last thing that I have to say today is just announcing the next podcast, which I'm taking a break from Sonic for a while. Sorry, everyone. But we will return to Sonic with probably the classics before I get into like the modern era. Before I do that, though, I want to tackle some other franchises, and we're going to go to Final Fantasy next. So Final Fantasy 1 will be taking place at the end of February, which should be interesting. And then I would like to tackle some Zelda as well, and then we'll be back to Sonic. So, like I said, I'm not just like this Sonic guy. Yeah, I have a sub goal on Twitch right now for 50 subs. If you get me to there, then I will do Kingdom Hearts 1 after Final Fantasy 1 instead of Final Fantasy 2.
I will join you on that if you let me.
So, yeah. So if you get me to 50 subs, then Kingdom Hearts 1 will come right after Final Fantasy 1.
I need it to happen. I need to see this man play this game. I've been asking for him to play it for years, and he has not played it.
I just finished the whole series in the span of a year last year. So enjoy the trip that is the series. Yep.
It's a trip for sure.
So that's going to be it for today. Like I said, join the Discord if you'd like. I really hope that you enjoyed the show today. It's on all the podcast platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, I guess we're going to look for a little raid now. So let's see. Well, I guess Twip is streaming, so we'll raid Twip. Playing some Sonic Colors.
Attack him,
Get his ass.
Go.
Brilliant.
I will see you guys later. I'll see you in the Discord if you're in there, and we can have some more fun discussions. But until next time,
goodbye.
I will end this now.
Bye, everyone.